Twitch has taken away one of my ad breaks, or one of my my snoozes. That's weird. I've never seen that happen before. Hello. I've loaded in the game already. Oops, and I've opened a door. Last time we were here, that's not the right button. Can I not? Oh, I have to physically leave. Last time we were here, does it have there? Okay, cool, it doesn't. Last time we were here, we did a thing, and that thing included, getting into this confinement room. We were able to get everybody through the door because the door we went to looped back around to the front, so we had to go find some other place, and we found the key, and we went down, and now we're in here, and we're with Lotus and Seven, and we gotta escape. I don't know what's going on, but there's a drawer, and the drawer's locked. Huh? What the hell? It's not opening. There's something up with this drawer. I don't trust it. It's got screws on it. We don't have a screwdriver though. Throw it! The chair's pretty old. If Seven sat on it, it'd probably break. Huh? You say something? Nothing at all. Okay. Bed. Dirty blanket on the bed. Okay, fine. What about back here? A toilet paper tube, huh? I seriously doubt I'm gonna need this for anything. This part's thinner than the rest. In fact, this really doesn't look like it's part of the rest of this thing. The rod feels loose. Maybe if I give it a couple turns. Here we go. Huh. What about the rest of this? Looks like the rod came out easily enough, but I don't think the rest is gonna go anywhere. Alright. What about this? Handle's pretty loose. Loose? You think it'll come off if you pull on it? It fell off. Look at that. The handle doesn't really fit in the string. Maybe it wasn't meant to be attached to it. How convenient. I bet we can combine these. So if I just stick the metal rod into the handle... Nice. Screwdriver. The sun... Seems a little fishy to me. Sun symbol doesn't look like the ones for the doors. What about the actual... Okay, I can't look at it. What about this? What the hell is this supposed to be? Like a drawing of a whirlpool or something? Looks like the OpenGL thing. Well, if I had to guess, I'd say it's trying to look like water. There's a little tile in the drain. Doesn't look like we're gonna be able to pull it out of there. Might have to use our heads on this one. Let's figure this thing out. What about this? No water? Doesn't... Okay. Well then. Why don't we go... This is pretty simple. Why don't we get rid of these? Screw off. Now we can open the drawer. Is that both of them? Oh, it did both of them. Cool. Nothing in here. The drawer is what we need. The drawer, huh? Let's yank the thing out. A bump on the back? I wonder what it's for. Maybe there's a hole somewhere and these bumps line up with it and trigger a hidden switch or something. Well, let's work our way down. What about this one? Wavy blue lines in this mirror with blue paint. Is it a drawing of a blue scarf? No, maybe not. Does this one work? No knob on the faucet, no way to get water out of it. We can find a knob or something that'll work as one, then we should be able to get water to come out of this thing. Drain is kind of a weird shape for a drain. You think it made it that way for a reason or for fun? What about over here? Paper seems to be pretty old. Ew, how the hell can you touch that? It's horrible. Well, it's not like I've really got a choice, do I? It's not like I want to. Can we turn the light on? It's just hanging from the wall. Well, if we're pulling the string, it must be a toilet that flushes. Oh. The moon. What a filthy, disgusting moon. It's pretty filthy, but a precious hint. Let's remember it all, right? Okay, is there anything actually in here? The toilet's disgusting. You don't expect me to touch that thing, do you? If you don't want to do it, then I'll do it, alright? Okay. What about this? Bed looks cold. Pretty sure you'd freeze to death in the winter. No kidding. If I tried to sleep here, my skin would dry out in no time. Well, it's not like you're that young anymore. That shouldn't really matter. My, Junpei, aren't you lucky? It seems you'll die before you'll have a chance to grow old and hideous. I'm sorry. You're right. Dry skin is a woman's worst enemy. What about this thing? Towel? So this is the thing over there, and that's the thing over here. So do we have to have water come out into the thing? Looks like a towel. So like the water comes down into the thing. So maybe this faucet works, but the other faucet doesn't? What about this? Oh. Nothing in the drawer. Something's not right though. The handle in the drawer doesn't fit though. It looks kind of messy. Why don't you take it out? Center room drawer. Oh. There's a mirror on it. Kind of an odd shape. Looks like someone attached the handle with a screw after the fact. Can I combine these? Oh, I was combining the wrong one. I used the screwdriver on the screw in the center of the handle. Maybe I can... Knob. I wonder, can we put the knob here? I was gonna try and yank the knob off the other sink, but maybe this works. Aha! Sweet, the handle I got off that drawer fits onto the faucet perfectly. Now I can turn the water on. Junpei, what are you doing? It's pretty obvious, isn't it? I'm running the water. The wet bandits. I can see that. I'm asking you why you're letting it just run like that. Think about it, Lotus. This faucet didn't have a knob when we found it, right? What do you mean? Just watch. Anytime now. Hey, water's filling up. Doesn't that just mean the pipes are clogged? Oops, let's turn it off for now. So, did anything change? The water stopped flowing. Thank you, Mr. Obvious. Junpei, I'm leaving this one to you, alright? Okay. Oops. Okay, so it's not draining. Can I put this in here? Sounded like something's falling. What was that? I heard it too. Let's open the drawer. Oh. Another tile. Can we look at it? Red, blue, gray, several lines in each color. What does it mean? Your guess is as good as mine. Okay. Let's go back in here. I want to see if the water came up. Oh, it did. Nice. We got another tile. Take a look at this tile here. If you look real close, 3 red lines are at the top of the other ones. The red lines. Yeah. Can we combine these? No? Okay. Oh. Junpei put the wet tile in his pocket. He was about to turn away when there was a noise behind him.
What the?
He spun around to see Seven kneeling on the floor. His face was rigid and pale. Droplets of sweat covered his forehead.
Hey, what's going on? Are you okay, man? You're sweating like crazy. Are you alright?
He was concerned. He'd never seen Seven like this before. Slowly, the other man lifted himself to his feet on shaky legs.
Yeah, I'm fine. Just got a little dizzy, that's all.
His face was pale and his breathing was heavy. Sweat was pouring off his face and staining his shirt.
That's definitely more than just a little dizzy. Are you sure? You don't look so good.
Seven didn't answer. Half of his face was twisted, as if distorted by extreme pain, and his eyes were glazed. Finally, he spoke.
What am I doing here?
Huh?
His words made no sense.
What are you talking about? We opened the number 2 door and walked in here. Don't tell me you forgot.
No, that's not what I mean.
He shook his head several times, as if trying to clear something from it.
It ain't much, but I think some of my memories came back. I think I've been here before.
Huh?
I said I've been in this room before.
You were here? When? Why?
Aoi, Light, Nona.
Suddenly, Seven was mumbling to himself. They were words Junpei didn't understand. Seven's hoarse voice trailed off, and Junpei couldn't make out what he'd said.
What the hell was that?
Seven's brow furrowed furiously and ground his teeth back and forth. Oh, and he ground his teeth back and forth.
It's right there. I feel like I'm this close to remembering everything, but I just can't.
Seven stopped, frustrated. He pulled his hat off and ran a hand through his hair. Then suddenly he looked up, his eyes wide.
That's right, an experiment. There was some kind of experiment going on this ship.
An experiment? What sort of experiment?
They were trying to control people. Or something like that.
What the hell are you talking about?
Junpei didn't know what to make of Seven's story. Instead, he simply stared as Seven continued.
Aoi, Light, and Nona. Those were their names. Well, some of them. The kids that were in the experiment, I mean. I think there were 4 or 5 more, but I don't remember all their names. Yeah, that's right. That's why I'm here.
Seven began to mumble to himself and wander aimlessly about the room. He looked confused. So far as Junpei could tell, the man was simply rambling, and there were odd twitches to his movements.
Experiment. Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Those kidnapped kids. Was I working that case?
Seven continued to mumble to himself about things that meant nothing to Junpei.
Huh?
Junpei didn't have any answers for him, of course. He couldn't understand what was happening to Seven. All he could do was wait. Was he a cop? They mentioned last time he said something about like cop lingo or something. After a few minutes, Seven finally stopped.
Wait, under this bed.
He crouched down and looked under the bed. His face registered mild surprise, and he began to mumble to himself again.
The hole's gone? No, maybe it was a different room. There's gotta be a ton of rooms on this boat that look just like this one.
At last, Junpei could contain himself no longer.
Hey, what exactly do you remember? Maybe you could stop talking like a crazy person and tell me what's going on here.
Seven stood up slowly.
Well, it's not like I really remember everything. I've only got bits and pieces, and they're scattered and don't make much sense.
I don't care. Tell me the bits and pieces then.
Junpei could feel it. Whatever Seven had remembered, it was important. Very important.
Okay.
Seven drew a large, muscled hand down across his face. As he wiped the sweat from his brow, he spoke.
From what I can remember, I think I was a cop.
A cop?
Yeah. I was looking for that group of kids that got kidnapped 9 years ago. You remember that, right? It was all over the news.
Yeah, I was still in school. I don't remember all the details, but I do remember some of it. I think it was a bunch of kids right around my age. They all just disappeared. Nobody knew why. It was all over TV and the newspapers every day. So you're saying you were investigating it?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. And I guess I found something. There was this medical company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals that had something to do with those kids. After I figured that out, I managed to get some information out of somebody who worked for them. I think it was...
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
Yeah, that had to been it.
Oh?
That's why I went to the wharf. From the shadows, I searched the harbor until I found the ship he was talking about.
He's very conspicuous with his bright yellow.
There was a bunch of movement near it. Men in black suits, many of them carrying large bags. The bags. There was something about the way they moved as they were carried. No doubt about it. There were human beings in those bags. I moved before I realized it. I came out of hiding with my gun already in my hand.
Don't move.
I felt metal touch the back of my head.
Drop the gun.
He kept digging the cold metal thing into my skull. There was nothing I could do. Did what he said and laid my gun on the ground. Then suddenly, there was a sharp pain in my neck. A needle. A drug? That was my last thought. My face hit cold concrete. I was out like a light after that. I woke up on a hard floor. Damn it. Shit, my head hurts. Where am I? A small, shabby bed, a dirty sink, a toilet with no privacy. I'd seen it countless times as a cop. I'm in a cell, huh? Facing the toilet was a door set into the wall. I was still pretty woozy, but I made my way over to it. I pushed and pulled on it, but... it won't open. Not like I expected much else. Would be dumb enough to put me in a cell and leave it unlocked. Threw myself against the door a few times, but it wouldn't budge. I knew it. I gave up and made my way back to the bed, and sat down. I sat there for a very, very long time. Who knows how long. Then, I heard a faint voice. The voice was far away. I couldn't understand what it was saying. But I could hear one. It was pretty high, probably a little kid. Oh. No, it was several. I hear 5, or 6, maybe more. Where? Where are they coming from? I pressed my ear to the wall and tried to listen through it. No, that's not it. Left. It's coming from under the bed? I hauled on the metal frame and flipped the thing over. And there it was. The bed had hidden an air vent under it. The hole in the wall was covered by a metal grate. I dropped flat on the floor and peered through the grate. I couldn't see shit, but I knew it in my gut. This was where those voices were coming from. Hold up. Why are there kids here? But then what my inside man told me popped into my head.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Am I on that ship? It didn't matter. All I knew was I had to get to those kids. I checked out the metal grate. Could I fit? I stuck my fingers in and grabbed it. And then... Yeah! How do you like that, you son of a bitch? I finally got the damn thing off. Sweat was dripping down my face, so I wiped it off and crawled inside.
Junpei waited for Seven to resume his story. The longer he waited, however, the clearer it became that Seven had no intention of doing so. He had gone silent and simply stared off into the air, his eyes blank.
Hey, what happened after that?
He'd waited long enough, but Seven shook his head.
I don't remember what happens after that. I think I found some kind of door out of the duct. And I think I found some kids, too. Not good. Why can't I remember what happened next?
Ah, man, what happened to the kids, Seven? Did you save them?
I don't know. I don't know if it was me. I've got this feeling. I think one of the kids died. A girl, I think.
Huh?
Deep in his heart, Junpei felt something very cold. Seven's head dropped, and Junpei saw on a look of sadness. Saw on it a look of sadness, the likes of which he'd never seen in the man before. The large man's eyes blinked rapidly, as if he were fighting back tears, and he swallowed hard. His sigh was like the melancholy setting of an old, abandoned building. He shook his head and spoke.
Anyway, just please don't ask me anymore, okay? I really don't remember anything else.
After that, Junpei could hardly try to force any answers out of the other man.
It's fine. Don't push yourself. Going by what he said,
Junpei left Seven to pull himself together and instead began thinking everything over.
The children who had been kidnapped 9 years before? Apparently, a company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals had been behind it all. They'd taken the children to the same ship we're on now. They'd been brought here for an experiment. Seven said it had something to do with controlling human beings. The 16 children who had been kidnapped were the subjects. Seven had said 3 of their names were Aoi, Light, and Nona. I think that's all I got. Oh, and Seven is, or was at some point, a cop. I can't really use any of this information anyway. I didn't learn anything about the Nonary game or Zero. Why were we brought to the same ship where they'd done those experiments 9 years ago? And just what the heck is this about controlling human beings? That's nuts. Did they really conduct an experiment like that?
Before long, Junpei realized he'd spent quite some time deep in thought, all alone.
Just stand here thinking. I need to get moving.
Junpei shook his head quickly to clear it and returned to his investigation, thoughts swirling in his mind. Okay, so we got these tiles. And we still got this mirror thing. But I don't think there's anything else in here. I think we got the tile. I think that's what we needed out of here. We can try putting this in. I already took the... Okay, no. Never mind. Well, I guess we only have... Yeah. Actually, is this... Okay, I don't know. Let's just go down the line. We got this door. Oh, it's really dark in here. Okay, let's check out this first. Arg! God damn it, no matter how hard I pull on this damn thing, it won't budge. Guess I won't be opening this anytime soon. It doesn't look like it's got a keyhole and there doesn't seem to be anything stopping it. How the hell am I supposed to open it? Okay. What about here? The sink, but there's no light shining on it. It's hard to be sure because it's so dark in here, but I don't think there's anything going on with the sink. The faucet is too hard to turn. In the other room, the spring and the river and the spring went together to solve the puzzle. Does that mean there might be a similar puzzle with this mirror? There's nothing here apart from the mirror. Maybe I need to pair something with this mirror. What about this one? I can just barely see a mirror coming from the light coming through the ceiling. Should be nice if that mirror was a little lower down. Looks like it's the same height as the mirror on the right. Wonder if that means anything. What about the bed? Light's barely enough to see by. I feel like I'm gonna see a ghost in here or something. It's a blanket, nothing else. Can we see behind here? 14 equal E? 14 in red somewhere else? Was there a 14? Oh. Toilet paper, still white enough for me to know what it is, even in the dark. Nothing out of the ordinary about it. Looks like a dirty toilet, but it's too hard to tell. Oh wait, hold on. Just barely make out the string for the toilet, but I can get a hold of it. It kind of pisses me off that I can see it, but I can't touch it. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Wait, what? Oh, this is just moving over here. Wait, hold on. Not if I leave. Is there something I can do if I... No, okay. The mirror hanging. What about the chair? A simple chair where the light doesn't shine? Okay. I don't think we... I feel like we can't do anything in there. Is this the door in the back? Thought of that, tried a couple things, but yeah, same result. Because 7 wasn't about to do anything. Ah, well. Okay. What about this? A bunch of tiles on the door that spell emergence. Emergence? Maybe we need to emerge out of here. Emergence probably means to emerge or escape from here. Do we need to do something with these tiles to open the door? Will it let me do something? No. And we can't do anything here? Okay. Is there something we're missing in here then? The sun symbol. Taking the handle off the string. Okay. And then... This had the moon... Oops. The moon symbol. And is there anything on any of these? Tile with the 3 colored lines on it. Junpei, did you notice this? The red lines? Don't they look like a 14? What could it mean? What does the design even look like? And then take off the handle, it's just a big mirror. Usually use a mirror to reflect something. Let's see if it's help us here. It'd be pretty if it'd be... Did she say what? Petty? Okay. I'm trying to think of anything we can use this mirror for. Can we put the tile in here? Sink with no light shining on it. A mirror on the back. The only difference between them is whether or not they're reflecting any light. Can I click on the... Oh, I can click on the light. You can probably use this mirror to reflect the light. Now I just gotta figure out where to reflect the light. Maybe if I go somewhere that's a little easier to shine on. Oops. Shine the mirror on the back. With some numbers. 4, 7. Oh. And then sun, moon. So that's 4 is the sun and 7 is the moon. The sun symbol, there's kind of number hint 4. Think the number is how many times you took a piss? No, it's gonna be how many times you flushed. Can we yank on this? Chances are they made this puzzle so someone wouldn't trigger it by accident. Guess we keep pulling the string. Second pull. Third pull. Fourth pull. You hear something? I did, but it doesn't seem like anything's happened here. Wonder what that sound was. Alright. Let's go check in here then and do the same thing. Sixth time. There's that sound again. It happens whenever I pull the string a couple times. Junpei, did you hear something from the other room? The other room, you mean the dark room. Oops. Does that mean this opened? Nice. The drawer opens easily enough. Got 2 more tile. Oh, just wait, 1 more tile? Oh, no, we did get 2 more tiles. Okay, can we combine them? No?
Nice to meet you.
Did they say anything on them?
Sophistopheles.
Nope. Huh. Can we do something with... Will it let us do something with these now? Well, it looks like we've investigated all of the rooms. The only mystery left is that door. Let's crack that mystery then. We got 4 tiles, and there are a bunch of tiles that are the same size up on the wall. So if we replace 4 of the tiles on the wall with the ones we've got, it should open the door. Only one way to find out. I feel like this was pretty straightforward. Aside from the light. You hear something unlock? MRGNC. I mean, we got it right? Looks like we did. The 14 hidden on the tile, if you convert that to hexadecimal, it's an E. Basically, the E's in emergence are the 14s from the tiles. So if we replace it, that gives up the answer. Do you really care why it worked? Let's just get out of here. Also, didn't the toilet seat just say E equals 14? The door in the back won't open. Oh. Wait, what? I guess this is the door. Huh. They passed through the open door and headed to the next room. Junpei jogged down the short staircase and looked around. Oh. Weird. Oh.
Oh, what the hell is this place?
The words had sprung unbidden to his lips, but it was clear why. Junpei shivered. Lotus and Seven reached the bottom of the stairs and stopped short, terrified.
Ugh, this room is really creepy.
I think we ought to get the hell out of here now.
He jogged up the stairs on the opposite side of the room and shook the door on the wall next to the catwalk. It didn't open, and he muttered to himself.
Figures.
It's locked, isn't it?
Yep. Don't know why I thought this would be any different.
So, what is this room for, anyway?
Junpei looked around the room again.
Well, there's a chair in the center of the room.
Oh, looks uncomfortable to say the least. I'd rather not sit in it if I can avoid it.
The back of it was covered with electrodes connected to a nest of wires.
Looks like it's placed over some kind of glass panel. Too dark to look through it, though.
Junpei turned to look at the right side of the room. There was a table covered with a piece of cloth.
This isn't dried blood on the tablecloth, is it?
On the top of the table were a number of metal instruments. Junpei didn't know what they were for, and he had a feeling he didn't want to find out.
Oh, what the hell is this? What are these tools for?
That's not something I even want to think about.
Junpei shook his head in an attempt to clear it, and tried to focus on something else.
No doubt about it. This room's dangerous. Let's make our search quick so we can solve the puzzle and get the hell out of here. Come on.
Oh, so we're like right back into it. Alright then. The torture room, okay. Let's start. Oh, I guess we can't click on this. Can we click on this? Really creepy chair. The manacles make me think it was used to torture people. Well, we can't open the manacles without a key. There's some sort of weird symbol on them. What kind of symbol? If I got this right, I think it's the sun symbol. Okay. What about this? By something on the screen, the device will conduct the experiment. Once the experiment has been completed, the door will unlock. First, adjust the switches to match the blocks in the sample above. I don't know what this thing is, so we gotta figure out this puzzle. It's right next to the torture chair. Whatever it is, I don't think it's good. Maybe we just adjust the switches to match up the blocks on top. Adjust the switches shown at the four corners, and then press the check button. Junpei, we don't know what this thing does. You can always come back to it later. There are lots of other things you could do. Okay. Yeah. Whenever you turn on one of the switches, more blocks show up on the screen, so I think you gotta figure out which buttons you have to press in order to get the screen to match the diagram. Yeah, but it's hard to figure out what buttons do what. If you want to see how many blocks each switch is at, just turn on one switch. When all of them are off, if there aren't any blocks. Okay, yeah. What diagram, though? I don't know what I was supposed to recreate. Okay, let's move over here. Buttons with letters A through F. I wonder if they do anything. So I pressed it again. Okay. Switch on and off. The levers, we gotta turn something on. All they can do is turn something on or off. What's important is what they turn on or off. Didn't say the floor is gonna suddenly open up. Tons of knobs. Doesn't seem like any of them do anything though. I think it's broken. Needle in the gauge is 0. It doesn't look like it's gonna move. All the dials are pointing in different directions. Maybe something will happen if we turn them. They're all rusted. I guess turning them really doesn't do anything. Okay, so I don't... We got like no... This is the door? Okay, yeah. Well, let's go investigate this stuff then. Bunch of ominous looking tools and instruments here. Got an adze and hammer, a pair of forceps, and the other are too old and broken. I have no idea what they are. Doesn't this wrench look too new to be here with the other stuff? Yeah, it does. I didn't notice you mentioned before you mentioned it, but it's not rusty at all. We got a wrench. And we're rusty torture tools. Don't think there's anything else here we need. Okay. What about up here? Of course, the entrance is locked. It's been like that in every room we've been in. What did you expect? No point trying to get back. Okay, so that's the entrance. And this is the exit. What about this? The cover is bolted on there pretty good. Should be able to get the bolts off this wrench we just found though. Sweet, it's open. The hole's too small, you can't see it in even with the cover off. Well, you can't see in, but I think there's enough room to stick your arm in. Are you sure you want to do that? There could be something dangerous in there. Okay, I admit that scares me a little, but we need to see if there's anything useful in there. Alright, here we go. Arm into the hole. Is he gonna Jurassic Park it? Hey, I think I can feel something. It's small, cold, and hard. It doesn't feel like there's anything else in here. Alright, let's see what this thing is. Oh, it's a sun key. Anything else? Nothing else in there anymore. Okay. So we got one key. Oh, we can't. Sun key should fit in the keyhole in the manacles. Sun key you go, and yes. Great, they're open. I don't think we're gonna need the sun key in here, it just seems unlikely. Alright, sun key, you've done your job. Into my pocket with you. They're open, what are you gonna do now? Let's just look around some more. I got a feeling that something will happen. Right, we should try to figure out what that device in the corner is for at any rate. Red, yellow, you think the colors mean something? No idea, I mean red looks more dangerous, but other than that... The bottom of this one is covered in rust. I don't think it'll move at all. I can see oil or something at the base of the lever. Feels like it's got some movement in it. I should be able to pull this one. Let's pull the lever. Is that water? What the hell? What the hell's going on? Will you calm down? It's just water going somewhere. It sounds like it's underneath us. That means the floor. Oh, Junpei, look! What's she? Oh, damn! I can see through the glass now. Oh, it's a dead shark. There are a couple of letters in the color of blood written on the shark's belly. It's dead. Looks like the letters are E, D, B, and F. Okay, so E, D, B, and F. Where'd the shark get here? Is this like... It must be like a separate container. So... E... What? There's a strange noise coming from the chair. It looks like it's been turned on. I guess the puzzle here was that the power had to be set in a specific way. Power on the chair? I've unlocked the manacles. We should probably try and figure out what the thing in the corner does. Press the switches to match the blocks on top, and then press check the button. I don't get it. Oh wait, do they want the bottom? Do they want like the bottom and the top to look the same? Like, do they want this part to look the same as this? Ooh, that's pretty close, but not quite. That's also pretty close, but not quite. Or do they want it to be mirrored? Oh wait, what? I assume they want either this to look the same or this to look the same. Okay, so 3-1. 3-1. Oh, I see. It just adds them on to the next order. So like this has 3-1. And then if we do this, it goes 3-1. So it just fills them out left to right. Yeah, it just fills them out left to right. And then we need 4 and 2, something that has 4 and 2 on this side. I still don't get it. When you turn each switch on, the number of blocks goes up. Each switch adds a different number. All you gotta do is solve a couple addition problems. If you turn the switch on and count its blocks, to do that for every switch, it's super easy. Adjust the switch to match the blocks on top, and press the check button. What are the blocks on top? I assume they want these to be, like, these two to be the same as these two. So... 1, 4, 2, 4. 4, 5, 4, 7. So we need something that adds 2 or 1 here. What? Wait, what? Oh, wait, hold on. I'm really confused. Wait. Wait, hold on. I don't... Wait. So why was this the answer? Or is this always supposed to be like that? Was this always supposed to be used? Is that not like a hint? Is that what it's supposed to be, like, marked as? I thought that meant, like, a hint for the puzzle. Huh. Adjustment is completed, now proceeding to execution phase. To complete the experiment, data must be collected from the subject. Once preparation is finished, place subject in chair. Whoa, I thought we solved the puzzle already. What does it mean by preparation? I don't know. I've got a bad feeling about this. I think this means one of us has got to sit in the chair. Well, 7's never gonna fit in that thing. It's either you or me, Junpei. Collecting data. I wonder if it's going to run electricity through the subject. There's a human head on the screen. Maybe it's gonna zap the brain with a little electricity? This really doesn't sound safe. Anyway, we still gotta prepare. We can talk about this after we figured out what it means by preparation, alright? Well, it wants us to prepare, so maybe we gotta ask it what we need to do. The restraining device is unlocked. Please seat the subject in device. The message on the screen was disturbingly detached.
Thought it's not going to work unless someone sits in it.
How ironic that this would be the situation in which this slim, beautiful body is useful.
Lotus, are you sure? I can sit in it and you can solve.
Junpei's right. If we screw it up...
7 couldn't bring himself to finish the thought. His eyes fell to the floor. Junpei followed them. Beneath them was the dead shark, floating underneath the glass. Perhaps it had been killed by an electric shock.
I'll be fine. Even if I fall in, the shark is already dead.
But...
No one likes an indecisive man, Junpei. I can still give you advice from the chair too, you know. I just don't want to stay in this room any longer than we have to. Go over to that screen and let's get this over with.
After her words made it clear that Lotus would book no argument, she turned and walked toward the chair without hesitation. But she didn't sit down. Despite what she had said, she did indeed feel hesitation. Her legs shook.
Look, do you think you could do me one last favor?
Don't say last.
You're making me nervous.
Just listen. If something happens to me, I want you to tell my daughters. Tell them that I loved them very much. No, tell them that I will always love them.
Daughters?
You've got kids?
Yes, I do. I suppose they're about your age, Junpei. They're twins. I had them when I was young after... well, some things happened. Their names are Nona and...
Oh?
Wait! Nona?
Junpei's words shut out before he even realized what he was saying. He remembered the story 7 had told him.
Aoi, Light, and Nona. Those were their names. Well, some of them. The kids that were in the experiment.
But what the hell? What's wrong with you?
Lotus took a step back from Junpei.
Oh,
Seven looked just as shocked as Junpei. He blinked his eyes rapidly, as if he weren't sure he was completely awake.
no way. It couldn't. Lotus, is your
How
last
is
name
everyone?
Kashiwabara?
Lotus's eyes went wide.
How do you know that?
Are you serious? What the hell is this? There's no way you're that kid's mom.
That kid? Wait, what do you mean, that kid? Why are you acting like you've met her?
Seven's brow furrowed.
I have.
What?
Yeah, I met one of your kids.
When?
9 years ago,
Where?
on this ship.
Why were you...
It's not a short story.
Look, I don't care how long it is. Tell me, please, what happened here?
Fine, I'll tell you.
Seven glanced at Junpei, then turned back to Lotus and began to speak. It was the same story Junpei had heard only minutes before. Every detail.
But... And then, that was when. From there, it looked like... Just as if, finally... That's all I remember from 9 years ago.
At last, Seven finished. Lotus shook her head.
Oh my god. Everything I've been looking for the last 9 years. The person who had all the answers was right here.
Looking for?
Yes, that's right. 9 years ago, my daughters disappeared. Then 9 days later, they came back. They never told me what happened to them over those 9 days. I took them to the doctor, but I was told they hadn't been hurt in any way. Still, I was sure that they had been through something terrible. So I couldn't bring myself to force them to talk about it. If I did, then I'd force them to relive whatever horrors they'd been through. I didn't have any choice. I had to try and ignore it and move on.
Oh.
A few months passed. Gradually, they started to act like they always had, before they disappeared. They smiled and made jokes and did all the silly things kids do. It got harder and harder for me to ask them about what happened. How could I ask them to remember that? Eventually, I knew there was no way I could do it. But I'm still a mother. I couldn't simply forget that something terrible had happened to my children. So I decided I would investigate what happened on my own. I would find out what happened during those 9 missing days.
What did you find out?
Nothing. The police pretended to be concerned, but they didn't do anything. Once the 16 children who'd gone missing came back, things were just... Even the media didn't talk about what had happened. I figured someone was probably paying or threatening them to keep their mouths shut.
Cradle Pharmaceuticals. No, probably something even bigger than that.
Cradle Pharmaceuticals.
Have you heard of them before?
No. It's the first time I've ever heard that name. 7. How did you find out that Cradle Pharmaceuticals was connected to the kidnappings in the first place?
I figured finding out whatever the victims had in common would lead me to the culprit. That's what any good cop does.
What did they have in common?
Every single one of the kids who disappeared had gone to this one hospital at some point. The hospital was one of a bunch that were under the control of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. After that, it was just about connecting the dots.
The hospital.
The hospital.
And for a while, I was trying to get some kind of information out of the kids at the hospital. One of them told a weird story.
What was it?
Have you heard about the Gansfeld experiment? I guess all these kids had to go through it while they were at the hospital. I think it was passed off as some sort of counseling.
What did you call it again?
Oh, the Gansfeld experiment. This is how it's set up. First, subjects Q and A are put into separate rooms, far away from one another. Then a series of video images are shown to subject Q, who is told to send the images to subject A by thinking about them. Subject A, on the other hand, is put in a large reclining chair and given a blindfold. With their senses cut off, A is asked to guess what images Q is looking at.
Oh, yes, I've heard of that. It's a famous telepathy experiment, isn't it?
Telepathy. That's how the experiment on this ship was supposed to work.
The experiment to control people, right?
Yeah. I don't know if any of the telepathy stuff really exists, but maybe someone from Cradle Pharmaceuticals bought into it.
Lotus grunted. Seven had been thinking hard for the last several minutes and finally spoke.
Even if that is the case, I still don't get how that has anything to do with any of this. The notary game, Zero, why we were kidnapped. What does any of that have to do with telepathy? I know I brought all this up, but I have no idea. Maybe none of this stuff is connected after all.
Then, in that moment of silence, a cold voice echoed down from the ceiling.
No subject has been detected. Unless a subject is detected within 60 seconds, all power will be shut down. System recovery is estimated to take 1 hour. If you wish to proceed with the experiment, please seat subject in the restraining device.
Whoa, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going.
Oh, no, that's not what we...
Just hurry up and get it over with. Junpei, I'm counting on you.
Right.
Lotus sat down on the chair. Junpei looked at her one last time, then made his way to the monitor.
Lotus, please, tell me right away if you feel anything weird.
You worry too much. Now get on with it and be a man, or June's gonna leave you.
Lotus was putting on the best act she could manage, but her legs were shaking so much that if she hadn't been sitting, she likely would have fallen down.
Lotus.
Failure was not acceptable.
Okay, let's do this.
Junpei took one last deep breath and stared at the monitor. Oh, what does it want us to do? Oh, I see. Oh, okay. So it wants these ones. Okay. No, not like that. Don't want that one. So we only want these. We want what we have currently on the bottom. So that's good. And then we want these three and this. So what does 1 look like? 1 looks like this. So 1 and then 4. What does 2 look like? Aha. So we probably want this on this side, right? And then what does that do for this side? Or maybe we want this. And then we want to have this. Because then we're missing this one right here. One over there, but then over here we can do this. What's this do? Okay, that turns this on, which means we can get rid of one thing here. What if we did this? Closer.
I'm hungry.
And we can't do anything here. Oh, but now these, we lost something over here. So I think and we lost that. So maybe this. And then we just need these bottom three. What's that do? That's off. Nothing? Okay. What about this? Oh. Then maybe we need something here. No. So I think maybe we need this, like this. And we need to get the 2 on this side. Like this, maybe. Okay, so now we need 1 more down here. And we need 1 more down here. Which might be this. No, because now these are both blocked off. So maybe this one. Nice. The experiment has concluded. The door will now unlock. I can hear the door unlocking, and now we've got a new message. Release the subject from restraining device. Lotus, are you alright? Yes, I am. I'm glad nothing bad happened, but I do think my life just got a little shorter. Hold on, I'll get you out right away. Shouldn't take too long for Seven and me to get her out of here. Let's get out of here, now. Being a guinea pig is not for me. Damn straight. I would never want to see this thing again. Oops. Exit is unlocked, I need to sit here. Still want to take those. Da-dong! I always think it's funny there's no background behind any of these. I always think that's funny.
The hallway goes to the left.
Yeah, but I don't see any doors.
Guess we just need to keep going.
Right. Let's go.
They turned left twice before they saw the elevator.
An elevator.
Just what we need. Let's take this to C deck.
In silence, they jogged up to it. Junpei pushed the C button. The elevator motor ground away, and before long, they found themselves once again on C deck. The door opened, and they stepped off.
Huh?
They expected to find 4 other people waiting for them. There were none. Well, that's not very good, is it?
No one's here.
Where did they go?
I have no idea.
Lotus shrugged. Something in the pit of Junpei's stomach stirred. He tried to forget the feeling and took off down the long hallway before him.
Hey, Junpei!
We should follow him.
Seven and Lotus followed at a run. They ran and ran and ran. The hallways seemed endless.
I know where we need to go. The door behind the central staircase. There was a sun symbol on the keyhole of that door. And I happen to have the sun key in my pocket right now. This should open that door.
That was why they ran for the central staircase. They had run for quite some time when they arrived at the door that ended the hallway. Junpei stopped.
All right, time to open this.
He laid his hand on the doorknob, his breathing heavy. Seven laid a hand on his arm.
Hold on a sec there.
Huh?
We don't have the key for this one yet, right?
Oh. There's the Jupiter symbol engraved over the keyhole.
That's...
Oh, it's the Jupiter symbol.
Seven is right. They had no Jupiter key.
We can't open this door.
Unfortunately, no, we can't.
Jeez, the sun door's gotta be just on the other side of this, you know? We can't just stop.
Frustrated, he twisted the doorknob. The door opened.
Hey, it opened.
What?
And the others must have found the Jupiter key.
Well, what are we waiting for?
As he spoke, he shoved the door the rest of the way open. They rushed through and stopped cold.
What?
The terrible scene before them made their blood run cold. A clock. Oh! 3 people lay dead on the floor, covered in blood.
Why?
That's Ace, Clover, and Santa. What is she wearing? What are those? Junpei felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. He couldn't breathe. His legs shook. His body felt cold, deathly cold, but his blood was boiling hot. He could feel his mind begin to fade. He couldn't think. He couldn't concentrate. His mind was blank.
What the hell? What the hell happened?
Seven's voice was weak and broken. He edged towards the body, his movements stiff.
Clover.
He bent down over Clover and pressed his fingers to her wrist.
Nothing. She's dead.
Suddenly, Lotus moved. Before he understood what was happening, her hand was in Junpei's vest pocket.
Hey, what are you doing?
She's getting out of here! He leapt back. Lotus looked up at him, terrified.
The key! Get me the sun key!
Why?
So you can get out of there!
Why do you think? We have to get out of here before the murderer comes back!
The murderer?
The murderer? The murderer? I hardly know her! Once again, Junpei looked at the dead bodies.
Santa, Clover, and Ace.
So... that only leaves... oh, that only leaves Akane, doesn't it? Because we don't know where Snake... unless it was Snake and he, like, didn't... unless that wasn't Snake in the room. And he was hidden somewhere else. Because I still think it'd be weird if it was Snake. But then why would Snake kill Clover? So, I get... right? Because the 9th man's dead. Clover, Santa, and Ace are dead, right? The 3 of us are here. Snake's missing. That only leaves Akane.
3 people, 3 dead bodies. That means that the person who had killed them was... Huh. No. No, it can't be true.
Give it to me!
Before Junpei could react, Lotus dove back into his pocket and came out with the key.
Let's go!
Without waiting for Seven or Junpei, she ran straight for the central staircase. And then, like a famous movie, an axe came soaring through the wall, and Akane peered out and she said, "Here's Akane." Junpei shut his eyes and swallowed his emotions. Morning would have to wait, and here I thought we'd actually get out. I mean, maybe we'll still get out. I assume that we get out in all of the endings, and maybe just other people live? I don't know, maybe we'll have to fight Akane in a boss fight. It'll suddenly turn into like a RPG or something. Soon, they stood in front of the door.
Open!
Lotus shoved the sun key into the keyhole and twisted it, hard. But...
Why?
I think it's part of the music. I think there's a goose in the music.
What happened?
Nothing. Nothing happened. I didn't feel it unlock.
Oh no. Is it the wrong key?
I don't know. Maybe.
Lotus sighed, defeated, and leaned against the doorknob. Well, I mean, there's 3 of you, right? Back yourselves up to the wall. Oh, she felt it twist. A small gap appeared between the door and the frame. And behind was Akane, and she said, "Here's Akane."
It's open.
What the hell is this?
Wait, you mean the door was already unlocked?
Why?
And how would I know that?
More like how?
Whatever, let's just go.
Lotus took a deep breath and slowly opened the door the rest of the way. Jump scare! They stepped inside. Jump scare! In front of them was another hallway. Jump scare! Oh no, I guess not. It stretched out towards the bow of the ship. They began to run. Faster and faster they ran, desperately trying to reach the end of the hallway. A few seconds later, they were there. In front of them stood a massive metal door. They were all breathing heavily as Junpei spoke.
What the hell is this door? I can't see anything that looks like a doorknob or switch or lever or card reader or anything. How the fuck are we supposed to open this?
We don't have a choice. We're gonna have to go back.
No, I'm not going back there. There is a murderer back there.
But if you all go together... There was more stark terror in Lotus's voice than authority. She was almost begging.
But I don't see any other doors.
Well, how about this? What if you all backed yourselves up to a wall or something like that, and then surveilled the area? There's 3 of you, right? Surely you can stop one murderer, right? Oh?
No way.
It opened by itself.
It's an automatic door?
Look, guys, I've got a really bad feeling about all this. The other doors were already unlocked, and this one's automatic. We haven't seen anything like this before.
Bad feeling.
How could their situation possibly get worse? Dying? 3 people were already dead.
We've hit bottom. This can't get any worse. Shit!
Hey, Junpei!
He stepped through the door.
I can't take this anymore. No one can.
And whatever hope Junpei had managed to summon disappeared.
No. It's a lie. It's gotta be. This can't be real. No. It's impossible. If it's a dream, just wake up already. Someone please tell me it's all just a joke. I'm imagining things. Yep, that's it. This is all obviously a lie. It's a big, elaborate trick. An illusion or something. Or a dream. It's made up.
It wasn't real, right? June. No, the code names meant nothing now. Canny. I'm gonna call her Canny. I'm not gonna say Connie. They say well, I mean Connie. They say Connie because of Kane. But, I don't know.
Connie!
Oh, what's she wearing too? I never noticed. She got some large boots. Junpei cried out and leapt through the door. He flew to her side, his heart like a stone in his chest.
Connie, hang on!
Junpei swept her up and shook her by the shoulder. She moaned and her eyes fluttered open, but only barely.
Connie!
Jumpy?
Her face was pale and her lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy. They stared straight at Junpei but saw nothing. Junpei put his hand against the small of her back to hold her up. It felt warm and wet. He lifted his hand up. It was covered in blood.
Oh man, Connie, there's so much blood. What the hell happened to you? How did this happen?
It was all he could do not to break into tears. The snake?
I'm sorry.
Her voice was thin, a minuscule thread that was the only thing keeping her with him.
I might not make it.
No way I am going to let you die. I am gonna save you, I promise.
Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much for everything. I was really happy to see you again, Jumpy. Really happy.
Oh, don't give me that I was crap. You're gonna see me again lots more times. You just gotta hang on, alright, Connie? You... Ow, what can I do? Damn it!
He looked up from Connie, desperate for something, anything.
What's that?
Then he saw it. A small submarine.
A submarine? What on earth is a submarine doing here?
No, that didn't matter. Nothing mattered except saving Connie. That was the only thing he wanted.
That's it!
Junpei turned his head to look back to look down at her.
Hang on, alright? There's a submarine over there. I'm gonna go see if it works.
No! Don't go! Please, don't go! Please, just stay with me, okay? I want to be close to you, Jumpy. When I...
Connie.
Jumpy, did you know you meant a lot to me when we were kids? I've liked you for a long time, Junpei. A really long time.
Junpei's vision had gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. He could feel a piercing point of heat deep in his heart, like a white-hot flame.
Jumpy, do you remember how we hung out a lot when we were kids? We went to the pool and to the fair. Do you remember playing snowball at the school? They're all memories I'll never forget. All of those moments are treasures to me. But I also wanted to go to a lot of other places with you. A lot more. But that won't happen now.
No. I mean, yes. Yes, it will happen. We'll go all sorts of places, Connie. You hear me? I promise. We'll go wherever you want.
Really?
Yeah, really. I swear.
That makes me happy. Really happy.
She said it to herself over and over, a weak smile creasing her tired face.
Jumpy, I feel sleepy.
No, Connie, don't fall asleep.
Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much.
Her eyes were slowly closing. Junpei screamed even as he felt his throat go hoarse.
Connie! Connie! Connie!
Time passed. Junpei wept, curled around Connie's body. He cried and cried until he had no tears left. When the last tear fell, Junpei was no more. His body remained, but only as an empty shell. Somewhere he heard a bell ring. It was the clock at the central staircase. Oh, it's 5 o'clock. Wait, what? 5 o'clock. It rang 5 times, then faded.
5 o'clock.
1 more hour. Quietly, gently, softly, he set Connie down on the floor. Slowly, Junpei stood. Only then did he realize that Seven and Lotus had not followed him. Where had they gone? Slowly, he looked around the room. There was nothing. No sign that they had ever been there. It felt as though every part of Junpei's body was made of lead. Slowly, he made his way to the door he'd come through. As he approached it, it opened, sliding apart with a sound like grinding stone. Junpei passed through the gate and into the hallway. Oh. Wait, so was it Snake? His heart rattled in his chest, an empty, lifeless thing. It had been, but that doesn't explain Clover. It had been so utterly broken that there was nothing left to feel. When he saw their bodies, he simply stared. It was a lake, a sea of blood. 2 bodies lay in it. Oh, a sea of blood. There's no need to check. There's no breath left in them. His eyes lit on Lotus's wrist. Her bracelet. It was gone. I mean, you can't see her wrist here, but okay. He stared. It meant nothing to him. He didn't care anymore. He couldn't care anymore. Junpei's body felt numb. A part of him knew the lump of lead in his chest had once been a heart. He couldn't quite remember what it had been for. Tears poured from his eyes in great streams. He wasn't sure why. He gave up trying to make them stop. He turned around. The door opened again, and slowly, numbly, he walked through. He kept walking. Why stop? An object set in motion, simple inertia, carried him forward. Eventually, he found himself in front of the submarine. His arm reached for the hatch. Oh, snake. And then he was floating in the water. His eyes stared down into it. He couldn't see the bottom. His back was hot. A yeti bit his back. Dimly, he felt the blade of a knife in it. Who? One dead body lay behind door number 5. The body of the 9th man. Another lay in the shower room. The body of Snake. The central staircase, there were 3 more. Ace, Santa, and Clover. Just outside the door were 2 corpses. Those of Seven and Lotus. And in this very room lay the body that had once been Connie. And now Junpei would join them. Who, then, had killed them all? Snake! Who? It was Snake! Junpei let out one last breath. Faintly, he felt the bubbles creep up the side of his face.
Nice
His consciousness
to meet you.
faded quickly,
M.
dissolving away into the
Sophistopheles.
cold, gentle... Well, but the snake thing still doesn't make sense, because why would he kill Clover? Gentle lapping of the water. Oh. Interesting. I assume these two are Akane and Junpei, and these are the other ones? Oh, it's split up here too. Oh, well, I don't know then. Kotaro Uchikoshi. Huh. Well, that was very Uchikoshi of him. Sales. Marketing. That took a lot longer than I thought. Hour and 20 minutes. That took longer than I thought. I thought we were gonna be like real, like right done yesterday. Evan Smith and Urena Strober. Okay, yeah, that's probably morphogenetic field voice. Sean Chiplock? Oh, maybe that is Santa. Edward Bosco and Wendy Lee. Yeah, maybe that is Santa. Okay. I wonder if there's gonna be like an ending thing, or if it's just gonna be like... I wonder if... Oh, the end. Or is it? Dun dun dun. Is this just gonna go on forever? Okay, I feel like it's just gonna go on forever. We all die by a yellow submarine. Saw the submarine ending. You've reached one ending. The game has multiple endings. In order to experience all the endings, you need to play through the game multiple times. Make sure you save your progress now to retain all information you've required. Memory of Escape has been added to the title screen. Memory of Escape enables you to replay escape rooms you've completed. Would you like to save the info you've obtained? After saving, the game will restart from the beginning. Let's save it here. Access the flowchart or return to the title screen to start from the beginning. Okay, so we could go back just to here and go through a different door. I want to go back here. Let's try to go through the other door.
I thought we were finished with that topic.
But then what should we do?
We should talk it.
Oh my god! Talking won't solve it!
Is there a way to like turn this on?
Very well then.
That I don't have to keep clicking it?
Well,
Well, thanks.
Correct.
but
But
who?
all 8 of...
Then it would...
Wait. I'm telling you now, there is no way in hell that I'm going into door 5.
Come on.
Call me if I'm...
Sorry.
Oh.
Wait, so what did we go?
If you think I'm... What the hell?
Yeah.
Wait, so
doesn't
what?
he-
What door do I don't even remember what door we went into last time.
I can't go anyone.
Oh yeah, we went into 5 because the game was like Junpei. The game said Junpei wanted to go through door 5 because something weird was going on.
The digital.
Oh, the four of
Wait, what about the?
Lotus and our bracelet numbers are 8, 836. 8 plus 3 plus the digital. It's 4. Add up our.
Then we can.
Yeah. So the team assignments will be 7, Snake, Clover, and Ace. They would go through door 5. Lotus. Are these really the teams I want? Beyond door 5. I never want to see that.
But we saw the 9th man.
Should I stay or should I?
All right then. It seems I'm going.
Where?
The door's not. Which?
We went to door 5 and we looked at the 9th man. But we didn't get to look at the 9th man. We just kind of acknowledged that he was in the room. I guess we'll go for door 4. Decided that door 4 would be
I'll go
fine.
through door 4 with Lotus, Santa, and June. There's nothing to worry about. I just need to stay by her side.
June, Akane Kurashiki.
This should be fine. It's no problem this way. I should see the other 4 off.
He made no shows of affection, but Junpei saw her as something more than just a friend from his childhood.
Looks like Ace and the others are going.
He watched the other 4 walk toward their door. Ace, Snake, Clover, and 7. Junpei said nothing as they left. Before long, they had reached door 5. They talked to one another for a few seconds, saying things Junpei couldn't hear, and then laid their hands one by one on the scanner panel of the red.
Now then.
Ace grabbed the lever. His face tight with determination, he turned over his shoulder to look at Junpei and his companions.
Goodbye.
Be careful.
As Ace pulled the lever, the door swung open, the mouth of a great hungry beast.
So horrible.
Beyond the door, Junpei knew lay the sad remains of the 9th man. It did not surprise him that Ace, Clover, and 7 hesitated. The body was not a pleasant thing.
What are you doing? We need to hurry.
Snake had no such problems, as his blindness made him immune to the horror. He stepped through the door, his feet making a wet splack in the pool of blood.
Snake, your shoes.
It's fine. Hurry! Or are you planning on dying with everyone else? I assume you haven't forgotten the door only remains open for 9 seconds, have you?
Sorry, Snake.
Let's go!
The 3 remaining steeled themselves and stepped through the door. Door 5 swung shut, closing with the heavy finality of metal upon metal. Junpei and his companions scrambled to the door.
Hey! How is it over there? Did you find anything? At least say something, will you?
Something's beeping.
It's just like before.
Probably the sound of the detonator on the bracelet.
Do you think they're okay?
June's face showed her concern more plainly than her words ever could. Almost as though in response to her question, a voice rang out from the other side of the door. It was 7.
Hey, there it is! That's gotta be that dead thing! Come on, get over here! We gotta authenticate!
The beeping stopped.
The sighs of relief were audible even through the heavy door.
Whew. Looks like it stopped.
Junpei and his companions leaned away from the door and breathed a collective sigh of relief of their own.
Hey, guys! Are you doing alright over there?
They'd heard 7's voice, but it wouldn't hurt to be sure.
Yep, we're fine.
Despite the recent danger, Clover's voice was as bubbly as ever.
Oh, hey, I'm gonna tell you about this whole dead thing, okay? The dead is just like the red, but the color's different. You know how the red was red? Well, the dead is blue. Other than that, it's just like the red. Authenticating is the same too.
Awesome! Thanks. That helps a lot.
Well, we should probably move on now. You be careful out there.
Roger that.
Junpei and the others left door 5 and headed towards door 4.
Now it's our turn. I'll go first.
They stood in front of the red and placed each of their hands upon it. Why did they say the body wasn't a pleasant? Why did the text say, I don't know if it'll keep it here, how far this goes. Why does this say, beyond the door, Junpei knew lay the sad remains of the 9th man. It did not surprise him that Ace, Clover, and Seven hesitated. The body was not a pleasant thing. Why is the body was not a pleasant thing? That part's weird. He doesn't know what it looks like. Not in this timeline. Junpei grabbed the lever and turned around.
Okay, we ready?
Yeah.
Sure.
Let's go.
None of them looked particularly optimistic, but their faces were set. Junpei nodded to them and turned back toward the red.
All right, let's go.
With strength and determination, he pulled the lever.
Run!
The 4 of them leapt through the door together. The moment they passed through it, each heard a cold electronic sound coming from their left wrist.
Oh, damn.
In the center of each bracelet, a red skull appeared and began to flash.
It's counting down.
The detonator's countdown had begun. In the long moment that each of them spent staring at their wrists, the numbered door behind them closed, the sound of metal on metal reverberating down the hallway.
We can't go back!
We need to hurry and find the device.
Hey! Where the hell is the dead?
How would I know?
Don't give me that crap! Start looking!
I already am!
They began to run, eyes looking frantically for the device that was the key to their salvation. The hallway they found themselves running down was a long one, easily 300 feet in length. On the right side of it stood a series of wooden doors, all nearly identical. If they had taken time to think, they would likely have discerned that the doors lead to cabins.
Don't tell me the dead is in one of those rooms.
Oh no! How many rooms do you think there are?
Junpei was too frightened to count properly, but at his best guess, there were 7 or 8 of them.
Ah, fuck! We don't have time to count.
Junpei ran to the nearest door.
We just need to open them all.
He grabbed the knob and shook it hard.
It won't open.
It didn't feel locked, more like someone had hammered an iron plate over the other side of the door. Junpei turned around to find another door and saw that his companions had already run to doors of their own. They didn't seem to be having any more success than he had. Their own words confirmed his fears.
Shit, this one's so good!
Same here. It's not moving!
June was the last to speak up.
Oh,
As Junpei looked in her direction, his eye caught something he hadn't noticed before. A small red blinking light.
there it is! At the end of the hallway. Run!
Even as he yelled, he ran. He grabbed Santa, Lotus, and June and pulled them toward the light. Santa called out to them as he ran.
Hey, how many more seconds do we have?
How would I know?
Our time limit is 81 seconds!
I know that, goddammit! I'm asking you how many seconds we have left!
In all likelihood, Junpei figured nearly a minute had already passed since the door had closed behind them. If that was true, urgency foremost in all their minds, they arrived at the end of the hallway. The dead sat on the left wall, blinking almost tauntingly at them.
Hurry! It's the dead! Get over here!
Junpei grabbed hold of the machine, his hands slick with sweat and shaking. He slammed his hand against the scanner panel.
Come on, everyone!
The other 3 quickly followed suit. With a grunt, Santa yanked the lever downward.
Looks like it stopped.
His hands beginning to steady, Junpei wiped away some of the sweat that had beaded on his forehead. As they caught their breath, the four companions began to look around.
There's another door at the end of the hallway.
You could see a heavy-looking set of double doors. Set into the walls of the hallway on either side of the larger door were two smaller ones.
Let's try this one first. And of course it won't open.
How many times had he come across similar doors with similar results, he wondered. Or perhaps, he corrected himself, more a lack of results. Whatever the reason, the door remained firm and unyielding and refused to allow Junpei or anyone else passage.
A keyhole.
Above the keyhole was a small symbol engraved in the brass.
What's this mark? Mail?
He wasn't quite sure what to make of it, and stared at it for a moment in confusion. It was June that corrected him.
No, not exactly. That's probably the symbol of Mars. Well, technically, they are the same symbol. But I saw a number of similar symbols near the main stairway. The symbols of the solar system.
Oh, that's right. The Sun, Saturn, and Earth.
At least that's what I'm assuming.
So this isn't the man symbol. It's a symbol for Mars?
I think so, yes.
I see. Wait, where's Santa?
While Junpei and June talked, Santa had disappeared. They turned to find him some distance down the hallway. He'd gone to check the other doors. Eventually, he reached the last one of them and jogged back. It took him only a moment to catch his breath again.
Yeah, so, I looked the place over. Here's the deal. None of the other doors open.
Then that must mean...
We only have 2 more doors.
Lotus examined the doors on either side of the larger double door. Each one had a metal plate attached to it.
Maybe it's the room number.
The door on the left has B92, and the one on the right says B93. All right, let's open them. I'll open B92.
Okay, I'll get B93 then.
Junpei put his hand on the doorknob, and Santa moved to the other door. They'd made it through the numbered door alive. There was nothing more to be afraid of. Junpei and Santa looked at each other and nodded.
1, 2, 3!
In unison, they pushed against their respective doors, and promptly found themselves in a new room. June followed Junpei as he threw open his door. They turned around and saw that the door on the other side was open as well. Through the door was another person, his mouth agape. It was Santa.
Hey, it opened.
Yeah, it did.
Junpei and Santa looked at each other.
I didn't expect that.
It was so easy.
Lotus's calm voice broke into their thoughts.
Maybe this is all part of Zero's plan. I can't say I enjoy being treated like someone's
I'm
puppet.
hungry.
As he headed for room 93, Lotus continued.
Well, now we have these 2 rooms. I'm sure there's something in there that will help us get out of here. Let's find it. Santa and I will search this room. You 2 take the other one.
All right.
Okay.
Oh. Whoa, that's a lot of stuff. So, bathroom, bedroom, main room. Look at this. That vase looks expensive. I wonder how much we could get for it. Are you gonna steal it? Looks like a valuable vase. Empty, though. It looks like there's a room to the right of the vase. This is a kind of weird-looking picture. You think it's an abstract painting or something? It looks kind of like a demon with an elephant nose, sucking on a human being's brain. Where the hell did that come from? What's her brain made of? Can't say I'd mind finding out a little more about what goes on in there. It's kind of weird looking picture, some sort of weird black and white design. Looks like there's a room on the right side of this picture. Okay. They just mean like you can go over there. I want to look in here first. Ooh, what's this? Matches. Box of matches. There are matches inside, obviously. What about the table? Oh, Junpei looked down blankly at what he was holding, then up at June.
Oh yeah, how's your fever? You feeling better now?
Yes, I'm fine.
June certainly looked fine.
Let me see your forehead.
Junpei held his hand to her forehead for a few seconds.
Oh,
Guess it really has gone down.
are you worried about me?
Yeah, I guess I am. Come on, it's not like that. Yeah, I guess I am.
Yeah, I guess I am.
We're gonna make them really corny. They put them in a room together. We're gonna make them like super corny. June blushed and giggled.
By the way,
Oops.
how did you end up here?
What do you mean? I told you earlier, didn't I?
There was a man with a gas mask when you got home at night. You inhaled some white smoke and passed out. When you woke up, you were on D-Deck.
Damn straight.
But is that really the truth?
What?
Jumpy, are you hiding something from me?
No, why would I?
Well, if you think about it, this is awfully suspicious. I mean, why would two childhood friends bump into each other in a place like this?
Hey, I could ask you the same thing. Are you hiding something?
What would I hide?
Well, I don't know. Anything. I mean, you're hiding it. How would I know?
You mean like the number of men I've dated?
What is this conversation? Junpei's heart stumbled over itself.
Do you want to know?
He had to admit he was a little curious.
Don't worry.
She smiled at him.
Only 18.
Didung.
Times 0. Yeah, I guess I just haven't met Mr. Right yet.
Oh, she's like original brain rot. June looked a little embarrassed and scratched the back of her head in a desperate attempt to seem nonchalant.
Yeah, I see.
Junpei coughed quietly in much the same way. And to think we could have missed out on this comedy gold have I said nah. I don't wanna.
Anyway, I'm not hiding anything. Just like you, Jumpy. When
She's
I woke
hiding
up,
why she
I
has
was
her
on
clothes like
D-Deck.
this.
Well, you do have a point. I mean, why did Zero pick us? We haven't seen each other since elementary school.
I wonder.
June nodded, and for a few moments she had the faraway look of someone deep in thought.
Look for what connects the victims. That will lead you to the culprit. Do you remember Seven saying something like that?
Yeah, I do. So?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think this must all have something to do with a classmate of ours.
You got any ideas who it might be?
No, nothing.
Oh.
Well, if it had something to do with school, then it could be one of our teachers, or maybe the principal?
Or the janitor, or the lunch lady.
No, I can barely remember any of them.
Yeah, I know.
What a great conversation they had. Junpei went back to searching, feeling unpleasant and confused. Elementary school. Elementary school. Was there anything strange that had happened in elementary school? As he searched the room, he continued to rack his brain. Alright. Ah. Jumpy, what are you doing? We don't have time to be relaxing on a sofa. It's a sofa. Maybe I shouldn't sit on it. June will get mad again. A sofa. A mire-do. Oh. My mistake, it's a sofa. A sofa. The color is a soothing light blue. Okay. It's a display case. But there's nothing being displayed. How sad. Looks like the drawers are empty too. Nothing, okay. A table. Okay. And then, what about in here? Aha! It's a bottle with water in it. This is a bedroom. They probably have it in here because your throat always feels dry when you wake up, you know? My throat's dry, but I think that's because I'm a little nervous right now. Well, we did run a lot, so we're kinda sweaty. Hey, Jumpy, did you want to take a shower together? Whoa! Just kidding. If you'd like to take it back, my brain's already working out the picture. My throat was dry already. This sure isn't helping. It's a bottle with some water in it. I doubt it'll be that useful. Oh, well, rip me, I guess. Can we click on these? It's light. Even if it's heavy? That's light. These two. This isn't a painting. It's a map? It looks like a map of the ship's interior. Oh, this is a great find. I think it'll be really useful. Let's take it with us. It's now possible to use the map screen. Junpei took one last look at the map, then folded it up and slid it back into his pocket. Jun looked up as he closed it.
This ship is bigger than I thought.
Yeah, it's probably about 900 feet long.
Must be one of those fancy cruise ships.
Of course, it doesn't really look like a cruise ship. Everything in here is really retro. Even if it's just some sort of style choice, there's just too much.
Do you remember what Zero said?
Okay, yeah, but I don't want to listen to that
Do you
again.
think maybe this boat and the Titanic have something to do with each other?
That's a good point. I doubt he would have mentioned it if there wasn't a reason.
Junpei took a moment to look around the room.
Do you think this boat is...
A replica of the Titanic? The actual Titanic. Let's go with replica. It looks too new. Like, there's too much new stuff.
a replica of the Titanic?
A replica?
Yeah, you know, like a copy of the actual boat.
Who on earth would make something like that?
Fans. Crazy Titanic fans.
No way. Do you even know how much money that would take?
No idea. But all they've got to do is break even, you know?
Break even?
Yeah, they could use it as a cruise ship. Climb aboard a piece of history, sail around the world in the resurrected Titanic. Hell, with marketing like that, they'd probably have more customers than they'd know what to do with.
Do you really think people would want to ride on a ship with such an ominous past? It's the site of the worst accident in history. Over 1,500 people died. I wouldn't be surprised if you'd get cursed just for going.
A curse, huh?
Jumpy, do you believe in that sort of thing? You know, curses and stuff?
I do know there are a lot of crap. Let's choose this. I feel like she's wacky and like she's like wacky and goofy and stuff like that. So we should do this.
Yeah, well, I guess so. To a certain extent.
Junpei scratched his temple.
What about you? No, I guess that's kind of a dumb question.
Yes, I do believe in curses. In fact, I think it was a curse that sunk the Titanic.
What?
A curse sank the Titanic. The curse of the Egyptian mummy.
Junpei couldn't understand how June had maintained a straight face to say that.
Supposedly, the Titanic carried the mummy of the priestess Amun-Ra, which was stolen from a pyramid. And they say that the mummy had a history. Everyone involved with it died mysterious deaths. Come on, I'm sure you've heard of it before. Those who open the coffin will be forever cursed. Haven't you ever heard that one?
So you're saying the Titanic sunk because of that curse?
That's right!
June's eyes had lit up with excitement, like a child with a new toy.
That mummy, the priestess, supposedly, she was special.
What do you mean?
Well, supposedly, she was really pretty.
Pretty?
Yes?
But she was a mummy.
That's right. She wasn't all shriveled up or rotten or anything. She almost looked alive.
Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, it's that thing. I don't remember the name. Where your body turns into some kind of wax? Yeah? The fat in it turns into something kind of like candle wax, right? And...
Yes, saponification. But that's not what it was.
Huh?
That's not it. She wasn't wax.
Then what was it?
They say that she was frozen.
What? Frozen?
What?
That's right. The whole body was frozen solid.
Like in Files.
You know how a human body is more than 60% water? Well, all of that water was frozen. The story says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic, even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted.
That's crazy.
I think so too, but maybe it's true and we just didn't know about it before.
I didn't know?
Yep. Maybe it's common sense to eat shaved ice in the desert because it lasts forever.
Huh? Nah, that seems too silly to be true.
But maybe it isn't. It just appears that way because you didn't know it was true.
Well, yeah,
Okay. June and Junpei talked a little more and then went back to their investigation. But even as they did, his mind went back to what she'd told him.
Ice that doesn't melt, even in the desert? Does something like that really exist? No, even if it did, it wouldn't really be ice anymore, would it?
The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Like he'd eaten his ice cream too fast. Well, that was a weird conversation to have. Can I light these on fire? It's a light blue blanket with some designs on it. Someone's made the bed, or at least never unmade it. There's only bed sheets under the blanket. Nothing exciting. A blanket. Should we take another look at this blanket? No, I think we've covered it pretty well. Looks like that one was lame enough to get her to blush a little. Get it? Get it? Blanket, it's so well made it won't fly off for sure. Look, there's two pillows right next to each other. Guess it's a double. Huh? What's up? You're turning red. Oh man, is your fever back? Hey, are you alright? You need to lay down for a minute? I'm fine. I think it's still a little early for that. Huh? Hey, seriously, are you really okay? Two pillows next to each other. What an awkward shaped bed. Oh, that'd be so annoying to get out of. You won't let me click on anything else? A bed frame. Now we don't have to worry about falling off. I toss and turn when I sleep. She's blushing again. What the hell is she thinking about? A bed frame. Okay. Well, now that we're done with our sussy bedroom with Akane, a wooden cupboard. There are cups inside, surprising no one. Wooden cupboard, there's nothing use. Okay, well now that we've spent... Oh, actually there's still stuff over here. A chair that goes with the dresser. There's nothing particularly interesting about it. What about the mirror? This is the mirror for the dresser. And now she's playing with her hair. Does she even realize she's doing that? Hey, we don't have time for that. Come on, it's not like there's anyone here you need to impress. Yes, there is. Who? What? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? Forget it, Jumpy. The two of them. Oh. A dresser key. How convenient. Oh, actually, I want to look at the light. The light. Thanks to it, we can see. Okay. Can we use that here? Yours are empty too? Okay, no, I guess not. Well, let's go in here then. Jumpy, where are you going? I was thinking of going over to Lotus's room. Why? What do you mean, why? I'm just gonna go check up on him. Is there something wrong with that? Well, no. Come back soon. Sure thing. I'll leave the rest to you. Sure. Leave it to me. Alright, off to the other room. That's not what I thought that was gonna be. What's up? You're going back already? Well, I can't just leave June there by herself. What, you think you're her knight or her protector or something? You're creeping me out. Whatever, man. I'm going. It's not what I thought was gonna happen. Vase. Oh, hideous. Disgusting. I hate it. Who did this? Who created this crime? That's the bathroom wall. There's square tiles all over it. Wall covered with square tiles, they've all got geometric shapes on them. Is there one that isn't right? I'm trying to look if there's one that's, like, wrong. That's the shower knob. Let's see if anything happens when we turn it. No water's coming out. It's just a shower head, nothing special about it. There's a little blue platform protruding from the shower wall next to the knobs, which are putting soap on. I used to shower once, so I know. Oh, a round of applause, everybody. Junpei, we don't know his last name, has used a shower. Okay. Well, I guess all of the... Oh. Toilet. Now, let's check the toilet. There's nothing there. The tank's empty too. There isn't even any water in it. A collection of full and partially depleted rolls of toilet paper. Someone was well prepared. There's nothing too suspicious about it. Yeah, why don't we go back to the living room? Okay, let's go back. Okay. Well, I guess this is all that we've done here. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, no, never mind. I thought I could click on that vase. I guess I can't. I'm gonna go get some water and I'll be right back.
Sophistopheles.
back. I have more water. I actually refilled the other thing I had with water in it, but I did not bring it back in. I did start some food, just like TV dinner, so I'll go grab that. But for now, while that's chilling, and it's not something that like is I need to urgently deal with, let's go over here and look at this vase. Another weird painting. A square tile in this frame. It's glued there quite well. I don't think you can take it out. Well done. What was that? Oh no! My Dark Magician girl Hello Kitty just fell. I accidentally knocked it off the table. Let's try this door first. Ah, gross. Disgusting. Whoa, look! Junpei, there's a mushroom growing out of the wall! That's a shower head. That's the shower knob. I tried turning it, but no water comes out. This thing's a little shelf for putting soap on. This is the bathroom wall. The whole wall is covered in these square tiles. This has gotta mean something, right? Some toilet paper. We've got 2 rolls, I guess. Is there anything in the toilet? Guess not. Tank's empty too. Okay. Curtain rod in the ceiling, probably for shower curtains. Where are the curtains then? That means if someone's taking a shower, no one else can use the bathroom. So, I don't see the problem with that. Junpei, you're a pervert. Okay. Another couch. Hey, check this out. This is a pretty nice sofa. I know. It's a shame I can't take it back with me. That's funny. Oh, candlestick. A candle with a candlestick. This might come in handy. Oh wait, hold on. I know. If I use these matches to light the candle... Lit candle. It's lit, fam. So you lit the candle. I'm sure it'll be light. It'll be a light in dark places when all the lights go out. Well, this is a display case. Check it out. These plates and shit look really expensive. Wanna take a look? Sure. Oh, wait, hold on. Come on, you stupid thing. Open. It's locked? It looks that way. I need to find a key that opens it. Probably this? Damn, this is the wrong key. Oh. Well, that means it's gotta be one around here somewhere. Otherwise, we aren't gonna be able to open this thing. Junpei, I don't mean to pry, but... You lit that candle so we could check that room over there, right? I mean, it is dark, you know. Yeah, so? Well, you need to take it with you then, otherwise there's not really much point to lighting it. Okay. It's so hot when I hold it. I want to put it down. Well, why didn't you set it on top of the dresser? It's flat there. At least it won't fall over. Oh yeah, good idea. Hey, it got pretty bright. Now we can look around a little. There's a lit candle on top of the dresser. Now, let's see if this... Yes. Yes, it worked. Aha. A chair for the dresser. This is the mirror for the dresser. Damn straight. Nothing weird about it, though. It's the light, man. Can't you figure that out on your own? Hard to tell if it's burnt out or not. First, now that we have a candle, this doesn't really matter that much anymore. Oh, can I pick the camera back up? Hey, Junpei, it's a cupboard! There's a freaking cupboard in here! Are you alright? Oh, don't give me that. A cupboard in a room can only mean there's a safe in here. Really? Damn, there's nothing in here. Got me all worked up for nothing. Can I pick up this candle? Candle's burning fast, its beauty melts my heart, but this isn't time to be enjoying the soft glow of a candle, I suppose. We better make a detailed investigation of the room. Okay, bottle full of water, don't think we're gonna need this for anything. Picture of an old cruise ship, is it the Titanic? A light, would you expect? Yeah. Cupboard, nothing inside. Aha, a curtain. Anything under the blanket? Nope. Okay. Nothing but burning eyes stare back at me. I'm messing with you. There's nothing in there. Oh, that's funny. No ghosts or girls either. 2 pillows in a pile. Oh. A pile of pillows. Is that supposed to be some kind of joke? Hey, calm down. There are 2 pillows. Must be a double bed. Anything under the blanket? Nope, still nothing suspicious. Can I click on the frame? Nope, okay. Huh? What the hell? It just got dark. The candle got blown out? We should go see. A jump scare. Oh no, it just burned down. There's a candlestick covered in melted wax. Hey, what's this? The top of the candlestick looks kinda weird. You're right, it's all bumpy. It's a key. Okay, well, let's use the key here. Let's see if the candlestick key will do anything. Yes! It opened! Alright, pull that shit open. Oh, we can grab this too. What about this?
Hey, Junpei, you got a minute?
Santa had shown up out of nowhere and gave Junpei no small start.
Here, take this.
Santa pulled something out of his pocket.
Bookmark.
It looked like a bookmark. It had a 4-leaf clover on it.
What is this for? Do you want me to read a book?
I found it in between some of the cushions on the sofa. Pretty sure it ain't gonna be any help to us, but I figured we might as well hang on to it anyway.
Then why don't you hold on to it?
Santa gave him a wry smile.
You know what I hate most in the world? I got 4 things. Hope, faith, love, and luck.
Hope, faith, love, and luck?
Damn straight.
And you hate these things?
Yeah, you got a problem with that?
Not really, but...
Junpei tried to figure out how to best to phrase what he'd wanted to
What
say.
does a bookmark have to do with any of that?
Santa scratched the back of his ear and looked awkward.
Well, see, each leaf on the 4-leaf clover has a meaning to it, okay? And that meaning is pretty much those 4 words. It's like flower language. Well, I guess it's not a flower, is it? So, leaf language, I guess? Yeah, you could call them leaf words.
Leaf words.
Junpei looked at the bookmark.
Hope, faith, love, and luck. The meaning of the leaves on a 4-leaf clover.
So, yeah, I want you to take it, okay? Just touching it gives me the creeps. Take the damn thing, alright?
Santa pretended to shiver with disgust and shoved the bookmark into Junpei's confused hands.
Here.
What do you want to do? I mean, of course we'll take it. Decided to take it. After all, why shouldn't he?
Alright, sure. I'll take it.
He shoved the thing in his pocket and gave Santa a last confused look.
Oh, man, I feel a lot better now. That thing was a real pain, you know?
Do you really hate those 4 words that much?
Yeah, well, they can all betray you, you know? Hope, faith, love, even your destiny.
What had happened to Santa, Junpei wondered. How had he become such a bitter person? He added too much sugar to the lemonade. For a moment, they looked at each other.
Well, that's not my only reason.
What?
That's not the only reason I hate the 4-leaf clover. I just can't bring myself to like the number 4.
What, worried about the 4 horsemen?
Nah, come on, man. That's just silly.
I wonder if that was a joke about
Maybe
death.
back in the Dark Ages, that kind of
well, no.
crap scared people. But this is the 21st century, and I'm a 21st century guy. I'm a little insulted.
Then why do you hate 4 so much?
'Cause it's a half-ass number. Not the best or the worst. That's why.
What?
9 is a way better number. So what if it's last place, right? At least it's not some lame-ass middle number.
What are you...
Santa's explanation made no sense. Junpei was even more confused than before.
You play?
Play?
You mean like the stock market? You mean like gambling?
Gambling?
Yeah, of course. What else would I mean? In Baccarat, the best possible hand totals 9.
Baccarat.
They call it Le Grand. But the lowest, most worthless cards, zeros, they call Monkey.
Just like the guy in charge of this game, huh? Zero's a monkey.
Santa blinked, utterly stunned.
What?
Then he began to laugh.
Oh man, you're totally right. The guy who trapped us in here sure is one hell of a monkey.
That was when Lotus spoke up.
You know, if you think about it, the nonary game is really a lot like Baccarat.
Apparently, she'd been listening.
Of course, it doesn't use any of that stupid digital root junk. You just drop the tens digit, and that's it. Still, it does have the same idea of your final number needing to be a single digit.
Oh. Yeah, I guess you got a point.
And in both games, whoever has 9 wins.
The person who makes 9 wins?
Wait, did you forget already? Don't you remember what Zero said?
It is hidden, seek away.
Yeah.
So, if we want to get off this boat, we have to make a team whose numbers have the digital root of 9.
And only the people in that team are going to make it out alive.
Of course. That's why it's called the nonary game.
What?
Huh?
Like 9?
You don't know? Nonary means something derived from 9, or base 9. It's derived from the Latin prefix nona, which means 9. While we're at it, the prefix for 1 is uni. You know, like the unicorn, the horse with 1 horn. 2 is bi, like binary. Binary means composed of 2 parts. 3 is tri. I'm sure you've heard that one plenty. Like trio, triple, and triangle. You get the idea.
She didn't even say tricycle.
After that, you have quart, quinty, sext, septum, and so on. And of course, the prefix for 8 is octo, like octopus. It's called that because it has 8 legs. Get it?
I see. So then Nona means 9.
Nonopus.
So, how many of us are trapped on this ship?
That'd be 9.
And what are the bracelet numbers we have?
They go from 1 to 9.
And our time limit? How many hours did we have?
Zero said 9 hours.
And finally, to get out of this ship,
We need to find the door with a 9 that's hidden somewhere in the ship.
By making a team with the digital root of 9.
9, 9, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, we don't have 9 nines. Lotus
There you
nodded
have it.
again.
the number 9 is everywhere in this game. He's got a real theme of 9s for this whole thing. No wonder it's called the nonary game.
Somewhere far away, Junpei heard the crack of stressed metal, and somewhere far away, Neon heard his food. probably eat it. I'll try to eat it in between when they're talking. Somewhere far away, Junpei heard the creak of stressed metal. It sounded almost like Zero laughing at them, or the sad, desperate scream of a pig headed to the slaughterhouse. Weird. Alright. Nothing on the table. We got the stuff out of here. We only have 2 of these plates. We got shower curtains though. Let's try going over to the curtain. And doing this. Let's put that shower curtain on those hooks. Let's try spreading the curtains. Oh wait, hold on, let me get out here first. Let's try spreading the curtains. I saw a hole. There's a hole in the curtain. If I look at it from a ways back, I can see a single tile. Alright, from here I can see what tile it is. Looks like it's 5th from the top and 3rd from the right. This one? A white tile, 5th from the top, 3rd from the right. Let's have a look. Nothing strange here. No, it's not budging. Well, that means we don't have anything to pry it open, do we? Oh, the other bathroom. Across the hallway. Away we go. That's not what I meant to press. Away we go. Junpei, if you miss her so much, you don't have to keep coming back here. Psh! No, that's not what this is. I'm just being like a bridge between the 2 rooms. Uh-huh. You just keep telling yourself that. Now get out of here and go help June. Akane, I'm home. Honey, I'm home. This one. Here it is. Yes, this one's loose. I think I can get under this with my nails and yes! Excuse me. Let me inspect these. The black and white tile. I think I've seen this pattern before, okay. So we're not gonna get any more dialogue with Akane? Like, talk about the vase? No? Okay. Well, let's put these in here. I guess we'll just put the tiles in, yeah. Oh, it's the same thing. Yes, I did it! There, picture complete. And there goes the frame. What's this? What do you mean, what's this? Pretty obvious, isn't it? It's a hole in the wall. Like a hidden safe or something, you know? Anyway, let's take a look. I think there might be something inside. Oh, the Mars key. Junpei messed around a bit with the key he had and looked blankly at the picture that slid down.
What's the deal with this picture anyway?
Santa had only been mumbling to himself, but it drew Lotus's attention. She looked at the picture and paused.
I think I've seen this picture before.
Where?
In a book.
A book?
There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He has a rather interesting theory. I saw this picture in his book.
What's this interesting theory?
Morphogenetic fields, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance.
Man, I can't deal with this. Just listening to you talk about it is giving me a...
Santa put his hands on his head as though he were in great pain. Lotus merely arched an eyebrow in his direction and continued.
It's not a difficult concept to grasp. In essence, he states that the shape of living organisms and their behavioral patterns are transmitted through a field not visible to the eye.
What part of that isn't difficult, exactly?
Lotus did not look pleased.
All right, how about this? Theory of the telepathic mechanism.
Telepathy?
Yes, telepathy. Well, perhaps not exactly telepathy, but it's close enough for a simple approximation.
Santa suddenly burst out into laughter.
Are you serious? Telepathy? Who do you think we are? Kids from the 70s? I can't believe someone would actually do serious research on something like that.
Yes, I agree.
Lotus's response was surprisingly curt. Junpei had expected at least some conflict.
I read the book, but I can hardly say I understood it. I'm in no position to defend or condemn anything it said. It was probably just someone latching onto a statistical outlier from some study and turning it into a ridiculous theory. There's no scientific merit to any of it, I'm sure. But even so, Anyway, I saw a picture like that one in his book.
Lotus indicated the picture they'd all been looking at, like a Rorschach test or something. After a moment, she walked up to the picture, examined it, and then spoke.
Hey, what do you think this picture looks like?
The weird elephant-nosed demon sucking out someone's brain that Akane said. It's the best bet I got so far. Santa answered first.
What do you mean? Isn't it just like abstract or something like that? It's just black and white scribbles. There's no meaning there. That's it.
What about you, Junpei? Does it look like anything to you?
Can I look at it?
I guess it looks like...
Does it look like anything? Oh, wait. Now I can't see it. A man's face, a butterfly, koi, a dog, a small boat floating on a lake. Funyo Rinpa. Funyo Rinpa? I don't think it looks like a man's face. A dog, a butterfly, koi, a boat, butterfly. Doesn't look like a butterfly. It could be koi. It's got kind of a weird, it could be a koi pond. A small boat floating in a lake. I don't think that's it. I don't know what this is. Oh, it's assemblage of random Japanese sounds. Okay, so it doesn't mean anything. Yeah. So... yeah.
How is everyone?
I wish I could look at it better. It's really hard to see with the box over it. I guess this kind of looks like a dog. But the whole thing's supposed to look like a dog, right? It looks more like a... well... no, this kind of looks like a tail, like on a lizard. These look like wings. I don't know where Akane got the person. Maybe this is supposed to be a person? Kind of looks like a bird. Or a horse, actually. Let's go with... could it be a dog?
Maybe a dog.
I'm not gonna advance. I want to get a better picture. Or a better look at what this could be. boat on a lake? I think dog is the only thing that even remotely could be anything. It doesn't look like anything else.
No, see, you got the head here, and then these are the front paws, and then these are the back paws.
Oh, you know what? This right here, this white spot right here, kind of looks like a dog flexing. Like a dog, like on its hind legs, like flexing. Like this is the bicep, this is the fist, this is like the nose, these are the ears. Oh. Oh, I totally see it. It looks like a terrier.
Oh, I see it. I guess you've got a point.
Santa, despite his constant aloofness,
Welcome, Kawa
was
Sabai.
clearly impressed. Hello, Kawa. Junpei glanced over at Lotus. You like this dog picture they're looking at right now? Isn't there a thing like this in Persona 5? Right? Isn't there a thing like this? It's like but it's like something else, right? It's like a horse or something? Like a cowboy or something? She looked stunned.
How did you know?
Junpei's from
You're
P3.
right. I didn't think you would have been able to guess that.
None of the other options made sense, Lotus. For a brief moment, Junpei felt a swell of pride.
So, now we know what it's a picture of, but I don't see how that helps us.
Lotus nodded and began to speak.
A TV show from Great Britain did an experiment once. They took two similar pictures. Both of them were difficult to identify, initially. But once you figured out the answer, you couldn't see it as anything else. These two pictures. The first was a woman wearing a hat. The other one, well, to make it easier, let's just say it was this picture of a dog. So, their experiment. First, they sent the picture to other parts of the world, outside the reach of British airwaves. To Ireland, the US, Africa, Europe, etc.
True Trout proxy chat? Do they have that? Oh, you're talking about the text display bubble. Yes, if people want to sideload that, they totally can. It's all client. I don't know how that's gonna work with like how that's gonna work with text, like actually on screen. I guess that's a setting you could turn off in your Minecraft settings. I was thinking, I think there's an actual proxy chat mod for Minecraft.
Then, in each country, they gathered a number of test subjects, roughly 1,000 people.
So this is supposed to look like a lady in a hat? I guess I can see it. Like, this is her face. This is the hat. Two mods, chat bubbles in proximity.
They were shown the two pictures and asked, what does this picture look like to you? The results weren't really interesting on their own. 9.2% of the people saw the lady in the lady picture.
Lady.
3.9% saw the dog in the dog picture. Then, 2 days later, they aired a new program on their show. During the 30-minute show, they broadcast the dog picture and its solution. The audience was estimated to be 200,000 people. After the broadcast, it was a safe bet that the number of people who knew the solution to the dog picture was at least that many. After another 2 days passed, they gathered more research subjects from areas outside the reach of British TV and radio. This time, they only found a sample of roughly 850 people. Naturally, none of them had participated in the first test. They were, however, given the same test and the same two pictures. The results were startling. 10% of the people saw the lady in the lady picture.
Client side are fun, they are.
The previous test sat at a 9.2% success rate. Not much of a change statistically.
Yeah, and with 850 people, that might as well not be the difference.
The dog picture, however, produced a very different result. The percentage of people able to successfully find the dog, it went from 3.9% to 6.8%, a very significant increase. So do you understand? Do you realize the significance of this experiment?
Some people are better at looking at abstract art than others.
There was no way the second group could have seen the picture. They lived far away from Britain and couldn't have seen it. But even so, it was only the success rate for the dog picture that went up. Why? How did that happen? What does it mean?
It mean they got that dog in them. Lotus looked back and forth from Junpei to Santa and back again. Normally calm and collected, she looked now as though she was very nearly possessed, and there was something manic about her manner. Also, I like the idea that the entire time this is happening, June is just sitting in the other room like, do. I wonder when Junpei's gonna come back. Santa took an involuntary step backwards. Junpei didn't budge and stared straight back into Lotus's eyes.
Oh, wait, does this have something to do with that field, or whatever it was that you were talking about earlier? A field not visible to the eye. So, if more people know the answer, then that information will pass through the field. Huh.
Huh. Huh.
Psych!
Her manner suddenly shifted, and Lotus smiled broadly at Junpei and Santa. She waved her hand dismissively, doing her best to laugh the whole confrontation off.
I was just kidding. You really shouldn't take me seriously.
Dang, we got played.
Well, I mean, the things I just told you about are true. They really did happen. But the results of that experiment really aren't anything to go by. They could have easily falsified them. In the end, I'm sure they were just in it for the ratings. They are a TV station after all.
At last, it seemed that Santa had gained control of his composure.
Right! Man, I gotta admit, you had me there for a minute. I, really thought you were serious.
Of course not. Like I told you before, I'm sure it's all just pseudoscience.
Oh, okay, right.
Santa and Lotus laughed and gave each other jovial claps on the shoulder. Junpei, however, didn't feel so much like laughing. Something felt wrong, unclear.
All right, enough nonsense. We've got the key. Let's get out of here.
Word.
And to think, we'd be missing all of this other, information if we were playing in adventure mode. Adventure mode sucks. Lotus and Junpei walked away from the picture, but Lotus and Santa walked away from the picture, but Junpei stared, staring at the picture of the dog.
Huh. A field not visible to the naked eye.
Like Transformers.
Morphogenetic field.
Dun 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 dun. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Okay, anyway, I think we're done. Alright, let's go to the hallway. I'll go get June, you guys head to the door. Okay, roger that. We don't have any reason to go back there, Junpei. Come on. Hey, Jumpy. Where are you going? Oh, I was gonna go get you. I know. Santa told me. Come on, let's go. Yes, it unlocked. Good job, Junpei. Good, now we can get going. Come on, what are you guys standing around for? Let's get out of here. Come on, Jumpy, let's go. Alright, let's go. Oh, there's an actual background this time. It doesn't just open up to a giant black void. That's really funny. They stepped through the door to find themselves in a wide hallway.
Oh, another hallway.
Wait, hold on. Junpei, Lotus, June, and Santa stopped for a moment and looked at their surroundings. Okay, so we haven't come, okay, I'm just making sure. A short distance away, a metal grate extended across the width of the hallway.
Come on.
Let me in! Let me in!
It's not going to open because you rattled it, you know.
Damn it!
They took hold and shook, but it refused to move.
Look over here!
Nearby was a pair of elevators.
Elevators. And the buttons? Of course they don't work.
The power must be out here too, just like by the staircase.
That leaves this door.
Dun dun dun.
Well, looks like we don't have any choice.
Yeah.
Sure does.
Well then, let's open it.
All right, here I go.
Junpei grabbed hold of the knob and quietly pushed the door open. He entered, slowly trying to take in as much of his surroundings as he could. The others followed shortly.
Oh, so it's a kitchen.
Santa did not look pleased.
What were you expecting?
Isn't it obvious? The exit. I was hoping this would be the way out of here.
You really think it'd be that easy?
Yeah, I know. Still.
As they talked, Lettuce headed deeper into the room. Until at last, she stood in front of a door.
If we can just get through this door, we should come out on the other side of that grate we saw earlier.
What? Why isn't that voiced? But don't we need a key for that?
No good.
Sorry, I guess that wasn't very constructive. What is happening? Neither Junpei nor Lotus looked very happy. What is going on?
Anyway, let's take a look.
Junpei dug the ship map from his pocket and spread it out in front of him. As he did...
Hey!
What's that?
Huh? Oh yeah, I guess I forgot to tell you. I found this a little while ago. It's a map of the B deck.
Oh. Before Junpei could finish, Lotus snatched the map away from him.
Let me see that.
She ran her finger across it, muttering to herself.
I knew it. See? Look.
Yes, hold your horses.
Junpei did as he was told.
What did you figure out?
Santa and June moved over to look at the map as well.
This is handy.
See? We came in here. Now if we go out there, then we'll be on the other side of the grate.
Oh. I mean, yeah, they came in here. Okay, so there must be a wall here then. An invisible wall that they didn't talk about. Because this is the door we entered in, I presume.
How about that?
Oh no,
right.
we would have...
We can get out through there.
We would have come in through over here. So... It would have been somewhere back here. And then their hallway would go over here. And then our hallway came out this way.
There we go. Here, you can have it back.
Satisfied that she had been correct, Lettuce folded the map and handed it back to Junpei.
Thanks.
He took it and slid the valuable piece of paper back into his pocket.
There's a card reader on the right side of the door.
Nice to meet you. M. Sophistopheles.
And that means the key card is somewhere in here, right?
That seems the most likely.
All right, we know what we need to do then. Let's get moving. First off, I say we split up and look for clues.
Like, zoinks, dude! How are we gonna get out of the ship before it sinks?
Okay.
Take a screenshot of that. Alright, gang, let's split up and look for clues. It's trapping time. Next thing you know, June's gonna say, Jinkies! Well, I saw this. A voucher. It says, appetizer 9, meat dish 10, soup A, seafood dish F. 9 plates look pretty expensive. They're plates for appetizers. Remember, appetizers usually come on square plates. Oh, okay. Well, excuse me, princess. Okay, they threw in another one. Well, excuse me, princess. My boy. Peace is what all true heroes strive for. I'm so hungry I could eat an Octorok. 1, 2, 3, there's 10 of them. If you flip these over, they look like hats. The middle is super deep for a plate. They're soup plates. They're made that way so that the soup doesn't spill. If we ever get out of here, you should treat yourself to a nice dinner out. What makes you think a poor college student has the money to do something like that? Oh, she should have made a Seinfeld joke. That was ripe for a Seinfeld joke. She could have said something like, no soup for you, 6 months. Okay, so... we have 9 appetizer plates, 10 soup plates, even though this is meat dish, soup A, seafood dish F. 15 plates, they're for seafood. When you tell that, they look just like any other plate from the 99-cent store. If you ever take a lady out to dinner, you're gonna embarrass yourself. I feel sorry for June. What? Why the hell are you bringing up June? The lady doth protest too much, methinks. You're not terribly subtle. There's a bunch of little wavy ridges on this plate. Those plates are for serving meat. You really are ignorant, aren't you? Come on, it's not like I need to know this crap. Jeez. 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 Jeez, Lotus. Oh, jeez, Lotus. Wow. This pot looks like it's made of silver. I bet drinking tea from this pot would be really yummy. Spending a day off with June, drinking tea. Could such a day ever happen for me? Jumpy? Oh, nothing. We don't really need hot water, so we should be moving on. We don't need to invent fire when I'm spitting all the heat that we'll ever need. I should put that on the soundboard. Okay, well... Oh, we can actually look at a lot of stuff. Look at that. A lot of notes. They got a bunch of stuff written on them, but it doesn't look like a code or anything like that. Also, so this voucher doesn't match the number of plates on the table. It says appetizer 9, meat dish 10, soup A, seafood dish F on the voucher. And the plates on the table are appetizer 9, 16 meat, 10 soup, 15 seafood. Maybe they're using hexadecimal here. And hexadecimal is... that's when you curse a decimal. You hexadecimal. It's a number system that goes 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F, 11, 10, 11. You're familiar with base 10, right? That's the normal system of numbers. The base 10 equivalents for hexadecimal numbers would go like this. A, 10, B, 11, C, 12, D, 13, E, 14, F, 15. And 10 equals 16. The 10 becomes 16 in base 10. I know it sounds strange, but you can think of it as just 6 letters added onto the normal number system after 9. A equals 10, B equals 11, okay. I think I get it. Now I understand. Now I understand. Okay. Oh. It's a bolt. And it's really rusty. Will this even open? We won't know until we try. Let's give it a shot. Alright, let's see if you're gonna come out. Damn. No dice. King dice? Okay, Oh. Cheese! Cheese! Hey, there's something behind the cheese. You're right. Why don't we try to move some of the cheese? Alright guys, time to move it. June and I need to look behind you. There's a little green bottle back there. A bottle of oil. Look at those polygons. Oh look, cooking oil. You could probably use this to make something slippery. We're gonna cook? There are a number of cheeses lined up on the shelf. This is Gouda cheese, the most famous Dutch cheese. If you don't open the casing, it usually won't go bad. So you can store it at room temperature for quite a while. So we can eat this? Most likely. I'm not hungry, at all. I guess it's hard to get hungry in a situation like this. There's some cheese on the shelf. Sweet. There's some cheese on the shelf. Sweet. There's some cheese on the shelf. Sweet. There's some cheese on this shelf. Sweet. There's some cheese on the 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 shelf. Sweet. Jumpy, you're searching with such tenacity. I don't think you have to search down there. I just want to be sure. There's some cheese on the shelf. Sweet. Jumpy, you're searching with such tenacity. I don't think you have to search down there. I just want to be sure. There's some cheese on the shelf. Sweet. Okay, now that we've concerned Akane. There's so much stuff in here. A whole lot of cans. This is probably a pantry. Did you say panties? What? Wait, what did that say? Line, cans, wooden box in the second row though. A knife!
A rusty knife? I don't think we'll be able to use it while it's like this.
The knife seemed important, Junpei thought, but it wasn't going to be much use the way it was.
It's futile.
Futile?
You know, a waste, useless, pointless.
Oh. Any particular reason you wanted to bring that up?
Oh, no reason really. I was just thinking about futility.
She's such a, like, airhead.
Huh?
I feel like we really didn't get to see the side of Akane because we barely interacted with her, like, the entire time last time. But, I guess we did see it a little bit when we were in the shower room with her, when we found the body. And they spent that whole time, like, reminiscing with each other while they were standing next to a corpse. And they were talking about how, like, all the fun times they used to have when they were kids. But since we've been stuck with her in this alternate route, she's really, like, been all up on it. She's been like, oh, no, we were talking about astrology. And she's like, have you ever heard of the Titanic? She wasn't making much sense. Junpei tried rephrasing his question.
Why were you thinking about futility?
At last, she answered.
Well, it has something to do with the Titanic.
Because not the Titanic.
The Titanic?
Yep. Have you ever heard the story that the sinking of the Titanic was predicted?
No, I haven't.
No, I haven't. What is it?
In 1892, 14 years before the Titanic sank, a novel was published. It was called Futility. It was written by an American novelist named Morgan Robertson. The story was about a big cruise ship colliding with an
not Arthur
iceberg
Morgan?
and sinking. Of course, if that was the only similarity, there wouldn't be any reason to mention it. It wasn't, though. The name of the ship, its nationality, course, departure time, size, displacement, maximum speed, number of passengers and crew, the number of lifeboats, even the location of the accident itself, and the cause and the location of the damage. Everything matches the Titanic almost exactly. It was almost as if he'd seen the whole thing happen. But this book was written 14 years before the Titanic sank. But that's not all. It wasn't just futility that predicted the sinking of the Titanic. There were two other similar stories written by a man named William Thomas Stead. Both of them before the accident. One in 1886 and one in 1892. Stead wrote two stories that had striking similarities to the Titanic disaster. In one, two ships collided. Many of the passengers died because there weren't enough lifeboats. In the other, a ship collided with an iceberg and sank.
I don't know.
Bruh.
I mean, I'll give you that it seems a little weird, but...
Welcome to the Mr. Rabbit Hole. Yeah, welcome to the Akane experience. I mean, Rabbit Hole. Wait, hold on. Wait a second. We have something for this. Yeah, welcome to the Akane experience. Welcome to the Akane experience. This is it. Hold on. 1 second. Miss Rabbit Hole, you mean...
Do you really want to die like a virgin boy?
Did somebody say Deco 27? Did somebody say Deco 27?
Loving and liking, they're just fun and the same. You're not that special, it's just part of the game. Hey, I'm sorry, is that really what you wanted me to say? No way, don't get all stressed and depressed over this, okay? Stop, cause you know never wanting anymore is rule number one. I told you right from start, nothing give it in heart, it's only for fun. How could you miss your commitment? You can find the exit over to the right. Oh my, are you really staying for the night? Hop, step, and one more chance. So if it feels, keep it real, baby, shake that. Pop in a feeling, keep going like that. Don't be a creep, that's a weird girl. Say you thirsty for me, but stop being cringy. If you really want some, if you're feeling lonely, baby, get lucky. It is love, but it only give me life. Are you really gonna die like a virgin boy? If it feels, keep it real, baby, shake that. Down with the feels, with face screaming down.
Okay, and then this is where I say, please don't strike me. Deco 27, please no. YouTube content ID, please no.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't too uncommon for ships to hit icebergs back in the day, or even other ships.
Right, I knew you'd say that.
Hmm?
But what if Stead had some sort of special powers? To be more specific, what if he had the ability to do automatic writing?
The original generative AI. He used the power of ChatGPT to write his books.
Are you talking about about when someone's possessed by a spirit and then they write a bunch of stuff without knowing what they're writing?
Yes.
What do you mean, yes? That stuff's a load of bull.
But Jumpy, you said you believe in curses.
Come on, that's totally different. Okay, let's say, hypothetically, that automatic writing isn't a total load. These guys still couldn't have predicted the sinking of the Titanic. When this Stead dude wrote his thing, nobody had died on the Titanic yet. So if automatic writing is about being possessed by dead people, who the hell possessed him so he could write that stuff?
A time-traveling ghost.
That's not it.
What's not it?
Stead wasn't possessed by a spirit. He was doing the possessing.
Oh. What are you smoking?
He'd be like, I'm pretty sure Zero stripped us down of all of our belongings when you arrived here, Akane. Where did you find that joint?
William Thomas Stead was a passenger on the Titanic. He just wrote down what he saw with his own eyes 20 years before it happened.
He decided it was probably best to say nothing. What June was saying was insane and utterly absurd. He tried to take what she was saying seriously, he'd go mad. Junpei smiled uncomfortably.
Well, why don't we talk about this some other time, okay?
Huh? But...
Her voice trailed off and she glanced at the floor, troubled.
Come on, let's get back to it.
Junpei tapped June gently on the shoulder and awkwardly reached around her to pick up the knife from the box. Aha. Can I combine these? No? A knife. We're really in trouble. I know I'm just repeating myself, but this really is a futility moment. That blade is so rusty. Yeah, I know. We can't cut a damn thing with a knife like this. If we're gonna cut anything, we probably have to sharpen the knife. Live Junpei reaction. Line scanning the shelves. Line scanning the shelf? Yeah, line scanning the shelf. You can make like a futility moment Akane emote. Okay, let's look at some of this stuff. A countertop. We got a rolling pin and a colander. Nothing useful in other words. A tank with a pipe coming out of it. Nothing really special about it. There's lights hanging from the ceiling. Let's look at these other plates. Imagine visual kawa. The visual alk. Wait, hold on. Visual.
Welcome Visually 0N.
A trash can. There's nothing inside of it. Well, better than being full of rotten food, I suppose. No, your place, trash. Damn it, there's nothing here. Hey, Santa, digging through the trash really suits you. What the hell did you say? Listen, lady, I did you a favor. I knew you'd just piss and moan, so I did it for ya. Oh my. I don't recall asking you to do anything. Simp. I'll throttle you. Squeeze me. Does it feel colder in here? A sink. Still got water in it. There are a couple of plates in there, but I don't think they're gonna help us much. A whetstone! Wow! Well, everyone knows you put oil on a whetstone. Maybe I'll use the whetstone to sharpen the knife. That's not how you do that. That's not how that works. The blade of the knife is getting sharper by the second. I should be able to cut something pretty good with this. That's not how that works, but okay. So I guess you managed to sharpen the knife, Junpei. Who are you gonna stab with that? No one! You could probably cut something soft with that. So I could be a Susubaka Amogus? That's not how a whetstone works, by the way, unless it's like a specific type of whetstone that lets you do that. Most of the time you have to prime it, and you usually want to put some sort of liquid on it. A lot of people like using an oil, like a mineral oil. I guess you could use water too. I guess maybe you wouldn't want to put like cooking oil on it. But also, whetstone wouldn't necessarily get the rust off of it. I mean, I guess it would get the rust off of this maybe. But that's more of like a sanding thing to get rust off of the knife. I guess you could get the rust off just by grinding it away with the whetstone, but usually that's like an edge thing. Regardless, I don't think that was actually important. I think we just needed a knife. Maybe this table's for preparing food. There are plates everywhere. A countertop. A rolling pin and a colander here, nothing useful. Oh, this is just the other side. What about this thing? Alright, it's going. You think this was all part of Zero's plan? Probably. Kinda hard to believe there's a chef on board somewhere. Wonder what the drawer is. See a metal grate on top of the grill? They make it like that so the fat and juices can drip off the meat while it cooks. Huh. Looks like the area under the plate opens up. No, you can't. I already checked, it's sealed shut. I think that's where the coal goes. Okay. What about over here? Wow, what a nice dish rack. I'd love to have that in my kitchen. Why don't you take it back with you? Are you offering to carry it for me? Why didn't you ask 7? You're kidding. You don't honestly think I'd let a beast like that into my home, do you? Okay. Well, there are these doors here. We can't click on them, though. Oh. All we've got here is a pot and frying pan. Oh, and a pressure cooker. Well, I guess we could use some of those as weapons. What kind of idiot are you? You're gonna run around holding that thing where you're looking for the dead? Hey man, it was just a joke. Why so serious? It's only a partition. There's nothing else worth noting here. This is probably what you're supposed to use to enter the password. Maybe if we put in the right number, it'll open the oven door. 1. Hey Junpei, why don't you try entering the numbers we found in the voucher earlier? The one that said appetizer 9, meat dish 10, soup A, seafood F? Yeah, convert the 10, A, and F to base 10. Well, it's worth a shot. No dice, looks like that's too many numbers. Can I put in my own numbers? Looks like the number in the voucher isn't the actual passcode. Oh well, I was gonna put in 11037. Didn't let me do it. Anyway, I think there's some more doors. Yeah. These things. That's the exit. There's a big old iron plate over the door. I don't think we can open it. What about this one? Hey Santa, could you open that door, please? What the hell? There's no way I could open that thing. Guess you're getting to that age where your eyes are starting to go, huh? You'd better watch your mouth, boy, or someone won't live long enough to see that door opened. This has got the two of them on edge. We gotta get out of here and fast. Okay. Oh, can we? Oh, there's milk in here. Milk in an iron barrel. Judging by the rest, it's probably really old. Maybe we shouldn't open it up. I don't think it'd be a pretty sight. Big barrel of milk. Cans lining the shelf. Nothing in here. Wait, hold on. Can I cut this? Shelf has a oh wait, hold on. Can we cut cheese? There's cheese in the shelf. Sweet. Can we cut it open? I want to nom on some cheese. I guess not. What if it's something else that was soft? She said we could probably cut something soft. Was there anything else that was soft? Hexadecimal. I wonder if it's some kind of hint. Junpei, you remember what I told you about the code earlier? Here's a quiz for you. What would 9 plus F be? A, B, C, D, E, F. 14? Oh, 15. 24. You're a fast learner. Okay. Okay, these are the plates. I wonder, what can we cut? Anything grill, bright red coals. Let's see if I can click on this. Can't. Can I click on these? Kind of far away, I can't really tell. Was that a ladle? I don't really think a ladle is going to be very useful. Ladle guard. What is soft? What can we use? What do we even have? We have a knife. Oh, you know what? Let's try oil. No. Oil. No. Oil. 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 Huh. Bottles of seasoning, frying pan, 2 kinds of pots. Oil. Let's check out this, I guess. Card reader, Lights red, probably still locked. It's gotta be around somewhere, just gotta find it. Didn't work. Doesn't matter how many times you try it. Okay. Oops, not what I wanted to click on. And then this is our exit, yeah. So we got oil. Oh, actually, the hinge. The bolt is rested in place, it won't budge. Maybe we put some oil on it. Hey, just a little bit of oil and come on, you little son of a bitch. Whoa, ha, yes, got you, you little bastard. You did it, Jumpy. You're so smart. Oh. As Junpei walked into the room, a blast of cold air washed over him. Almost instinctively, he folded his arms tight across his chest because unlike Elsa, the cold did in fact bother him anyway. Doing what he could do to conserve body heat.
Oh, it's cold in here.
I really can't stay.
What is this place?
Baby, it's cold in here.
Are you blind? It's a freezer.
Freezer? I hardly know her. Santa's teeth had already become to chatter. Hardly surprising. The freezer was far too cold for someone dressed as he was. This is the one scenario where Junpei's like triple layers actually make sense. Lotus, however, was in an even worse situation. Oh, right.
No way. That's way too cold for me. I'll freeze solid in seconds. Sorry, but I'm afraid I'll have to pass on this one. I'm going to leave the rest to you.
And with that, she ran out of the room. As Lotus left, June came in.
Oh, whoa. It's really cold in here.
White puffs of steam hovered in front of their faces as they talked. Junpei and Akane, the only two people actually dressed to be in here somewhat, because she's got her weird, like, her muffler and her shirt underneath her dress, and her, like, combat boots. June had already started to shiver.
Hey, you don't need to be in here. You had a fever just a little bit ago. You should stay outside. We got this.
No, I'm fine. My fever's gone now.
But...
Junpei had scarcely opened his mouth
Huh?
when the thunderous sound of metal upon metal rang out from behind them. In unison, they spun around to find that the door they had only recently come through was closed. Junpei rushed to the door.
No! Why did it suddenly close?
Desperately, he grabbed hold of the doorknob.
Ah!
It was cold beyond cold. Merely touching it was painful.
The knob's frozen!
But why?
They quickly deduced that the pipe next to the door had ruptured.
It looks like the pipe next to it broke, and...
Water released by the rupture had hit the door and frozen instantly. Santa shoved Junpei aside and pounded against the door.
Hey, Lotus! You're out there, right? Open the door!
Open the door, please. Lotus, open the door. Lotus, can we not fight anymore, please? Can we not fight anymore? She wasted no time in responding.
What do you want? What's going on?
The door won't open! Try opening it from that side, please!
Oh, fine. If you say so. Hold on.
Soon they could hear Lotus on the other side of the door. Then the grunting ceased and they could hear light panting as if from exertion.
It's no use. It won't budge. You've got more people in there. You figure it out.
Oh.
God damn it.
Santa was shaking like a newborn deer. June was hugging herself and was shivering violently before he happened to look and see the tunnels all... Even Junpei, with the heaviest clothes of any of them, was clearly feeling the cold. With every breath they took, they could feel the cold, working its way deeper and deeper into their bodies. I'm gonna sneeze.
Anyway, let's find a way out.
Okay, I guess I wasn't gonna sneeze.
If we don't get moving, we're gonna be permanent residents.
Two heads are better than none. I'm sure we'll figure something out.
Yeah, you're right. Let's just take a good look around this room, okay?
Right.
They pushed in close to one another and began to search. There's some frozen meat up there. Looks like pork. Huh? What's this? Looks like a tag or something. A chunk of pork. Jumpy, is there a slip of paper in that meat? I think there's something written on here, but I can't read it like this. Maybe if we try and pull it out, it'll probably rip. You need to defrost that. Don't think we're gonna be doing that in this room. Okay, we got our meat. Everything's frozen in here. Doesn't look like there's anything else interesting. What's this? Aha! Dry ice. Junpei picked up the dry ice with his sleeves so as to avoid burning himself.
Dry ice is just frozen carbon dioxide, right?
Yeah, it is.
I wonder how warm it has to get for it to turn back into gas again.
Hell if I know. How is that gonna help us anyway?
Oh, well, I figured we might be able to use it to get out of here.
You were about to move on when June spoke up.
Carbon dioxide sublimation point is negative 109 degrees. Any warmer than that, and it'll turn into gas. Any lower, and it becomes a solid.
There was the sneeze. Junpei looked at her, dumbfounded.
Oh, how do you know that?
Despite my looks, I'm the the queen of random knowledge.
We knew, Akane. We knew. I don't really think it's despite your looks.
It's bad to mess up when you're showing
I'm
off.
hungry.
Oh, you're so cold your mouth's going numb?
Yes, that's right.
You're just doing that on purpose, aren't you?
What you mean, Junpei? June giggled and did her best to hide her guilt. At least she was still feeling good enough to joke around, Junpei told himself.
Come on, guys. Don't you think that's kind of weird? I wonder why it doesn't turn into a liquid first.
Santa was now shivering at an astounding rate, but his curiosity seemed unaffected. Junpei... He did seem rather odd.
It is kind of weird.
June answered.
But it can turn into a liquid. Carbon dioxide turns to liquid if you put it under high enough pressure. But at 1 atmosphere, normal air pressure...
It won't turn into a liquid, right?
That's right. Instead of melting, it'll do what's called sublimating and change immediately from a solid state to a gaseous one.
See, that is weird. Water's a liquid between 32 degrees and 212 degrees. So why isn't that the case for carbon dioxide?
June replied with an answer that stunned both of them.
There's a kind of ice that doesn't turn into liquid when it goes above 32 degrees.
Huh?
I heard about it. Its melting point is 96 degrees.
Ice with a melting point of 96 degrees?
You mean there's water that freezes at 96 degrees?
Yeah, well, you could also look at it as ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees.
Water that freezes at 96 degrees? Ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees? Junpei was cold as hell, but this was too interesting to ignore. He did his best to warm up by rubbing his arms and stamping his feet, then put the question to June.
So what's this ice with a melting point of 96 degrees called?
Oh, it's called vanilla ice.
I heard it's called Ice 9.
Oh.
Ice 9?
Originally, Ice 9 was a made-up substance invented by a science fiction author. But recently, scientists have discovered that such a substance actually exists.
Wait, hold up. So is this thing called Ice 9, or is it water?
Like I said, if the ice is over 96 degrees, it'll be liquid. If it's under that, it'll solidify. So you could think of it as a polymorph of H2O.
Ice Spice.
Here, think of it like diamonds and graphite. They're both made of carbon, right? But depending on the structure of the crystallization, the hardness and structure are completely different.
So you're saying normal water and this Ice 9 are like that?
Yup.
She wasn't finished.
Have you heard the story
I'ma
about
let you
the crystallization of glycerin? For 150 years after the discovery of glycerin, people cooled it, warmed it. They did all sorts of things to it. But whatever they did, it never crystallized. However, one day in 1920, some glycerin on its way to England by ship was discovered to have crystallized during the trip. Scientists around the world wanted to research this new crystallized form of glycerin and asked for seeds. Oh, a seed is a sample of the original crystallized substance. With a seed crystal, further crystallization of glycerin would be easy. However, something very strange happened. Not only did the glycerin encouraged by seed crystals begin to crystallize, even the samples nearby did, even though they were tightly sealed. And it didn't end there. After that day, it doesn't matter where in the world it is, all glycerin crystallizes naturally when cooled to less than 64 degrees. Before that day, no matter how glycerin was cooled, it refused to crystallize. But once the crystallization had begun, it was almost like, how do I put it? It was almost like all the glycerin in the world was communicating. Communicating in some way that we can't sense. And now it's happening everywhere.
Junpei was honestly impressed. Was kind of annoyed. Was honestly impressed. It was, in fact, a pretty interesting story.
Wow, that's pretty interesting. But, what does that have to do with Ice 9?
To his surprise, it was Santa and not June who answered.
What she's saying is that it's a lot like Ice 9. What happened, I mean.
A lot like? Oh, that would be bad. If water everywhere started freezing at 96 degrees, man.
It'd be the end of the world.
Junpei felt that Santa might not be treating the idea of the end of the world with the proper concern.
At any rate, we're not gonna have to worry about the end of the world unless we can get out of here pretty damn quick.
He was right. Junpei shivered.
Alright guys, I think that's enough of that. I didn't think we'd get quite this far off topic. I mean, I know I'm kinda at fault here, but we can't be screwing around anymore. So seriously, I might go by the name Santa right now, but I didn't grow up in Iceland. I freaking hate the cold. So let's get cracking, alright? We gotta find a way out of here.
Santa stumped off, clearly doing his best to pretend the cold wasn't affecting him anyway.
Selfish, isn't he?
Still, Santa was right, and it was high time they got back to their search.
Ice 9 is interesting and all, but we can discuss it more once we get out of this freezer.
Junpei looked at June, nodded, and resumed his search of the room. Alright. What about these? Nothing? Frozen chicken. It's really hard. It's frozen stiff. Hey June, can you say that again? Huh? Say it again. It's really hard. Again. It's really hard. Thanks. Something wrong, Junpei? Your face is bright red. Nothing, I'm fine. If it's that hard, you can probably use it as a hammer. Yeah, good point. Maybe we could use it to break something.
Bruh.
What about this thing? Oh. A rope. What else is in here? There's so much stuff in here. Why don't we take some of it out, Jumpy? Water bottle. There isn't anything else here that looks useful. Okay. Chicken. Well, bam! Hey, Junpei. Didn't you find some dry ice earlier? Yeah? There's warm water coming out of that pipe. Warm water and dry ice. What do you think would happen if we put that stuff in a sealed container together? Oh, it go poof. Okay. The dry ice is too big. You gotta make it smaller then, don't you, genius? Okay, I thought they were gonna let me smash the chicken against the door. I guess they want me to do this. Alright, the dry ice is all in pieces now. I'm gonna put the piece of dry ice in the water bottle. How about this? And let's just tie a rope on here. Oh. Oh. A bomb. There's water dripping from this pipe. Looks like the pipe burst. When the pipe burst. What? Oh. Looks like when the pipe burst, the water hit the doorknob and froze it in place. This water actually seems almost warm. Warm water from the pipe. Okay. Want me to do something else? Oh, wait, does it want me to do this? No? Oh. What are these Among Us special effects? Warm water dripped from the ruptured pipe near the door.
Put water into the bottle with dry ice, and make sure the lid's closed. Now I just have to put this makeshift bomb on the doorknob. Alright, that's set. So, what do we do now?
We just need to give it a little, tap. The bottle's already about to pop. If we just throw a rock or something at it, it'll go off all on its own.
The chicken.
A small rock. Huh. A small rock.
Junpei looked down at the floor. Scattered across it with a piece of dry ice left over from the larger chunk he'd crushed earlier.
Alright, this ought to do the trick.
He pulled his sleeve down over his hand to keep it from getting burned and grabbed the chunk of dry ice.
Ah, some dry ice, huh? Not a bad idea.
It was a pretty good size, about as big as a pool ball. Oh, that's
All right, guys,
quite large. That's
stand
not
back.
small at all.
Actually, we should probably hide somewhere.
Get in the freezer. Both Santa and June looked at him with new
Where
concern.
exactly do you expect us to hide, genius?
In the meat rack.
There isn't really anywhere big enough.
In the freezer.
Yeah, there is. Look, right here. We
They're
can
gonna
hide in there.
I assume they're gonna crawl into this area down here. Junpei pulled open the door to the small cellar. Yeah, but this would have been funnier.
Come on, get inside, quick.
Santa and June nodded and jumped down into the hole. Junpei quickly followed. In his hand, he could feel the chill of the frozen carbon dioxide, even through his sleeve. He tightened his grip, took aim, and prepared to throw.
All right, here I go. 3, 4, 5.
You're counting the wrong way.
Oh, oops.
What?
That is a really sad excuse for a joke, man.
Sorry, dude. All right, for real this time. You guys ready?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Just throw the damn thing.
All right, here I go. 3, 2, 1.
Junpei threw the chunk of dry ice as hard as he could. He was no Leon Kuwata, but with the same motion, he ducked down into the cellar with Santa and June, just as... Junpei leapt up out of the cellar and ran to the door.
Jumpy! The ice on the door! Is it gone?
Yeah, it's gone.
The blast must have shattered it.
Yes. All right, let's see if it opens.
Junpei grabbed the doorknob and pushed with all his might. The door gave way easily and all three of them tumbled out of the freezer at once.
Hooray! We're out!
June, relieved, collapsed onto the floor.
Move!
Santa shoved past Junpei and ran straight to the grill, which he immediately grabbed.
Oh, god damn it! Hot, 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 hot! Fuck!
He proceeded to kick the grill in a futile but amusing fit of rage.
Well, you did just grab the grill. What did you think would happen? Hey, where's Lotus?
It took Junpei only a moment to find her. She was sitting on the counter, idly scratching her chest.
Welcome back. I was starting to get tired of waiting for you guys.
With a great yawn, Lotus lowered herself off the counter. Junpei clenched his teeth and walked toward her.
What were you doing?
What do you mean, what was I doing? I was waiting.
We were gonna die!
Oh, yeah? But you didn't. So everything worked out all right, didn't it?
What the hell?
Just kidding. It might not look like it, but I was really worried.
Oh, don't give me that crap.
I'm telling the truth. I mean, if you died, then I'd be in trouble too. If you died, then I'd be stuck here, and I'd die too. See? I did all I could. I even looked around to see if there was anything I could use to pry open the door. But I couldn't find anything. So, all I could do was wait. I mean, What else did you want me to do? Call the cops?
It was true that there wasn't much she could have done, but something about her tone. Junpei gritted his teeth.
Fine. But there's one thing I have to ask you.
What's that?
You didn't close the door, did you?
What? You think I closed the door on you? Why would I do something like that? It closed on its own. I told you before, if you die, then I die too.
Yeah, I guess so.
It seemed that an accident was the only explanation for the door's closure.
If she really wanted to kill us, all she had to do was bar the door from the outside. But she didn't. Well, she didn't do anything. She's only lazy, or negligent at least, not an attempted murderer.
Junpei swallowed his anger and did his best to apologize.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I doubted you.
Oh, yes, well that's all right. As long as you understand.
Lotus looked away and twirled her hair between her fingertips. His vengeance against the grill complete, Santa swaggered back towards Junpei and Lotus.
Hey, no more screwing around, you two. Break time's over. Especially for you, lady. You've just been sitting on that fat ass of yours while we were freezing to death.
How rude! I was plenty busy.
Yeah. How about you put all that energy into something besides bitching? Let's go.
Alright, so we got the pork. I still don't know what this knife is for, but we got this pork. So why don't we go over to the grill and do some cooking mama? Guess I'll put the meat on the grill, yeah. What are you doing? What are you gonna do with the paper burns? Come on, it'll be fine. I mean, it's not like it's gonna burn right away, right? You just gotta keep an eye on it and the paper will be fine. Well, they can argue all they want. I'm gonna keep an eye on this pork. Cool, looks like it's about time. I'm gonna try taking the paper out. Jumpy, be careful. Sweet of her to care, but I know what I'm... Ouch! See? I told you. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and take the paper out. It's not coming out. Thing's frozen stiff, I can't get it out. So we're gonna have to cut the meat. Yeah, looks that way. Knife! Alright, now that I've sharpened my knife. Yes, I cut the pork. Awesome, Junpei. Now we can cut out the paper. C plus 10 plus F. A, B, C, D. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. A, B, C. 12? Excuse me, 12? 12, 15. 35? Some kind of code they're screwing around. C and F stand for corporate finance. I thought it was clever and funny. Bruh. Can we take this? Man, this pork smells good. Mmm. Man, this pork smells good. Mmm. Man, this pork smells good. Mmm. Okay. Let's try this. This is the password you're probably what you used to enter the password. Maybe we put in the right number, it'll open the oven door. Maybe the note you found earlier. You know how to enter those numbers? I think E is for enter and C is for clearing. Okay. I think the answer is 45. Oh. Wait, hold on. What did the note say? Punching in random numbers. Maybe you said hint. Yeah. Hold on. Let me look at this. C plus 10 plus F. A, B, C, D, E, F. So that should be 15. A, B, C. That should be 12. Oh, I see what I've done wrong. 25, 37. What? Oh no, 10 is 16. So it's 15 plus 16 is 31, so it's 43. Sounds like metal is falling. Well, I guess that went well. Can we open this? Oh, nice. The door opened. Good job, Jumpy. We got the Saturn keycard. Nice. Nice. Yes, I think it's unlocked now. You did it, Jumpy. Let's get out of here. Yes, let's go. And we're back to the black background, the mysterious void. We suck a way out.
I think we've been here before.
A metal grate stretched from wall to wall. Beyond it were 2 elevators and the entrance to the kitchen.
The elevators are over there, so that means...
We went into the kitchen through that door and came out on this side.
That means the map was right.
Looks like.
Then let's use it to plan our next move.
Next move?
Yeah, we need to decide where to go from here, don't we?
He's right. Let's get started.
From the looks of it, there are 4 possible routes. Let's just keep it simple and call them A, B, C, and D. First, A and B.
They both seem to connect to a room that looks L-shaped.
Yeah, there were 2 doors. But they were both locked. We couldn't open them.
Now, Route C. This goes all the way to the main staircase.
That means it's door 5, one of the numbered doors.
Oh, this was the gambling room, the casino that we were in last time, on the other route.
Then do you think we would meet up with the other 4 after this hallway?
No, I don't think we will.
Why not?
Look, there by the stairs. See how the gate is opened? When we went into the kitchen, it was closed, but it's open now. What do you think that means?
They opened it.
Most likely.
And if we take Route C, we're going backwards.
That would be pointless.
Then that means...
All 4 looked at the map. They all looked at the staircase, its lazy curve leading down deeper into the ship.
Route D, then.
D it is.
Yup, Route D.
Then we're set.
They jogged down the stairs until they reached the C deck.
Everything looks okay here.
Let's check the next deck just to be sure.
Yeah, just like I thought. D-deck is totally underwater.
Just like the bottom of the central staircase.
The water gazed back at them, its smooth surface like a great mirror.
At least the water level hasn't really changed.
Small comfort.
May as well head back to C deck.
What else is here?
There are 2 elevators over there at the top of the stairs, just like the floor above.
Hold on. These are kind of different. See? There's a card reader on the side.
Another strange mark.
Hey, look! It's Lotus's symbol!
They're gonna make the same joke again.
Huh?
See? It's the woman symbol with horns on it. That seems like... Oh, ouch, 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 ouch!
Lotus had taken hold of Junpei's hair. She began to shake him violently, and he thought he heard a low growl coming from her throat.
What was that about the mark again?
Nothing.
Such violence. Junpei began to wonder if she was not the devil itself. With an uncomfortable smile, June spoke up.
This is a Mercury symbol. The horns symbolize the wings on Hermes' staff.
Hermes, herpes, whatever. If we can't get this thing to work, these elevators aren't going anywhere.
In other words, we need a key card with the Mercury symbol on it.
Probably.
Then I guess we can't get on then. Let's just disregard the elevators for now.
How about this hallway on the left?
Whoa, there's so many doors.
They weren't sure how many, but it's certainly enough to be discouraging.
Damn it. If we try and search all these, the sun's gonna go down before we've done half of them.
I think the sun already set.
I have a feeling this ship is the only thing that's going to be going down anytime soon.
That's even worse.
Well, we can come back to this hallway later. Let's check the hallway on the other side, shall we?
Time to head back to the stairs.
To their right was a small
Now
hallway.
the right hallway.
Quickly, they headed into it. It was approximately the same size as the alcove in front of the stairs. The hallway led toward the stern, and at its end was a set of double doors.
There are doors here too. Well, I guess it's just 4 this time.
Let's open them.
All right, let's start with this one.
Junpei nodded and grabbed the one closest to him. He gave it a small tug and felt it move.
Huh, it isn't locked. I'm going to open it.
Thrilled to have found an unlocked door, he threw it open. Jump scare. Junpei didn't know what to make of what he saw.
What?
He simply stood, unable to speak. The others simply stared, open-mouthed. After a few long moments, Santa managed to speak.
What the hell is this? This place is huge.
A massive room stretched out in front of them, more a cavern than a room. Its vastness was oppressive, and it bore down on the four companions. It was not empty, however. The entire room was filled with lines upon lines of beds.
Oh, there are beds everywhere.
They were simple things, little more than pipe and thin mattresses.
Is this a hospital?
He had last been able to put a name to the harsh scent that pervaded the room.
It definitely has the smell.
How is everyone?
Could be. I see medicine cabinets and surgical tools.
Hey, look there. The 4 doors at the end.
3 of them were emblazoned with a large single-digit number, made with thick red paint.
The left door says 3. The second door is blank, but the third has a 7. And the rightmost door is 8. There's no doubt. They're numbered doors.
Why is the second door blank? That seems kind of strange, don't you think?
Maybe it's a
No
choose
point
your own
worrying
door.
about it right now. Let's see if these will open first.
Yes, that sounds like a good plan.
Junpei headed towards the doors, weaving his way between the beds. He started with door 3 on the left and moved to the right until he reached door 4, or door 8.
Oh, it's no use.
Well, of course. If it was that easy to open these doors, what would be the point of the notary game? We have to activate the red, or the numbered doors won't... Wait a minute.
What's wrong?
Look, the display on the red. There's nothing on it.
Huh?
Don't you remember? The red at the central staircase? If no one was inside, it said vacant.
Oh yeah, you're right.
But this one...
There's nothing on it.
Right?
I wonder if it's broken.
Only one way to find out.
It's not responding.
All 4 took turns placing their hands on the red, but it refused to respond. They pulled at the lever, and it still did nothing. As they soon discovered, it wasn't only the red for door 8 that was behaving strangely.
How about the red on door 7? And door 3?
None of them are working.
What does it mean?
The numbers, Mason.
I knew it. They're broken. Zero sure sucks at maintenance.
No, that's impossible. You really think Zero, who prepared all of this, would make such a stupid, simple mistake?
Maybe, but that doesn't explain why this thing ain't working.
It was at that moment they heard a voice from behind them.
I believe the bottom of the device has been removed.
They spun around to see,
Snake!
but it was more than just Snake.
Ace! Clover! 7!
Although they were glad to see one another, it wasn't terribly surprising that they had. If it had been the other party who'd opened the gate in front of the kitchen, it wasn't unreasonable that they'd bump into one another eventually. The rest of Snake's team, however, did look rather surprised.
How?
How did you guys...
How did you end up here?
That's my line?
Perhaps we should exchange information.
Okay, I think this is all repeating. Of course, none of it was very useful information. They're happy to see each other again. Yeah, I think this is the same. Staying alive. Staying alive.
There you have it. Our half of the story.
Staying alive.
Okay, when you guys got here...
And you looked all over this room, but you couldn't find anything.
So you figured that there might be something in the hallway with all the doors.
So you went and had a look?
Yeah.
And while you were looking around, you heard voices.
Uh-huh. So you followed the voices and came back here.
Indeed. And that was how we found you.
Why don't we check those 3 reds again, just in case?
You're right. Huh. There's a long, thin gap on the bottom. I think it's a slot for something. Probably electronic.
Okay, now, this is pretty much the same.
Well, this isn't good. If the red is inactive,
Well, what about that hall? Isn't there anywhere else?
No, there isn't. There are plenty more hospital rooms, but nothing else.
Hospital rooms. That's what's behind all those doors?
Yes. There are a number of individual rooms in addition to this large one.
There was a door at the end of the hallway, but it was locked.
There was an astrological symbol engraved near the keyhole, however. I was able to get a good feel of it. I believe it was the symbol of Jupiter.
Not again. Those goddamn things are everywhere.
I wonder what they all mean.
For a moment, everyone was silent, deep in thought.
While we're asking what things mean, what's the deal with this room? I mean, I thought this was a cruise ship, but I can't imagine a cruise ship would have a hospital like this.
Of all people, it was Seven who answered with calm confidence.
Well, I figure it's probably a hot. Chances are
the gigantic.
Okay, we saw this before.
What is this gigantic?
Yeah. This is mainly the same information we saw previously.
She was a
just slightly different because of who's taught. Like, there might be slightly different dialogue between the characters, but this was all the same stuff we saw yesterday.
So you're saying this?
Yeah.
That's
pipe down. What? That's
proof?
Proof that.
Well, this. So.
Oh.
No.
Light.
Well. I don't know. Yeah.
Hey!
Oh yeah, this. I forgot we knew about amnesia too.
Yeah.
Your point being.
Wait, was I? Why?
Oh, I told him I couldn't remember a damn.
What?
Huh.
It sounds like 10, 11, 12. Huh, 12.
It's midnight. Then we've still...
We don't have... Let's get going.
What do you mean?
We've looked every... That only...
One?
Well...
Wait. Don't tell me you mean we need to search all of the other rooms.
Don't freak out.
4 rooms?
We just have to... If each of us...
There are 40...
All right, so everyone...
Yeah.
Yes!
Junpei was, starboard side, forward to aft. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll shout.
Yep.
If we can't, then we'll just have to come up with...
Right.
Yeah, they're gonna all look. Away they go. However, they're not gonna find anything. Yeah. So I'm just gonna skip here. Oh, can I not? Yeah. Just gonna go here. There's no point in rehashing all of that.
We can't, right?
Like you.
So
You
we
said
now have a
no.
choice between the 7 and 8 door, because we already ran down the 3 door.
You first.
So
It's the same.
Got it. You're next.
I'll...
What?
Who, me?
Oh, you're...
All right.
Junpei?
Okay, so we've got 3, 7, and 8. Let's see. We want 7. With 7, that's 12. So we'll need to have Clover with us for 4. And then if they take 8, then it's gonna be... What's that? Discord just opened. If they take 8, then that'd be 13 with that'd be 4, so we need Clover. And then yeah, and then yeah, so we go with Clover either way. It doesn't we're gonna end up with Clover no matter what door we take.
Welcome Kuroko Kurama.
998. We're gonna end up with Clover either way, right? Because 5 and 7, 3, and then 4 for 7, and then 5 and 8 is 13, so that's 4, and then 4 for 8, and then Santa and June will end up, since they're 9, they'll go with whoever because they'll work out that way. So I guess it depends on whether or not we want to go with 7 or Lotus. We went in 7 last time. Let's go with 7. We were with him for most of the time last time. Although maybe we should go with Lotus, because we've been with Lotus the entire time this time. Not that it matters. Let's just go with 7. Work our way down.
I think I'm gonna go with door 7.
Okay, 7 it is.
Yeah.
All right then. That means June's got to go through 8.
What? Why?
Is this the game with the guy named Santa? I guess so.
What?
Santa grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to explain. It's just
Six of
math.
us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind. There are only 3 ways we can do it.
Plan A.
Have 3, 5, and 8 go through 7, and 4, 6, and 7 go through 8.
Plan B.
4, 5, and 7 go through 7, and 3, 6, and 8 go through 8.
Plan C.
4, 3, 6, and 7 go through 7, and 4, 5, and 8 get 8.
Grimace?
There are no other combinations. In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors. You get it now?
As Santa finished, June looked over at Junpei, tears welling up at the corner of her eyes.
Oh no. You're saying we aren't gonna see each other again for a long time.
Ugh, my Kokoro. Junpei felt just as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face. But he knew if they were to survive, that he had to swallow his feelings. In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed it, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile.
Hey, come on. You're making it sound like we're never gonna see each other again. We gotta split up, but only for a while. This is just like when we went into the 4 and 5 doors, remember? We got split up then too, but we all met back up.
But they didn't get split up, is the difference.
I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like that.
You mean they're connected somewhere?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, they kind of have to, right? For like the whole premise of the game to work, don't they have to be connected? Like, let's say hypothetically, if we use Junpei's group, 5, 7, and 4, like, they have to be connected because it's literally impossible for them to move on from that point to get to the 9 door if it's 5, 7, and 4. Like, it's not mathematically possible. She didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected.
I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere.
Why? What makes you think so?
If they don't, then neither team can get through door 9.
Yeah, exactly.
In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of his shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9 door.
June said nothing. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked at Junpei. He met them with what reassurance he could manage, laid his hand gently on his shoulder. Oh, and with what reassurance?
Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise.
Meanwhile, everybody else is like, get a room! June bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible nod.
Yes. Promise?
Her voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered the moment.
You guys are done, right?
He stretched and continued.
Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figure I'll take 8 and Clover can take 7. Any problems with that, Clover?
Clover looked away and was silent for a moment.
Whatever.
It was more of a dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care.
Alright, we're ready to go then. Let's move.
At Santa's command, the group split and headed for their respective doors. Clover, 7, and Junpei walked towards door 7. Santa, Lotus, and June headed for door 8. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. 7 took a deep breath.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go.
It's open.
A narrow hallway stretched out before them. 7 and Clover leapt through the door.
Let's do this!
Hurry!
The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. The detonators in their bracelets had been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his right, toward door 8. June stood there, a mirror image of Junpei. She turned and looked toward him. Their eyes met. They nodded.
June.
Jumpy.
Their farewell took almost a second and a half.
What the hell are you doing, Junpei?
Oh. Then someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. He heard the sound of the numbered doors slam shut behind him. His bracelet gave a cold electronic beep.
Only 81 seconds left. No time to waste, guys. Let's get moving.
7 led the way down the hallway. Junpei and Clover followed him as fast as they could. After what seemed like far more than 81 seconds, they reached the end of the hall.
Look! The door on the left! I can see the dead!
There was no time to rest or catch their breath. All 3 slammed their hands in quick succession over the scanner panel on the dead. Still trying to catch his breath, 7 leaned heavily against the wall.
It stopped. It stopped.
His smile seemed forced and a little crooked.
This is the second time we've gone through one of these numbered doors, but whew, you never really get used to it.
He stood up straight, no longer out of breath, and wiped some of the sweat from his head and neck. Clover smirked at him.
I would have thought a guy your size would have bigger balls than that.
She seems like she's cheered right up.
What? What the hell did you just say? Say it again! I dare you!
You have no...
You little... You want to die?
I'd like to see you try.
You fucking brat. All right, let's go!
Hey, calm down, guys. This isn't the time for this. It's not gonna do us any good.
Junpei sighed. Sometimes he wondered if the doors and the puzzles were really the greatest challenge they faced.
Wait here for a minute, alright? I'm gonna go see if there are any other doors.
They didn't respond, but Junpei wasn't in the mood for a conversation anyway.
We just came through this door. And of course it's shut tight. There's a short hallway on the left here, and an iron wall.
How is everyone?
At last, he gave up and returned to 7, who was tapping lightly on the wooden door.
This door's the only option we've got, right?
Yeah, looks like it.
Hey, something's written on the door.
It says Redrum.
On that iron plate.
It says operating room.
Oh.
If this thing's telling the truth, there could be body parts inside here.
Water on the knee.
Well, this is probably not going to be pleasant.
Something about it made Junpei feel nervous.
Well, there's no point to standing around. Might as well go in and see what's waiting for us.
7 grabbed the brass knob and slowly opened the door. The creak of the hinge sounded like the groan of an old woman.
What's wrong?
No, it's nothing.
A chill snaked its way down Junpei's spine.
Let's just go.
Quickly, he gathered what courage he could and took the first step into the room. 7 followed with Clover right behind him.
Huh?
Part of the room just past the door was obscured by a screen.
What the hell is this?
Why don't we take a look?
Hey, Clover!
Clover's curiosity got the best of her, and she darted past Junpei to peer around the screen. Her scream nearly blew out Junpei's eardrums.
What? Clover!
He and 7 ran toward Clover to see what had frightened her.
What's wrong?
They rounded the screen, and the cause of her outburst was immediately clear.
What the hell is this?
Is this a corpse?
Does this look like a corpse to you? It was something that looked kind of like a human, lying across some sort of bed. No, not a bed, an operating table. The table sat on a rusty steel lift, and a cluster of bright operating lights shone down on it from the ceiling.
We should probably take a closer look.
Yeah.
Slowly, they approached. As they got closer to the body, it became clear that it wasn't a body at all.
This is...
What the hell? That's just a huge doll or something.
Doll?
Clover did not look terribly comforted. Slowly, she approached the operating table and looked as intently as possible, from as far away as possible, at the thing. Junpei could see her relax.
You're right. It's only a doll. Man, it really scared me.
She She grieved a hate sigh of relief and wiped a few drops of sweat from her forehead. Seven smirked.
Well, I guess it would have been weird if you actually had any balls.
Shut it! Don't you start with me, fatty.
Oh, what's this? You want a piece of me, short stuff?
Yeah, bring it on, you whale!
Hey, guys, not
Brendan
again,
Fraser.
okay? Seriously, knock it off. Jeez. Anyway, it looks like he's got something the two of you could stand to have a little more of. I'm talking about a heart.
Huh?
Damn, they got
this?
roasted.
You mean on his chest?
Yeah.
It was set a little higher than normal for a human body, but the shape of the organ, there could be no doubt that it was a heart.
Why would there be a heart in a doll?
I don't think it's a doll.
That's doll-phobic of you.
You think maybe it's like a medical mannequin or something?
Yeah, it's water on the knee.
Or maybe it's got more personal uses?
Seven's grin was more than a little perverted. Clover glared at him.
Anyway, how about we take a look around this place? Let's go.
Okay.
Sure thing.
Oh. Da-dung. Okay. Well, let's look at this buddy. The dolls are kind of creepy, you know. Hey, it says something here. John? You think it's the doll's name? Maybe. This thing is creepy. I wonder why it's on the bed. Hey, I wonder what this thing is. It says KG on the display. You think maybe it's a scale? An operating table. Old operating tables look like this? No idea? Okay. But this, wet cloth. Operating table. Mannequin. Oh, there's some sort of lid. Why didn't you try opening it? Can't, there's no handle. Can't get under with my nails either. Okay. Scalpel. 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 Tweezers. Tweezers. Anything else? None of this other stuff looks useful. Yeah, it's all pretty rusty. Okay. A table with a scalpel and forceps. They're all rusty though, okay. A medical mannequin with its guts showing. Ew, gross. Hey Junpei, there's a slit in this thing's chest. Yeah, sure is. There's something in there. Maybe we can get it out. Damn it, stinking thing won't budge. It's stuck. Well, I guess you can't use force on this one then. We need something small that can fit into that little hole. I guess we can't use the scalpel. Okay, I guess we... okay. Okay, well... Ah! Some kind of device that says KG. A scale? The bed doesn't look very comfortable. Another medical mannequin? From the look of it, this one's a chick. She's a name too. Lucy. Poor thing, looks like Lucy only has a head and a left arm. Maybe we're supposed to gather all her parts. Okay. They use these for surgery, right? Let's see. Syringes, cups, a plate. There's a sort of scissor-ish thingy. Kosher forceps. Okay, can we grab this? No? Okay. What about this? Got short iron legs. A heater? I was gonna say furnace. Okay, nothing inside. Let's check over here. Heat something like that gauze to kill the bacteria. A boiler thingy. Nothing on the lid or the drawers. Okay. What about the body? The fake chest. Okay. What about medical stuff? Hard to tell them apart. What about up here? A whole bunch of bottles, all look like medicine. They got big fancy words. Okay. What about in here? Actually, can we go this way? Preparation room. It's locked. Try to find the key if we look some more. Let's just look somewhere else. Okay, I guess it is over here. Oh, it's also locked. Cool. I guess we won't look over there. Got the fake organ. Nice. Organ is gone. Really, Clover, I expected more from you. Oh, like you could do better. What? I didn't get it. I think I missed something there. John is just lying there. An old hard bed. Lucy's arm and leg. Okay. Well, can I combine the lung with the chest? No? Can I combine the scalpel with the lung? Oh. Oh, I got an organ key. Oh, wait, hold on. No? Okay. Organ key. Huh. Maybe this guy. John's just lying there. Scale. Awesome, it's unlocked. Oh. Iron 1, salt 2, water 3, carbon dioxide, ammonia, and ethanol. Okay. Note on top of the table. What do you think it's a hint for? Maybe it's got something to do with this box? Blue liquid. Red liquid. Box. Is it locked? Probably need to put in a passcode. I mean, geez, they got a keypad here. How much more obvious can you get? Only enter 3 numbers. Okay. Oh, well. Rip me, I guess. What about here? Junpei, there's some dihydrogen monoxide on the shelf. Why didn't you just say water? What's this? Looks like a can with a spray nozzle. It says CO2. Okay. Can't pick it up though? Okay. Something stinks. Is it coming from this bottle? It says NH3. Well, that of course stinks. It's ammonia. Okay. Good stuff. Let's go for a drink. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the bottle. It says C2H3OH, right? It's ethanol. That's right. It's also known as ethyl alcohol. It's pretty much what booze is made of. So, you're gonna drink it? No, I won't. It might say that's what's on the label, but there could be anything in there. Okay. Junpei, do you think there are any slugs in the ship? Huh? Well, if there are, I was thinking we could put salt on them. What's she pointing at? The label says Knuckle. Salt, huh? You think Seven will shrivel up if we put it on him? Hey, you say something? There's a bottle of iron powder. How do you know it's iron? The label says Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem stands for iron, right? That's not what I... No, I think I get it. I think I get it. Carbon dioxide would be... Oh no, that doesn't make sense. Well, carbon dioxide could be 3 as well. And then ammonia would be 4. And then ethanol would be like 27.
Welcome, Charluang.
Maybe represents a number, yeah. What numbers go after carbon dioxide? I assume it's the amount. Maybe it could be like what they're composed of. H must stand for hot. O probably stands for orphans. Must be 2 hot orphans. 7. Is your head okay? I don't think it is. CO2. C is for carbon. O is for oxygen. Carbon dioxide made of 1 carbon, 2 oxygen. Okay. I feel like this is what they're leading towards. 4, yeah. And then this is 9. So if we put together our list here, then this is 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 9. So 3, 4, 9. Oops, that was the wrong button. Nice. We got a fake right arm, And a fake heart. Okay, the bot's not doing anything cool, so we're gonna get rid of it. If Twitch wants to let me. There we go. The bot did no fun things. The bot had a chance to do something funny. The bot did not do anything. It just advertised and left. Or it just advertised and sat here. Huh. Well then.
You think we should go back?
Yeah, I think that's probably best.
What a weird conversation. Clover nodded and left. Junpei was about to follow her when he realized that Seven wasn't following suit. Get it? 'Cause card joke?
Hey, Seven, what's up?
Oh, well...
He looked up at Junpei distractedly and then back down at the brown bottle he held cupped in his large hands.
Is that a medicine bottle?
I got curious about it. Here.
In response, Seven tossed the bottle gently to Junpei. He caught it and twisted it around to read the label.
Ethylene
Tartrate.
diamine
Tartratia? And Diamant?
Yeah, that's right.
And Ethel?
CDT.
Silverblade Ethel or whatever her name was?
What kind of medicine is that?
It's not medicine. I think it's an industrial strength detergent.
Why would they have something like that here?
Well, probably to clean stuff up.
Clean what up?
Fuck if I know. Still, it looks like it's cleaned my brain up.
Junpei looked up from the bottle.
You remember something?
Yeah.
Seven nodded slowly and spoke.
Well, I remember a story about EDT. Happened about 50 years ago. There was this factory somewhere in America making big old EDT crystals. They were making it to sell as an industrial strength cleaner, like I told you before. But a year after the factory started up, something strange started happening with the crystals they were building. Water molecules started attaching themselves to the EDT crystals. This made them into a sort of mutation of the original crystals, called a hydrate. Once the crystals turn into a hydrate, though, it's useless as a cleaner. The factory had to just dump the crystals. As a hydrate, they were useless. But it didn't end there. After that day, the same thing started happening in EDT factories everywhere, even ones nowhere near that first American factory. They'd been making crystals the same way, with the same materials and the same equipment and environment. But now, all of a sudden, every single crystal they formed turned into a hydrate. In fact, ever since that day, no factory anywhere has been able to make a pure EDT crystal. Even in EDT research done years before, they'd never gotten a hydrate. But after it happened at the first factory, it just spread. It was like, man, how do you say it?
Like the molecules were communicating with one another, transmitting information in a way humans couldn't perceive. This phenomena spread throughout the world, right?
Junpei looked up at Seven with half a smirk. Seven stared at him dumbfounded.
Yeah, that's it exactly. But how did you know?
I heard another story, kind of like that one.
When?
In the freezer.
What? The freezer?
Yeah, June told me.
Junpei told Seven the story he heard from June in the freezer in the kitchen. How one day glycerin began to crystallize, and the story of ice that wouldn't melt at room temperature. When Junpei was done, Seven looked thoughtful and absent-mindedly rubbed the scar on his chin.
Ice that doesn't melt at room temperature, huh?
That sounds familiar?
Yeah, hold up. I feel like I can remember something. It's right there.
Seven squinted. His eyes stared off into space as if he were trying desperately to focus on something far away.
Do you?
Let's do Ice 9.
Do you know about Ice 9?
Ice 9? Ice 9. Ice 9. Ice, ice, ice.
Suddenly, Seven's eyes shot open.
That's it. I remember now. That woman, she's on this boat.
That woman?
Alice!
Who's Alice?
Come on. The woman who won't melt at room temperature.
Huh?
It became clear to Seven that Junpei had no idea what he was talking about. He ran his hand across his face and took a deep breath.
You know how the Titanic sank on April 15th, 1912, right?
Yeah, more than 1,500 people died. Worst maritime accident in history. What about it?
Did you hear about the boat that was sent to collect the dead bodies?
I think that was the RMS Carpathia, right? It was a cruise liner, just like the Titanic.
No, that was the ship that picked up the survivors. The ship that collected the dead bodies was the CS McKay Bennett.
Bennett?
The McKay Bennett showed up on April 17th, 2 days after the accident. It set out from Halifax, a port in Canada, and recovered 306 bodies. The Atlantic that far north was really cold. It would have to be for there to be icebergs and stuff. Anyway, the bodies they pulled out of the water were frozen solid.
This isn't a very nice story. So, what happened next?
Well, they say the McKay Bennett recovered something more than just dead bodies. There were various bits of stuff floating around in the water. Things the drowned had carried with them, or stuff that dislodged as the ship sank. One of the things they found was a coffin.
A coffin?
Yeah, a wooden one. The craftsman who made it must have been pretty skilled. It wasn't just a wooden coffin. It was all wood, no nails, no reinforcements, no gaps in the wood anywhere. The thing was airtight. The crew got pretty curious about what might be inside it and opened it up. They had to get a wedge and hammer it open. It was so well made. Inside, they found a woman. Or, I guess you should say, they found the dead body of a woman. Her hair was thick and black, and her skin rich brown with no blemishes or signs of decomposition. They say that she looked gorgeous, like a goddess. She was obviously dead, but everyone who looked at her said she just looked like she was sleeping. Her skin was so lifelike, she looked like she might wake up any minute. She didn't, though. Like the rest of the bodies they found, she was frozen solid. Eventually, the McKay Bennett finished searching and returned to Halifax. The 306 bodies were unloaded and taken ashore. However, it was warm enough that they began to thaw. They say that the stink was horrible. But there was one body that didn't thaw. And that was...
the girl in the coffin.
That's right. Everybody thought for sure that she'd melt and start to rot like the rest of them eventually. But weeks passed and nothing happened. And a month passed. And another. And it was summer, and she was still frozen solid. After a while, people started to say she was some sort of miracle. Rumors about her started to spread. People came to visit Halifax from all over. After a while, people started to call her All Ice. Alice. Of course, those rumors didn't last long.
Why?
Well, she up and disappeared. One day Alice was there, the next day she wasn't. They say someone snuck into where they were keeping her and stole the body. With the body gone, the rumors followed pretty quickly. After a while, no one remembered her. You might be able to find something about her if you could find a newspaper from back then, but that's about it.
Wait, you just said that she was on this boat.
Yeah, I did. Alice has got to be somewhere on this ship.
Now why the hell would you say something like that?
Because I know.
And just what is it you know?
What happened to Alice after she was stolen?
Junpei gulped.
Alright, tell me. What happened to Alice?
Seven nodded slowly and took on the look of a man recalling something long buried.
Well, around that time, the word was that there was a special black market in New York. All millionaires from all over the world. I've heard that Alice went up for auction there. The person who won the auction was...
Lord Jourdain?
Lord Dashiell Jourdain.
Yep.
You've heard that name before, right?
Lord Jourdain. Oh, isn't he the guy who bought the Gigantic? The Titanic's sister ship?
Yeah, that's him. Although I guess he hadn't done that yet.
What do you mean?
Jourdain bought Alice in 1912. 4 years later, in 1916, he bought the Gigantic. And he hid Alice somewhere on the Gigantic. But nobody knows where. He died in 1931, and apparently he died without ever telling anyone where Alice was hidden.
However, what?
Well, he did have one close friend who asked him, "Where is Alice?" And he said, "Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge beneath the navel of the Gigantic."
What the hell is that? Is it some kind of riddle?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Seven threw his hands up in defeat.
So that's it. Whatever you think, I believe it. She's hidden somewhere on the Gigantic. In other words, she's hidden somewhere on this ship.
All Ice. The 10th, whatever they're called, non-regame participant. The one they call the ultimate peerless beauty. Watch out for her. before Junpei could dispute Seven's rather bizarre claim. As Junpei was trying to figure out what on earth he was going to say next, Clover's shrill voice pierced the room.
Hey, what are you two doing over there?
Why is this written out? That's weird.
Stop wasting time and get over here.
Okay, we're coming.
Jeez.
Seven looked at Junpei.
Yeah, so anyway, that's the story. It might be useful someday. Don't forget it.
With that cryptic remark, he turned and left the room.
Alice. Huh.
As Junpei was left behind to ponder what he'd just heard. He tried to remember what June had told him earlier.
That mummy wasn't just a normal mummy. They say that she was frozen. The story says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic, even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted.
Then was that Egyptian priestess Alice? Did the water in her body become Ice 9?
No, that's nuts. There's no way somebody like that could exist.
Junpei shook his head, trying desperately to clear it, and followed Seven to the operating room where Clover was waiting. Height. Can we go in here now? No. What about... Aha! Nice. A light bulb. A drawer. Piece of paper? Medical record? New material on the file screen. That's annoying. Ah, what the hell are you doing? Don't you want to get out of here? But I'm tired. There's a ray of light going through the beaker, and it's hitting the thing on the right. The white light on the top is glowing. Yeah, but the red, blue, and purple ones still aren't lit. It's lit, fam. Dab, 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 dab. Hashtag squad goals. It won't open. It looks like it's locked. There's a red plate on it. You think it means something? You know what? You know what? What if we took the red liquid and put it in here? And then we turned on the light. Hey, it turned red! Forget about that. Did you hear that just now? And then this opens. Aha! Fake right leg. You've a locker with the blue plate on it. I assume we have to do the same thing with the blue. It's blue. And I presume, obviously, take blue liquid, take red liquid, get purple liquid. Weekly Shonen Junpei. What? Oops. Fake stomach. Looks like this at this angle, doesn't it kind of look like a nose? A sink. The doctors and nurses probably wash their hands here before an operation. Nothing suspicious. Okay. What about in here? A symbol engraved. A Jupiter symbol. Huh. Door at the end of the hallway. Maybe they use the same key. It's locked. What about the lights? What's this?
Nice to meet
a light
you.
switch? Doesn't seem to be working. Okay, well. I guess... Let's look at the file first. Medical record found in the preparation room for Lucy. Okay. So we need a total of 53.2 for Lucy and 51.3 for John. Okay. What's the scale say? Oh, I guess what they want us to do is go over here and start putting all of these on incorrectly before we get the weight. I say we give Lucy her parts back. Combine! Fusion ha! Nothing happened. That's odd. Maybe it's the wrong weight. You know how there's a scale on the side, maybe we need to get the scale to a specific number. Swap her body part to John. Operating instructions, the screen will display 2. You can switch out their body parts by selecting the part. Oh. So she needs to be 53.2. There we go. Hey Junpei, I just heard something. Came from John's operating table. Probably this? A lid on the scale. Aha! Oh, I get it. Must have been open because we matched John's weight to what's on the chart. And the Jupiter key. Wait, what do we still have with us? Oh, purple liquid. That's funny. Well, let's bail, I guess.
Hey, hold on.
Junpei stopped, about to put the key in the doorknob.
Oh, what's up?
Where's Clover?
Oh.
Huh?
Junpei turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen.
God damn it. Where the hell did she go? Okay, just hold on a minute. I'll go get her.
Sure thing.
Junpei left Seven at the door and headed back to the operating table. Or the room. He found her standing next to the operating table. She was staring at the mannequin.
Hey, Clover. What's wrong? Come on. Let's get out of here.
She didn't respond. If she hadn't been standing up and breathing, Junpei might have thought she was dead.
What are you doing? Did you want to come back here and say goodbye to John?
It wasn't the best joke, but it was something, an attempt to lighten the mood. Clover didn't laugh. She stood stock still and said nothing.
Hey, Clover. Can you hear me?
Perhaps it was something he'd said, or perhaps it was something else. Suddenly, her mouth opened and she whispered in a dry, dead voice.
My brother might be dead.
Huh?
That's why we couldn't find him. If he's dead, I'm going to be next.
Suddenly, the operating room felt very, very cold.
What are you talking about? What's wrong with you?
He gave her a small shake, but she still didn't respond. The silence grew heavier. Junpei, what do you want to do? Give her the 4-leaf clover. We got it for a reason.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't know why, but suddenly Junpei remembered something he'd been given earlier.
It's in my pocket somewhere.
What is in
here
his
it is.
pocket? He reached into his pocket and dug it out.
A 4-leaf clover.
Santa had given it to him in the second class room. He held it out to Clover.
Hey, did you know? Each leaf means something. Hope, faith, love, and luck. That's what a 4-leaf clover stands for. Take it. Use it as a good luck charm.
He pressed the 4-leaf clover into her hand.
Listen to me, Clover. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck. Snake, I mean, your brother, he's not dead. He's alive, somewhere. I'm sure of it. You've just gotta believe in that.
Clover stared at the 4-leaf clover in her hand. He could see tears start to form at the corner of her eyes.
Thank you.
Her voice was tiny and broken, and as she spoke, she started to cry. She tried to hide her tears by looking at the floor, but it did little good. She wiped away tears with the baggy arms of her jacket, but more quickly took her place. No matter how she tried, she couldn't stop crying. Her tears made small wet circles on the floor.
Thank you.
She said it again. Then she looked up at Junpei and seemed to choke down the last of her grief. She did her best to smile. Junpei wiped an errant tear from her cheek with his thumb and gave her the best smile he could manage. I wonder, what does this look like in adventure mode?
Seven's waiting for us at the exit.
Oh, cool. It would have just like skipped all of that, I guess. But still, she didn't move.
Wait, before we go, there's one thing I want to ask you.
What's that?
What do you think when you hear the word experiment?
For a moment, his mind froze. Then he came back to his senses and realized the word meant nothing from him aside from the dictionary definition.
What?
Oh. I guess it was just a coincidence then. I mean, that you knew about the four-leaf clover.
Look, I'm sorry. I don't want to be a jerk, but you are making less than no sense right now.
Oh, no. It's nothing. Just forget about it.
Oh, don't give me that. You really think I could just drop this? What is this experiment you were talking about?
Clover looked away. The four-leaf clover was still in her hand. She stared at it for a long moment and then finally spoke.
You promise you won't tell anyone?
Cross my heart.
Really?
Really?
I can trust you, right?
Of course you can.
Clover slipped the four-leaf clover into her pocket. Her eyes still red from crying, she looked up at Junpei.
Okay then, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what happened on this ship 9 years ago.
Wait. On this ship?
She one of the kids?
Yeah, this ship.
He was entirely lost. He had 1,000 questions, but it was probably best, he thought, to save them until Clover had finished.
It was an experiment to test some sort of psychic thing. Communicating through these fields that you can't see.
Fields that you can't see?
Everyone's talking about this. Clover nodded.
Like, think about this.
She pointed at the operating table. On top of it was a somewhat mismatched medical mannequin whose parts had been swapped with another mannequin.
This is John, right? But is he really John?
Huh?
All Junpei could think of was, she has finally completely lost it.
Isn't this like Locke's socks? Or the ship of Theseus?
I've never heard of Locke's socks. Junpei grew even more confused. He'd never heard of either of those things, although they sounded smart.
You don't know?
look at how smug she
heard of
looks.
those paradoxes?
No?
Junpei shook his head.
Really?
Clover laughed.
Okay, well pay attention then. This is how Locke's socks works. Let's say I've got a pair of socks. They're my favorite socks. One of them gets a hole in it. What would you do if that was your sock, Junpei?
Patch it up.
Well, I guess I'd patch it up. Get some cloth and close up the hole.
But what if another hole opens?
I'd add another patch, I suppose.
What if another hole opened after that?
Another patch, I guess?
Well, let's say you just keep adding new patches. Until eventually, the original cloth of the sock is totally gone. Once you get to that point, can you really say they're the same socks you started with?
Well, that's tough.
Junpei crossed his arms.
So, that's the Locke's socks thing?
Yeah, the ship of Theseus is a lot like it. The ship of Theseus. If you keep fixing the damaged parts of a ship, eventually it ends up with none of the parts it started with. Can you really say that ship is the same one you started with? And what if you took all the old parts from the first ship and built another one somewhere else? Then which ship is the real ship of Theseus? The one you repaired, or the one you built with all the original parts?
It was an interesting question. Clover could see Junpei was intrigued.
Hey, do you think it's the same?
What's the same?
These guys. Is this John, or is it Lucy now?
Junpei looked at the operating table again. A mannequin full of body parts from a different body. Clover had been right. It was just like Locke's socks in the ship of Theseus. The part of the body that holds a person's identity is the head. Of course, for many hundreds of years, conventional wisdom had held that a man's identity resided in his heart or any number of internal organs. And here they had both.
John's head and heart are both his, but apart from those and a single arm, the rest of his body was once Lucy's.
Was that mannequin really John?
We're just like these mannequins.
She looked at Junpei again.
Think about it. The cells in our body change every day. Old ones die and new ones are born. Maybe part of my arm is made of stuff from a fish I ate once. Or maybe part of your right side is made from a cow you ate. If you take it a little further, those cows and fishes are made from something else too, right? That's how we're all connected. Through fields that can't be seen with the naked eye.
The silence was broken by Seven.
Hey, what the hell is taking you two so long?
Seven's head appeared in the doorway. He was not happy.
How long are you gonna make me wait? We don't have time to screw around.
Junpei and Clover looked at each other. Clover looked at Junpei as if to say there was more she wanted to tell him. She shook her head. Whatever she had to tell him, she didn't want to tell him in front of Seven. Seven seemed to catch on.
Oh? What were you two doing? Was this some sort of secret meeting?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. We were just
Just...
playing with the mannequins.
Huh?
Let's go, Junpei.
Moving a little bit too fast to be entirely innocent, Clover headed toward the exit. Seven stared after her, then turned to Junpei with an amused expression.
Playing with mannequins, huh? Didn't know you were into that kind of thing, Junpei.
You're a dick.
Junpei dashed past him and traced Clover's path out the door. With a short laugh, Seven followed. They stood in front of the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key.
All right, I'm gonna open it now. Is that cool?
No.
You don't need to keep asking, just
It's
do
ice
it,
cold.
right?
Fine then.
He slid the key into the keyhole and turned it. He felt it unlock. The door opened with a soft, melancholy creak. Beyond it lay a simple white hallway. There was no fanfare or confetti. Obviously, there was no one there to applaud them. They simply walked through the door. That was it.
All right, let's get going.
Hey man, what's up with you?
I've never seen like better stats in OBS. The CPU usage in OBS just dropped to 0% for a second. That was really funny.
You're so serious, you know? Can't you sound more happy, you know, get a little excited?
This has got to be like one of the least resource intensive things I've ever done. As far as like actually streaming like with a model and everything.
Not really.
Junpei turned away from Seven and took his first step down the simple white hallway.
My brother might be dead.
Oh, Clover's brother.
I'm going to be
Brother! Clover had told him only a few minutes before that her brother was probably dead and that she was likely to follow him.
Like hell I can. Not after hearing something like that.
Suck a way out. They left the operating room. And you know what else is going to leave? Me. Because I am going to go get some water, and then also I'm going to turn the fan on to full blast. So I will be right back. Technically, I won't really leave. I'm just gonna be muted because the fan is gonna go and it won't be a fun listening experience. Water on the beach, operation! I am back. I'm also gonna put some water in my water. They left the operating room. Excuse me. The hallway took them around several corners and past several doors, but they were all locked.
Here too, huh? Every door in this place is locked up tight.
That's not good.
How about that one?
The final door was hidden in a corner of the hall.
May as well give it a try.
Junpei grabbed the handle. As he made to push it open, a voice stopped him. The voice came from behind him and belonged to neither Seven nor Clover.
Jumpy!
Huh?
He spun around. He saw someone running toward him from the other end of the hallway. There were 3 people coming toward Junpei and his companions.
June? And Santa? And Lotus too?
They pulled up short in front of Junpei, breathing hard.
Whoa! What the hell is this?
What are you doing here?
What? But we didn't...
Before he could finish, Clover spoke.
Hey guys, could you come take a look at this?
She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found.
Look on the wall here.
There was something on the wall at the end of the hallway.
A map of the ship's interior?
It says C deck.
So it's the map for this floor then?
Door 7. And... Door 8. Yep, they both eventually end up at this hallway.
In fact...
Yeah, isn't that what I said? We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9.
I'm trying my very best to open up this package without making noise, and it's not working. It doesn't want to go.
That's how the nonary game works.
I see.
Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again.
Wait a sec. Hey, could this lead to...
As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to weariness.
Oh.
You've got to be kidding me.
One by one, the others saw what he'd seen.
We may as well go.
Yeah.
They moved as one for the door.
Oh, almost forgot. We should keep this.
He pulled the map of the ship's interior off the wall, put it in his pocket, and followed the others. The 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke without looking back at the other 5.
Ready? I'm gonna open it.
Slowly, all 5 nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. They poured through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each of them knew where they were.
I knew it.
They were just where the map had said they would be.
We're back. In the hospital room.
I see. I believe I understand what you're saying.
The 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8. You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory, and then met one another. At any rate, I feel a bit silly for my little show of altruism. I know I said I was sure you'd come back for me. I didn't think it would happen so soon, though.
Ace shook his head with a rueful smile.
Well, we saw each other again and we ain't dead, so I say that's good enough. Anyway, I say we get out of this creepy old place. We found the key we need.
The key?
Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Right, Junpei?
Yeah.
Junpei nodded.
Oh, the solar system keys. Actually, we found one in the laboratory too. Yeah,
Oh, an Earth key.
The Earth key.
Lotus dug out a still warm key with an Earth symbol on it.
I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way it won't be my fault if it gets lost.
Yeah, on it.
And with that, she pressed it into Junpei's hand. He felt slightly less than honored.
Now we have 3 keys that we haven't used yet.
Yeah. The Jupiter key that we found in the operating room. The Saturn key card we found in the kitchen. And the Earth key Lotus just gave me.
Junpei tucked the new keys into his pocket. June spoke up.
The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long, straight hallway, right?
Yeah. If the map's right, then it connects to the central staircase. Then, next to the stairs...
Wait!
They were the first words anyone had heard of Clover in quite some time. Her face suggested they weren't going to be very happy words.
What about door 3?
Look, you saw the map, right? It's the same as 7 and 8. Just lead us back to the big hospital room.
Yeah, but there might be, like, keys in it or something.
There's no point to seeing what's on the other side of that door.
But there is. There might be keys or something.
There is a point. At least there is for me.
There were tears in her eyes, but she glared at Seven as hard as she could, just the same. She looked very much like a frightened puppy. There wasn't a man alive who could have resisted those eyes. Seven looked everywhere in the room except at Clover, and muttered and coughed apologies under his breath.
Yeah, you're right, I'm sorry. Snake might be on the other side of door 3.
Clover nodded once. The next person to speak was Ace.
Very well, I'll be coming with you then. I've had a nice long rest. I think it's time I was up and about again.
That's
so
5.
7, you'll help me, won't you?
I see.
Huh? Me?
Junpei did the calculation quickly in his head. 3. It looked like 7 was doing them too. At last he gave up.
Damn. Well, I guess that's how it's gotta be.
I'm thinking about like other ways they could have done it, and I'm realizing that like nothing else is gonna work. I was trying to figure out the way to get Clover and Junpei in somehow, but then that gives us 9. So then we need 3. So we need some way to get 3. So we need 12, but we don't have a way to get 12 unless we did this. I know that's not gonna work either. We'd have to do... We need 12, so we can't use 2 and we can't use 9. We'd have to do like this.
So I'm going with you, huh?
Yes, you are.
Alright, let's get moving.
And so it was decided that Clover, Ace, and 7 would discover what lay beyond door 3.
Okay, we're heading out.
Be careful.
Whoa. Didn't think I'd be hearing that from you, Lotus.
Don't let it go to your head. I'd be in trouble if the 3 of you bought it. The rest of us can't open the 9 door.
Ah, the truth comes out.
7 nodded as if this answer made much more sense, and pulled the lever on the red.
Okay, we're off.
The door opened and Ace, Clover, and Seven jumped through it. 6, 7, 8, 9. After exactly 9 seconds, the door closed noisily.
All right, we should get moving too.
Huh?
Get moving?
Where are we going?
Everyone except Lotus seemed rather confused.
Well, it would be a waste of time to just sit around, wouldn't it? Let me explain.
Oh, I get it. We're gonna see if we can get anywhere interesting with the Jupiter key.
Yes. If we're lucky, we might find Snake.
They were at the end of the hallway lined by individual hospital rooms.
And here's the Jupiter symbol on the keyhole.
All right, Junpei, open it if you please.
Yeah.
Jupiter pulled the Junpei key out of his pocket and slid it into the keyhole. He twisted. With a nice sharp click, he felt the door unlock. Junpei sucked in a breath, held it, and opened the door as quietly as he could. Inside was exactly what he expected to see from the map of the ship's interior. They were in a tremendous hall, almost like a ballroom, with a massive central staircase.
Great, back to the beginning. You sure this is a good idea?
What do you mean?
Well, we already searched every inch of this room, didn't we? I'm asking you if there's any reason we came back here.
Of course there's a reason. Man, sometimes I can't tell if you're smart or just lucky.
Huh?
This.
Junpei pulled 2 things out of his pockets.
The Saturn key card. And the Earth key? I'm lost.
Santa cocked his head to one side, like an inquisitive bird, and looked at them. After several long moments during which it became apparent that Santa had no idea what the cards meant, June took pity on him.
Don't you remember, Santa? On C deck, where we are now, there was a big elevator behind the stairs, remember? And next to the elevator, there was a card reader with the Saturn symbol on it. And on A deck, on the door to the left, there was a keyhole with the Earth symbol on it, I think. So the 2 keys that Jumpy has?
Should let us use the elevator and the door on A deck. Huh.
Yes, that's right.
June smiled, pleased with herself. So did Santa.
All right, I got it. Let's get started then. What do you say we split into 2 teams? Lotus and I will search the Earth one, so you 2 can search Saturn, all right?
Excuse me.
Sounds good. Then you guys should take this key.
Junpei handed the Earth key to Santa. They decided that their initial search should be brief.
We have no idea what's on the other side of these. So don't go too far. Just search for 10 minutes and come back.
Plan decided, the 2 teams splitted up. Splitted up? Junpei and June headed for the elevators.
There's a card reader next to the left elevator.
Then let's try out the Saturn key card.
A light on the upper left corner blinked to life.
Great! It looks like it's working now.
All right, now how do I call the elevator?
There was a single button to the right of the elevator door.
Oh, it only has the upside down triangle on it.
I guess there's no up button. Well, we may as well try pushing this one.
The door slid shut and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down.
It opened! Look, Jumpy!
June's voice was excited, but Junpei could hear a tinge of anxiety.
Sweet! It opened! Let's get going.
He grinned at June and stepped toward the open door. As he was about to set foot in it, he felt a hand on his arm.
Wait!
What?
I'm not really, I just, oh gosh.
Junpei was at something of a loss. What could she possibly be so frightened of? June was probably afraid of being locked up alone with a boy they could only go down. Should we choose this one for fun? After a little thought, Junpei decided that she had to be nervous of being locked up in such a small space, alone with a boy.
Well, we will be all alone in here.
In a way, it was kinda cute. Very demure, you could say, he thought. Still, even though it wasn't exactly roomy in the elevator, they weren't going to be pressed up against one another. At least they didn't have to be. Still, it was making her nervous. Junpei couldn't help but think how innocent she was.
Jumpy?
Huh? Oh, nothing. It's not important. Come on, let's go.
Again, he stepped toward the elevator. And again, he felt himself restrained.
I said wait a minute.
Why?
Aren't you afraid, Jumpy?
Afraid of what?
Well, I've never... You know.
It's your first time?
She'd never been in an elevator with a man alone before? Even so, she still seemed awfully alarmed.
I might... get wet.
What?
Down there. I'd get soaking wet.
Well, I mean, of course you would. That's the way it works. I mean, I've never heard of anyone getting soaking wet somewhere else.
That's true.
This is a good one.
You don't mind?
Let me take a screenshot of this.
Mind what?
Getting wet.
Well, I don't know. I think I'd probably, you know, like it.
Gosh, Jumpy. You're so brave.
Really?
There.
I mean, I kind of think any guy would do the same thing, you know? What happens, happens, right? I mean, if you get the chance, you've just got to go for it. That's what a man is supposed to do, I guess.
Yeah. You're so cool, Jumpy. I really admire you.
I can't believe this is what we missed out on. This is what we missed out on.
That doesn't really seem like the sort of thing you ought to admire someone for.
I'm really scared.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, you've never done it before.
Yes. So, I don't think I'll be able to last very long. And then it'll be over.
Over?
Yes. I'll go to heaven.
Heaven?
I don't think anything could compare to this.
It feels kind of like you're floating in space, and your mind gets all fuzzy, like when you pass out. At least that's what I've heard from people who have experienced it.
Yes, I've heard that too. Although I don't think the same thing happens to guys.
What?
Huh?
But it would happen to men too, wouldn't it? It would happen to anyone.
This
Once it gets
conversation.
into your body, the same thing happens to everyone.
Well, I mean, usually it doesn't go inside the man. I mean, generally.
Yes, it does. Well, eventually it will. It's not like you really have a choice. Your body will force you to swallow some of it. Eventually.
What are you trying to do to me?
Nothing. I'm not going to do anything to you. I'm just saying that that's what happens. It's a psychological reaction to what you're experiencing.
Oh, is that so?
Then it's only natural? Is that what's natural for living beings? Perhaps he'd been mistaken all these years. Had he misunderstood life so gravely? The thought terrified him. June seemed to be entirely oblivious to Junpei's mounting confusion and terror.
I know most men probably have larger lungs, but...
How is everyone?
Even then, I don't think you could hold your breath for 20 or even 10 minutes. Eventually, you'd have to breathe, and then the water would get into your lungs. Once that happens, your body won't be able to get oxygen anymore, and you'll start to feel that floaty feeling as you pass out. Huh.
Oh.
Finally, Junpei understood. He understood what June was trying to say and why she was so scared.
Yeah, you're right. You wouldn't last very long.
See?
She was afraid that the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen elevators on the A or B decks near the central staircase. all of which meant the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks.
Come to think of it, the lower floor, D-deck, is completely underwater. An elevator heading to a submerged floor. That is pretty scary. Hey, wait a minute. This elevator came up from somewhere under us, right?
Well, yes, I guess it did. It didn't open right away after you pressed the button. There was a motor noise, like it was moving, and then it opened.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So, take a look inside.
Junpei jerked his head toward the interior of the elevator.
It's not wet at all, is it? The walls and even the floor are totally dry.
Oh, you're right. They are.
She looked around the elevator, slightly embarrassed.
Well, let's test it.
Test it?
Yeah, watch this. Now, I'll just put one foot inside the elevator and look over at the buttons. Oh, there's only two, E and C. All right, I'll push E.
He pushed the E button and jumped out of the elevator. The door slid shut and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down.
I think I can hear it opening on E-deck.
Okay, that's done. Now I'll just press the button again.
A few moments later, the elevator returned.
Yep, not a single drop of water to be seen. See?
Junpei couldn't resist puffing out his chest just a little bit. June, however, still looked confused.
What does that mean? How can E-deck be safe if the D-deck is full of water?
Well, here's what I think. The elevator shaft and E-deck must be watertight and separated from wherever the ship's been punctured. Here, let me show you.
He pulled out his notebook and pen and sketched out a rough illustration. What notebook? What?
I see. So is that why the ship hasn't sunk? The shape of the inside keeps it all from filling with water?
Yeah, I think that's what's going on.
Junpei continued talking as he closed the notebook and slipped it back into his pocket.
So I'm gonna go down and check it out. You stay here, all right?
But...
Come on, just do it, all right?
He gave June's shoulder a reassuring squeeze, then hopped onto the elevator. He pushed the E button and the door began to close. June looked worried, her eyes darting back and forth as if she was trying to make a decision when suddenly...
I'm coming with you!
Huh?
At the last possible moment, June dashed forward, turning sideways just in time to slip through the gap between the closing doors.
Hey, wait!
Junpei jammed his finger against the open button, but it was too late.
Oh, crap. It closed.
The door had shut. He and June were in the elevator, and it was heading down to E-deck. He was so surprised by June that he didn't have time to think about what awaited him on the E-deck.
I can't just let you go alone, you know.
Ah, jeez.
No budget for the inside of the elevator, I see. The elevator stopped and the door slid open. They tentatively stepped out and looked around.
It looks normal.
No fish going about their fishy business, or jellyfish floating lazily through the water. There was, however, a blowfish, or at least something that looked very much like one. June's cheeks were puffed out and her mouth a tiny, intense frown.
Oh, knock it off. It's just like I thought. This part hasn't flooded. Come on, just look around. There's no water here.
June looked around nervously, then... missed opportunity to have a pouting sprite for her. Exhaled.
You're right. It's not flooded at all.
See?
But there's a whole lot of water.
Yeah, right on top of us.
What's gonna happen if the ceiling breaks?
Junpei thought about that for a moment.
Well, we'd probably get really wet up there.
Huh?
At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we can, once we're done looking around down here. Lotus and Santa might already be back.
Okay, good idea.
Now then...
Junpei glanced around the room they'd found themselves in. The first thing he noticed was a set of thick iron bars. They ran the length of the room, separating the left elevator from the right one.
Iron bars. Well, we can't go over there.
Right.
Then maybe...
In the corner of the room that housed the elevators, Junpei found an opening.
Well,
He walked up to it and stuck his head around the corner.
it looks like there's a long straight hallway down this way.
Something's written on the door at the end. Wait, is that...
Let's check.
Junpei and June set off down the hallway at a brisk clip, somewhere between a jog and a run. Or a run and a jog. Before long, they found themselves in front of the door. On it was a number written in bright red paint. 6.
I knew it!
This is a numbered door.
And indeed, there was a red bolted to the wall right next to the door.
But we can't do anything with only the two of us.
We better head back and let everyone know.
Yes.
Junpei and June turned and headed back to C-Deck.
Wait, what's this?
On their way back, Junpei noticed a map on the wall.
Is this the map for E-Deck? I should take it with me. Huh, so you guys found door 1.
They'd met back up with Santa and Lotus, who had explained what they'd found. Apparently, there was another numbered door in A-Deck, just like the one on E-Deck, beyond the door that the Earth Key opened. According to Santa and Lotus, there was a 1 on the door.
So now we've located 2 new doors. The 6 door and the 1 door.
You know, it is interesting that E-Deck wasn't flooded.
Lotus was quiet for a moment, lost in thoughts all alone.
Well, we don't really know if all of E-Deck is safe.
There could be some of the ocean's gray waves down there.
We only checked the area around the elevator.
Even so, it's still very interesting.
You said the 6th door was there, right?
Yes.
And that means Zero planned all this out, even the sinking. That would have meant some pretty serious remodeling of the ship's interior.
It's pretty mind-blowing when you think about it.
Yeah. I wonder how long it took. I can't even imagine how much it must have cost.
It would have been a ton, that's for sure.
Well, that does go along with what Ace was saying. The most reasonable explanation would be that this was done by some organization with access to a whole lot of cash.
Yes, it does make sense.
That thought made them all go quiet for a moment. June bit her lip while Lotus sighed softly to herself, and Santa cracked a stiff neck and stared off into the distance, at nothing.
Yeah?
I don't think it's a very good idea to stay here.
June looked up at Junpei with large, pleading eyes.
Yeah, you're right. Ace and his team might be back already.
Well, Junpei and I should be able to open door 1.
Huh? You guys leaving me behind?
8 plus 6 plus 5 is 19. 1 plus 9 is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1.
Just kidding. All right, let's go.
Lotus's words were all the impetus they needed. Back to the large hospital room they went. The moment they stepped inside, a tremendous voice echoed across the room.
Hey! Where the hell did you guys go?
It was 7.
7?
Ace was right behind him, and Clover was behind Ace, although she seemed to be hanging back.
What's wrong?
It looked as though there was something strange about them. 7 had the look of a man who'd seen a ghost. Ace was just as pale, and Clover looked as though she was only moments from passing out entirely. For a long moment, they simply stood there, looking at one another. Junpei looked around nervously, waiting for someone else to speak. How far along are we? Oh, we're not that far along at all. No one did. He looked at 7.
What happened?
What the hell kind of question is that?
7 was trying very hard to be angry, but something had shaken him, hard. His shoulders were trembling, and his voice was strained.
Snake is...
7 couldn't finish. He just looked away, his face twisted by... Junpei wasn't sure what. Instead, Ace spoke. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke.
Snake is... dead. He died, just as the 9th man did.
It was as if all the air had suddenly been sucked out of the room. Junpei felt his heartbeat quicken, and he realized he was having trouble breathing. He could feel cold sweat beating on his forehead and neck. June, Santa, and Lotus looked the way he felt. All three were frozen in place, their faces white.
Oh my god. That's not true, is it?
We should make sure.
Yeah, right. We should.
Wait! Not that way!
They nodded to one another and headed for the number 3 door.
What? Why not?
They stopped short and turned to look at 7. He was pointing at the door with no number.
I stuck a screwdriver in there to keep the door from closing all the way. It's not locked, so you can go in that way.
Where is he?
The shower room. The left side of the hallway. I put a broom in there too to keep the door open.
That means we can get in without going through the numbered door, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Then let's go.
Their new destination clear, Junpei and his companions headed for the door with no number. Once in the hallway, it was easy to spot the metal door on the left wall.
This wasn't open when we passed here before.
But now, just as 7 had said, there was a broom stuck between the door and the frame, keeping it open.
Well, let's keep going.
They looked at it for a brief moment, then stepped inside.
Oh, it smells horrible.
Lotus wrinkled her nose and covered her mouth in disgust. Even Santa pinched his nose shut.
Ugh, yeah, this is pretty awful. I feel like I'm gonna puke.
It was just as bad as they said, perhaps worse. A hideous smell filled the air, so thick they could almost taste it. It was sour and smelled of fish, feces, and burnt meat. It worked its way through Junpei's nose and down his throat to pound against the entrance to his stomach. He put his hands over his mouth and struggled to keep what little was in his stomach where it belonged.
Where is he? Where's Snake?
They didn't have to wonder where the body was.
There.
There was blood everywhere! A few arms of the splatter reaching toward them as they walked in through the door. All one had to do was follow the many radial arms to their source. The body itself was hidden behind a divider.
June, you should stay here.
But...
Please, just do me a favor, okay? Alright?
He didn't give her a chance to say no. He put his hand on her shoulder as if to shove her into the ground like a tent pole, turned and walked toward the end of the divider.
I'm going in.
It felt like it took an eternity for him to get there. Santa and Lotus followed, timid and nervous as a pair of children. Eventually, they reached the divider. They looked at one another and nodded slowly. Junpei put his hand on the divider and peered around the corner. For a moment, he forgot to breathe. He felt his heart collapse in his chest like an empty cigarette carton, and time froze. He knew in that instant that he would take the image before him to the grave. What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh torn from the body sat in the blood like tiny islands in the great Red Sea. A vast, ragged hole had been torn in the torso, and what remained of his intestines spilled out of it like fresh spaghetti. Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and become stuck there as they dried. Globules of yellowish... Yeah, that's the same thing that we saw earlier. Santa's voice was strained. Junpei suspected he was holding down some vomit of his own.
Just like the ninth man. The detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gut.
It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful.
Oh god. The bone is coming out of his left arm.
It's definitely an open fracture.
Oh, that's the same. Yeah, this is the same stuff.
Oh, the face. It's horrible.
Yeah, you can't even tell who it is.
Half of his head had simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it look like raw pizza. Yeah, we saw that. His clothes too were covered in... yeah, the clothes are, yeah.
No mistake about it. It's Snake.
Lotus's voice was unnaturally deep and strained, and Junpei heard it catch in her throat. The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. Yep, the ghost. Clover, yeah.
Snake was probably...
Yeah. We've seen this before.
It's
They're gonna go over like shoving him in, blah blah blah.
It was a unfortunate, the dead snake, and then that.
I see. You need it. It wouldn't.
Yeah, that means.
Well, let's say you're right.
Went right after that.
Then that means we were all.
Yeah, that means.
Wait, how can you? You're.
Well, not.
Why don't you? What are you going to?
What?
Exact. Any game. Whoever makes zero.
Then you're.
Yes, that is. We have to. Otherwise.
Then does.
Yes. If there's any, he mastermind. Doesn't it seem?
If Zero killed Snake,
He wasn't sure. Let's go with this one.
Something's still strange.
What was that?
Well, I'm just wondering about one thing.
And what's that?
How can you be so sure that Zero's on this ship?
Ace's eyebrows shot up.
Really, Junpei? I confess I'm a little disappointed. Usually you're rather sharp. Isn't it obvious?
Wait, it is?
This ship.
Huh?
Zero said, this ship, several times when he addressed us. If he weren't here, he wouldn't say this ship, would he? He'd be saying something like, that ship, or the ship.
Oh, yeah.
Ace's explanation made perfect sense. Junpei felt a little foolish he hadn't seen it himself. Still, he was left with a question, and it was one of no small
If
importance.
Zero's on the ship, where is he?
Suddenly, everyone went very quiet. The silence was cold and clammy, and Junpei could feel it crawling across his back and around his throat. Again, he heard the ghosting moaning noise, and moments later, a person who looked more like a ghost than human appeared. It was Clover.
I think Zero is one of us.
We've seen this before too. Let's choose this one.
That's crazy. Isn't this ship going to sink? If Zero was here with us, he'd be putting himself in danger. Why the hell would he do something like that? There's no motive.
Clover looked up at Junpei and her face fell.
You don't believe me.
Her eyes were so pitiful. The moment Junpei's met them, he felt his heart tighten. He didn't think what he said was wrong, but perhaps the way he'd said it had been. He'd been too insensitive. Clover had just lost her brother. His death would have been bad enough, but she'd also seen the blasted wreck of his body. Junpei barely knew him, and the sight had been enough to make him sick. He'd get on Minecraft later? Probably not, I'll be honest. What Clover had said, or what Clover had felt, he couldn't begin to imagine. There's just nothing I want to do on it, besides work on, the library, and I'm going to do that tomorrow. In the mental state she must have been in, it was understandable that she would look at those around her with suspicion. She felt everyone was against her. The least Junpei could have done was try to understand what she was feeling. He felt ashamed of what he'd said. Perhaps, he thought, I should apologize. Also, I looked at the redstone door. And unless the mechanism had been updated for the bookshelf door, I don't think it's gonna work because it is complex. It is extraordinarily complex and very bulky. It is a huge redstone circuit that you need to set up to make the door work. Like, it's enormous. And I just don't think it's gonna work. It might work in your library, but it would have to be against the wall or something like that. You need to have bookshelves along the walls. You couldn't have the ones that you currently have. But I was just looking at the redstone behind it, and it's super complicated. But before that apology could begin...
Clover,
Clover, I understand what you're feeling. You don't feel that you can trust any of us.
I wonder if that's going to screw us over later. If it does, we'll just go back. Ace had beaten Junpei to the punch. As he spoke to Clover, his face was calm and friendly.
But you have to understand. The more we distrust one another, the further we fall into our true foe's trap. Zero was the one who did those horrible things to your brother. Do you want to let yourself be manipulated by someone who would do such a horrible thing?
Clover didn't answer. She didn't even look at Ace. The whole time her eyes were on Junpei. He could feel Clover's eyes boring into him. They were the color of a deep winter lake. Junpei saw no suspicion in them, only sadness. I feel like we have to redo that. Then in that horrible silence, they heard a bell begin to ring. It was the clock on the central staircase.
It's 3 in the morning.
That means we have 3 hours left.
Then we need to move now. 7. Clover, I know how you feel, but you...
Okay.
We must go.
Our next destination is Mercury.
But maybe you and June should check it out first and then report back to us.
All right, let's go, June.
Right.
Why us?
Here it is.
It sat bolted to the wall next to the stairs that led to the casino and the kitchen between the 2 elevators.
The Mercury card reader.
We're using the card 7 gave us, right?
Yeah.
I found it when we were checking out the shower room.
I think 7 said something like that. Anyway, let's see what happens.
The resources, I think for now, there's some decorative stuff that I'm gonna need, but I think for right now, I just need a ton of sandstone. Because, and I have dirt that I can use for scaffolding. I think it's just a lot of sandstone for now. I think later on I'm gonna need some wood and probably some wool, but we have lots of wool. And we have lots of wood. The light on the reader turned green and made a tiny electronic noise.
I guess
Honestly,
the elevator works now.
The bigger thing than the resources is gonna be clearing around the area around the library to make it not look gross and ugly. Because right now it's just I tried to clear out one of the corners, but right now it's just this giant square cut into the ground, and it looks really gross because it just cuts into the side of a hill.
Jumpy, I know it's only the 2 of us, but let's do our best.
What's with you all of a sudden?
Well, I'm happy we were put together.
You know it's just for searching E-Deck, right?
Even so, I'm glad I'm with you.
Oh. First, we need to find out if the elevator comes up full of water.
Just like we did before.
Meanwhile, everybody's like, get a room, you two.
Oh, here it is.
I knew it. It's not wet at all.
Let's go.
Yes.
Once it had been checked for water, Junpei and June stepped into the elevator.
Look! Nearly all of the buttons are destroyed.
Yeah, only the seat and bottom button can be pushed.
We're on C deck right now, so the only one we can choose is bottom.
Yeah. Well, let's try it out.
Junpei hit the bottom button. The door closed. Slowly, they began to move downward.
Oh, so this is the bottom deck.
They stepped off and saw that the hallway to their right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hallway in front of them was a dead end. But not a regular dead end.
Hey, over there.
This is a numbered door.
This is the 8th one we found. There were 2 numbered doors on B deck near the central staircase. They were doors 4 and 5. 3 more in the large hospital room. Doors 3, 7, and 8.
And the door we found on E deck, and the door Lotus and Santa found on A deck. It was a 6 on the door on E deck, and a 1 on the door on A deck.
4, 5, 3, 7, 8, 6, 1, and now 2 stood in front of Junpei.
That means...
Do you think the next door we find?
Yeah, I think so. The next one's gonna be door 9.
Despite himself, Junpei felt excited. There was something about that excitement that frightened him as well.
Finally!
Yeah,
You don't look very happy about it, though.
it's not that. I just hope nothing goes wrong.
You're right. We should keep our fingers crossed.
Let's head back.
Okay.
He did his best to put it from his mind and headed back to the sea deck with June.
1, 2, 3, 4. All right, 7 pieces.
The pieces of paper they'd folded up lay on the ground next to Junpei's legs. Everyone had written on paper pulled from Junpei's notebook in an effort to pull together a blind vote.
Just double checking, but everyone wrote their code name and a door number they want, right?
Yes, just like you told us earlier.
Can't believe we're voting here.
Why had they decided to vote that way?
We need to make the whole thing fair, blah-de-blah. This is a complicated plan, you know. Hurry it up, Mr. I have a brilliant idea.
They decided it wasn't fair to simply ask everyone at once. That would allow people to force others to go through certain doors.
Yeah, quiet in the peanut gallery.
And he had a plan. It wasn't a plan he wanted anyone catching wind of, however, so he did his best to act calm as he began to open and read the pieces of paper.
All right, let's open these up. The first one says, Ace requests door 1.
Yes, I do. Would you like me to explain why?
No, we don't have time for that. Sorry. Let's keep going.
He opened the second one.
Next is Santa. He wants door 6.
Yeah, that's what I wrote.
Junpei continued the third, fourth, and fifth pieces of paper.
Clover wants 1, Lotus wants 2, and 7 also wants 2.
Wait a minute. There is no way I'm going anywhere with the Elephant Man.
No, there'd be no point to the voting if we let people change their choices because of stuff like that.
But...
Just give it up, Lotus. It's not like I want to hang out with some exhibitionist grandma.
I am not an exhibitionist. I'm wearing clothes.
Barely.
So, last I checked, that's not a crime.
Maybe. But what about common decency? Nobody wants to have to look at a chick who looks like a half-naked raisin.
Oh, I'm gonna kill you!
Lotus's hair flared out like the mane of an angry lion, and she roared with a voice that shook the
not
walls.
Let go! Let go of me! I'm killing him!
With some difficulty, Ace managed to restrain her.
Junpei, read the rest.
Right.
Junpei tore his eyes away and looked down at the sixth piece of paper. He opened it.
June wants door 6.
Yes, I don't really have a reason. I just felt like it.
All of the papers, save Junpei's, had been read. He did some quick calculations in his head.
So this was everyone's vote. Ace and Clover requested door 1.
This was on the A deck near the central staircase.
7 and Lotus requested door 2.
This was the door on the bottom deck and could be reached by taking the elevator.
Santa and June requested door 6.
This was on the door on E deck and could be reached by taking the elevator near the central staircase down.
Then the door I should choose is
11. 2. 9. Junpei 5, so that'd be 5. Then 6. They're 9, so then you would need 7. You'd need 15. So if they're 2 of the 5, they would have to be. They'd have to take Junpei and Ace if they wanted to go into 6. Right? Get 15. Or Clover, Junpei, and June. That would work too. No, that wouldn't. No. No. No, that would work. It took him less than a second to run the numbers. He opened the seventh piece of paper and spoke.
Okay, the last one is mine. I want to go through.
What door should we choose? This is a free choice. We get to choose whatever door we want. It doesn't matter what we choose here. Since we're the last person and it's tied, since there's 7 of us, Yeah, now that there's 7 of us because Snake's not here, we get to choose whatever we want. So, I don't know. But we have free reign, and it's whatever it is. Like, whatever we want to have it be, we can choose. I just didn't know if it like, really matters in any real sense. One's on the top, 2's on the bottom, and 6 is in the middle. Wait, actually, Clover. Actually, we can probably get... any of them would probably work with Clover, when I'm thinking about it. Let's see. But Clover and Junpei would be 9. So then they could go with Ace, or they could go with Santa. No, they couldn't go with Santa. We can't do 2 if we want to get Clover. I'm thinking about what she was talking about earlier. They seem to say that we would talk again later, and I'm hoping we can still do that. 6 would require... let's do 6. 6 or 1 would both work. And I'm thinking 6, that would mean just 7. Yeah. That would be the only combination. We don't have... because if Junpei and... the only way to get 6 would be to get 15. And... there's no way to get 15 without taking... well, no, they could. No, there's no way to take 6. There's no way to include Junpei in 6 that doesn't involve Clover. Because we would need 15 total. So we need 10 split up at least 2 to 4 people. We can't do 8 and 2 because Snake isn't here. We could do 7 and 3. We could also do... well, we could do 6 and 4 as well. But we could also do... I know. Let's do 6.
I want to go through door 6.
Junpei flipped open the piece of paper. It read Junpei door 6. Of course it did. He'd written it after all. Oh, he'd written it after all.
That's a problem.
June spoke barely above a whisper, but they all knew what she'd say.
None of these teams will be able to go through the doors they want.
Clover and I chose door 1.
Lotus and I chose door 2.
That's not enough people to open a numbered door, however.
The digital routes don't match up either.
We've got similar problems. Junpei and I want to go through door 6, but our digital route is 5. If we're gonna open that door, we need a 1.
Damn, what are we gonna do now?
What are we going to do?
Junpei crossed his arms and did his best to put his thoughts in order. The others followed suit, but with little result. Eventually, Clover broke the silence.
Why don't 7 and Lotus go through door 1 with me?
Her face was cold and flat, as was her voice, but her logic was sound. No, I think we need to go back. 7 and Lotus looked at each other. 7 plus 8 plus 4 is 19. 1 plus 9 is 10. 10 is 1 plus 0 is 1. First problem resolved, Ace spoke up.
What about me?
Isn't that obvious? Wasn't one of the teams just complaining that they didn't have a 1?
You mean I should join Santa's team?
Yes.
Clover nodded, her face still cold and emotionless. Her attitude and posture could not have been more different than the energetic girl of only a few hours before. No one seemed ready to contradict her. Her response was understandable given the horrible situation in which she had found herself, but even so...
Huh. I understand. I'll go through door 6 then.
I don't think we want
If we do
that.
as Clover has suggested, we can all pass through a numbered door and no one will be left behind. This seems to be the most reasonable solution.
3 plus 6 plus 5 plus 1. 15, 1 plus 5 is 6.
7. Lotus. What do you guys think?
I don't have a problem with it.
Me either.
All right then, we're good to go.
Okay, I'm gonna reload. I'm gonna reload because yeah, I'm gonna reload because I think we really need to. Excuse me. I think we really need to end up with Clover. I think we really need to be in her group because they had the whole thing about like talking.
I see.
So I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna redo this.
The 6 that you saw, and then. At any rate, I know I didn't think it.
Well, anyway, we found it. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna I'm gonna redo this.
Here.
And
Yeah. Did you?
why don't we?
And
Did you?
Yeah, if the map's.
I'm gonna choose the other thing with
Then-
Clover
Wait.
just in case.
What about?
Look.
And
There is at least.
Yeah, Snake.
Very well. So.
Huh? Damn. So.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Whoa.
Don't the rest.
Okay.
All right.
Huh?
Get moving.
Where we?
Well, that makes. Oh, yes.
yeah, I'm just gonna redo
All right, Junpei.
because I think
Yeah.
this is still at the end of this like flowchart node. We go through, we're gonna change what we did with Clover to agree with Clover, and then we're gonna try and get
What do
with
you-
her door.
Of course, there's a reason. And this.
And the Earth Key?
Don't you on and on there was a so yeah.
All right. What do you, Lotus?
Sounds good. We haven't so.
There's a
Then let. Great.
all right. Oh,
Well,
it
sweet. What? Well.
Jump.
Huh? Come on.
I said
What?
aren't
Afraid?
well. You know,
It's your.
I might tell
I mean, I.
that you
my-
getting.
Well, I think I'd.
Gosh.
Really? What happened?
I.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Over?
Yes. It at least.
Although. Huh?
But once. Yes. Well.
What are you?
Nothing. I'm just.
Oh.
I know. Even the eventual ones. Huh. See.
An elevator. Hey, this elevator.
It didn't open. There was.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh.
Well.
Test?
Yeah. Now I'll just. Oh. Ian. All right.
I think I can hear it opening on E deck.
Okay, that's done. Now I'll just.
Let's see if there's a faster way to do this. There we go. Yeah, I guess we just sit here. Dung! Go through all this again. Okay, I'm gonna make a save here.
Just double check.
Yes,
Just make sure
like
I
you told
can like get the one I want, because I want to end up with Clover. She said 1.
It's not like.
No, 2. Okay. So let's do 2. Unless we can do 1. Can I save here? Oh, I totally can. We'll just save here then.
My choice is door 1.
Santa was unconvinced.
Hey, wait a minute there. You cheating?
Cheating?
I'm asking if you changed your number after you heard what doors we wanted.
How could I do that? I wrote it down on the paper earlier.
Let me see that.
Sure, here.
Junpei shrugged and handed it to him. Santa examined it furiously. The others peered at it as well. As they did, Junpei quickly slipped the piece of paper he'd been hiding into his pocket. Although he'd never know it now, Santa had been justified in his suspicions. Junpei had switched papers.
I had 3 pieces of paper ready.
For doors 1, 2, and
And I
6.
put the one with door 6 on it into the pot.
He put a small mark on it so that he would know which one was
I
his.
just needed to make sure I drew last. After I saw everyone else's result, I just chose whatever door I wanted.
Dang, bro's cold with it.
If the number I'd already put in matched, then I didn't have to switch the paper out.
Well, what does it say?
He fought the urge to smirk.
You got lucky.
Santa snorted and tossed the paper aside, frustrated.
Very well. We've decided who will go through door 1. It will be Clover, Junpei, and myself.
1 plus 4 plus 5. 10 plus 10. 1 plus 0 is
Our
1.
only problem is the 2 remaining teams.
June and I want door 6.
Lotus and I want door 2.
That's not good. We
They're gonna-
can't open either of those doors with only 2 people.
They're gonna have to go with 2, I think. No, that's not possible either. They got 6. No, they're gonna have to go through 6. Yeah. Right? Yeah, they're gonna have to go through 6.
Fine. 7, we'll go through door 6.
3 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 is 24. 2 plus 4 is 6.
Sure thing. I didn't really want to go through door 2 anyway. Besides, if we've got a younger girl with us, it'll lower the average age. Right, June?
Well, I
June was at a loss for words. Lotus was not.
Pig. You just wait and see.
Her eyes were the eyes of a woman prepared to kill. A shiver ran down Junpei's spine.
Calling me old. This is why men are such a pain in the ass. They're about as subtle as a brick.
And they're at it again.
Well, have fun, you two. Even after they separated at the staircase, Lotus was still muttering angrily to herself.
I'll see you later, June.
Jumpy.
Circumstances dictated that Junpei and June would have to part ways again, but this time it didn't sting quite so much.
Don't make that face. It'll be like what Seven said.
We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. That's how the notary game works.
Do they have enough people? No, they don't. I think I already determined that, didn't I? Yeah, they need... They need Snake again. Yeah, they need Snake. Seven's words took a weight off of Junpei's shoulders and felt much better.
It'll be fine. I'll see you soon.
All right. See you later.
Lingering uneasy remained... Oh, what? Lingering uneasy? I think that's supposed to be lingering unease. But they went their separate directions without much trouble. Junpei, Ace, and Clover headed toward A deck.
Here's A deck. It was the door on the left, right?
That should be it, yes.
Then here we go.
It opened, and they walked through.
It's just as Santa and Lotus said.
At the end of the hallway sat a door with a large red 1 upon it.
Numbered door.
To the left of it, bolted to the wall, was the
There's
red.
the red. I'll go first.
Ace went first and waved his wrist over the scanner panel.
Now the two of you, if you would.
Junpei was next. Finally, listlessly, Clover lifted her arm. She leaned toward the scanner panel. The third asterisk clicked to life, shining brightly. Ace took hold of the lever.
Now.
He took a deep breath and turned to Junpei and Clover.
Are you ready? Shall I pull it?
Yeah, anytime.
Clover said nothing. She nodded little more than a lethargic twitch of the head.
Very well then. Let's go. 3, 2, 1.
And it's open! Move it!
They stumbled into the room.
Where is it?
Frantically, Junpei scanned the room. His eyes stopped on the device that would determine whether they lived or died.
There it is! Over there!
Next to the door they'd come through was the dead. As one, they ran to it. They put their hands over it as if they were fighting for it.
It stopped.
Yes, it did.
Junpei could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. Ace and Clover were breathing hard and fast.
Ooh, I don't believe I'll ever get used to that.
I'm not sure it's something I'd want to get used to. We should finish this game before imminent death becomes a normal thing.
I agree.
Now then.
Junpei looked around again, this time more slowly.
There's another door. Let's try opening it.
He took hold of the knob and easily, gently, pulled it open.
So, this is the wheelhouse?
He closed the door again and turned to Ace and Clover. He fixed each in turn with a meaningful stare, then spoke.
Ace, you investigate the wheelhouse next door.
Very well.
Clover, you're in charge of this room. Say something!
Okay, I will.
All right then, let's get started.
Zoom. Seek a way out. So we're in the chart room. Well, chair. A chair. Clover isn't talking much. Well, I guess that's understandable. I mean, she's been through a lot. Really, it's more surprising that she's still together enough to talk at all. Stack of nautical charts. A nautical chart. There's a line on it here. Lines the route the ship is supposed to take. There are these dots all over the map. Those are probably ports for the boat to stop at. Looks like the lines connect the dots. Nothing left in the drawer. Okay. A light. Looks like a wolf flower. A world map with the Atlantic Ocean in the center. There are a number of red pins. What do the pins mean? Maybe they match up with the pins. What do you know? This one's a match to the pins. 7 locations connected by 7 lines. Okay. What are these? Books. The blue one. Ship's log. Wooden box. A case for letters. Hey Clover, ever write letters? Nothing. None of these look useful. Left drawer. Pocket watch. Pocket watch. She hasn't been saying anything. She keeps looking at the floor. She seems kind of sad. Well, her brother did get exploded. A voice he hadn't expected startled Junpei from his examination of the pocket watch.
Oh, pocket watch. Might I take a look at it?
He spun around to find Ace standing in the
hungry.
doorway. Junpei shrugged and handed him the pocket watch.
Hey, man. What are you doing over in this room?
Oh, I just thought I'd come check up on the two of you. Is there a problem?
Yeah, there is. Well, not a problem, but... we save? Let's save.
Well, not a problem, but... That's a lie. I wanted to get rid of Ace. I sent him to the wheelhouse at the beginning for a reason. I wanted to talk to Clover alone. There's something I want to ask her. And I don't want anyone to overhear us. I'm pretty sure Clover won't talk if there's anyone else around. I'm a little desperate to send him back, quick. He has to leave.
Ace opened his mouth and took another look at Junpei and shut it again. A small smirk appeared on his face.
Oh, I see. Of course.
He looked Junpei over, then glanced at Clover.
I apologize for the intrusion.
I knew that would get him off.
Well, best of luck.
Ace gave Junpei a knowing pat on the shoulder and left. I figured that was the right choice. Rather than being like, yeah, there's a problem. I figured that trying to be coy about it, like I was trying to put the moves on Clover, would be able to get him off. Junpei let out a sigh and brushed a few drops of sweat from his forehead. I figured being like, yeah, there is, would be like mad sus. But like trying to be like, well, you know, like, kind of like, you know, like, I'd be like, I get it, buddy. Like, yeah, don't worry, I'll wingman for you. He turned and found himself looking straight into Clover's eyes. She'd heard what Ace had said. She regarded Junpei with caution.
What was that about?
She was clearly suspicious, and with good reason.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Junpei's eyes widened, and he held up his hands in a gesture of innocence.
Oh, no, it's not like that.
What's it like then?
I just wanted to hear the rest of that story. I didn't get a chance to ask you about it until now.
What story?
About the experiment, remember? The one you started to tell me in the operating room? You said something about an experiment that happened here 9 years ago.
Clover bit her lip. She stared down at the floor for several long moments, and when she spoke, it was barely audible.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about that right now. I'm just not in the mood, okay? You understand, right? I keep thinking about my brother. I can't stop. I mean, who would do something like that to my brother? I can't forgive them. I'm not gonna let them get away with it. They're gonna pay for it. I promise. So...
Her shoulders were shaking. Drops of blood had sprung on her lips where she was biting them. She wiped it off and looked up at Junpei, her eyes fierce and angry.
Junpei, who do you think did it?
Her voice was cold and scarcely above a whisper. Junpei gulped.
Well, if what Seven said was right, then there would have to be at least 2 of them. You need at least 3 people to open the numbered doors, and if you subtract Snake, that means there were at least 2 other people.
You're right. So, what does that mean?
Well, if we just look at the bracelet numbers, we should be able to figure it out. Who could have opened door 3 with Snake? Well, really, who and who, or who and who?
You mean it could have been 4 people?
Well, technically, it's possible.
I don't know. That doesn't seem very likely.
Why?
I'll tell you later. Why don't we just assume it was only 2 other people for now?
Okay, got it. Let's do that then.
Then who do you think it could be?
Junpei crossed his arms in thought. Snake's bracelet number was 2. Wait, hold on. Hold on. We went through the first door with Junpei, Lotus, Santa, and June. Snake's bracelet was 2. Which 2 bracelet added to 2 would give a digital read of 3? Can't be Ace and Santa. Ace and June would give 2. Ace and 7 would give 3. Ace and Lotus would give 4. Santa and June would give 2. Santa and 7. I mean, yeah, Santa and 7 would give 3. Ace and 7 would give 1. Santa and Lotus would give 4. June and 7 would give 6. June and Lotus would give 7. And then 7 and Lotus would give 8. So it had to be Santa and 7. This is not an option here. I personally, based on, although I don't know how this, wait, well, who came through us with door 5 the first time around? Who came around? It was... It was Santa. No, it was Snake, 7, and Junpei. I'm just thinking, could somebody have taken the ninth man's bracelet? I'm just thinking, like, do the bracelets have to be attached to their hands to work? Like, do they have to be on somebody to work? Because, hear me out. The scanner doesn't actually... Like, does the scanner actually know... Does it actually have biometrics on them? That knows who is linked to what number? Or... I'm just thinking, because they specified that Snake's bracelet, the one that we found, the exploded body that we found in the shower room, they specified that bracelet was broken. They specifically said that that one was broken, and it did not display a number. They didn't say that with the ninth man, which to me is very suspicious. Because there is no identifiable features about, I mean, there's nobody else in the ship that could even have been besides Snake, I guess, to put the clothes on. But it strikes me as very suspicious that Snake goes missing, and we find an exploded body. But the game makes it very clear that pretty much any of the definitive identifiable information about it being Snake was gone. It's just the clothing. We don't have, like, a face. We don't have the bracelet. We don't have anything. So... I don't even know what the reasoning for this would be. Like, it can't be the ninth man that they dressed up as, that Zero dressed up as Snake. I don't think. That wouldn't make a lot of sense, because how would you replicate the clothing? Right? You couldn't really replicate the exploded clothing. But I still think it's really suspicious that we can't see his face because it was messed up so much, and that his bracelet was broken. This is the only answer, though.
Would it be Santa and 7? The digital root for Snake, Santa, and 7 is 3. Wait, hold on. Are Santa and 7 the killers?
What's wrong?
Clover looked at Junpei and he looked back at her. There was no point in hiding it.
Well, I thought about it, and...
He told her his conclusions.
That's what I thought.
She looked less surprised than he'd expected.
Santa and 7. If it was 2 people, then that's the only combination that works.
Hey, wait a minute there. Don't you think it's a little too early to be jumping to conclusions? Well, all I said is that those 2 would have been able to open door 3 with your brother. There might be other possibilities.
Well, what other possibilities?
You don't have to register your hand in order to have your detonator go off. He didn't have an answer. He was ready to admit defeat when Clover spoke.
Are you saying you think that it was 3 or 4 people? I really don't think that's likely.
Why not?
Can I borrow your pen and paper?
Clover put her hand out expectantly.
Yeah.
She's gonna explain why if it's 3 or 4 people it has to include Akane or Junpei, and then Junpei's gonna be like, well obviously it could never be Akane. Junpei pulled out his pen and pad of paper and handed them to her. She opened the notebook and wrote down several simple addition problems. Eventually she had 8, which provided a digital root of 3. 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 6. 2 plus 1 plus 4 plus 5. 2 plus 4 plus 7 plus 8. 2 plus 5 plus 6 plus 8. 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 7 plus 8. 2 plus 1 plus 4 plus 6 plus 7, or plus 8. 2 plus 1 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7. And 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7. Okay, so I'm gonna go out in the reasoning why she's gonna debunk these. 1, this one would include Akane, which Junpei's gonna deny. This one would include both herself and Junpei, like Clover and Junpei, which doesn't make any sense. This one would include Clover, which doesn't make any sense. This would include both Akane and Junpei, which doesn't make sense. He's gonna deny that. This would require 4 people, which is absurd. This would require 4 people plus Clover and Akane. This would require 4 people in Akane and Junpei, and then this one would require Clover and Junpei. So out of all of them, this is the only realistic one, but then it has 4 people, which makes it unrealistic.
What's this?
These are the combinations for 3 or 4 people. These 8 combinations are the only possible ones.
But once again, Snake didn't need to authenticate his thing. They could have opened it up and just shoved him in.
Oh, I see.
Junpei,
Yeah?
I can trust you, right?
Of course. Why would you need to ask that?
Really?
Yeah.
So then I should get rid of B, D, G, and H, right?
Of course. Just cross them out. And you should take off yours too. The ones with 4.
Yeah, because that doesn't make any sense.
So, what does that leave?
A and E.
Yeah, and he's gonna say it can't be A because it could never be Akane. 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 6. 2 plus 1 plus 7 plus 7, or 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 7 plus 8.
Wait, it can't be A.
Why?
Because June's in that one. There's no way in hell she'd do something like that.
Are you sure?
I bet my life on it.
Okay then. I can cross off A too, right?
Yeah.
Well, what have we got left?
An absurd amount.
E.
2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 7 plus 8.
Do you know what this means?
Everyone besides me, you, and June would be working together.
Do you think that's likely? If there were 4 people working together, they wouldn't be very cautious. I don't think they'd try that hard to hide what they were doing if they outnumbered us, right?
Well, you do have a point.
And besides, if Ace and Seven are working together, they could have easily gotten rid of me when I went to the shower room with them. But they didn't. They didn't even try anything. If they were killers, why wouldn't they?
Her voice was calm, but Junpei had only to look her in the eye to know it was a forced calm. There were tears forming at the corner of her eyes, and she was blinking furiously to keep them back. Perhaps by attempting an objective analysis of who might have killed her brother, she had been able to distance herself from the harsh reality of his death. The more she struggled to act unconcerned, the more Junpei felt his heart tighten.
Oh, I see. Anyway, I understand now. It seems pretty unlikely that it was as many as 3 or 4 people.
Yeah.
Then that means there's a good chance it was Santa and Seven.
That's how it looks.
But why would they do it?
There was a moment of silence.
Their motive.
He laid his hand gently on her shoulder. He was close, so close to the answer. When Ace chose the worst possible moment to return. He raised a knowing eyebrow and then spoke.
Have I interrupted something?
What is it?
There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment?
He turned on his heel and walked back toward the wheelhouse.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Junpei looked over at Clover. He gave her a short nod, hoped that she would be willing to talk to him again later, and followed Ace.
What did you want to talk about?
But before we do that, because of the ad, I am going to go get more water.
am hungry.
Alright. I went over to the be right back and this thing opened. Ace looked at Junpei and smiled. Perhaps more of a smirk than a smile.
There was something I wanted to check.
Yeah? What's that?
If you'll excuse me.
Oh, he's gonna pat him down, isn't he? With no warning, Ace slipped his hands in the pocket of Junpei's vest.
Hey, what the hell are you doing?
I'm just checking.
No, stop!
He reached for Ace's arm, but it was already too late. In the older man's hand were the pieces of paper Junpei had balled up and hidden in his pocket.
Just as I thought.
He should have put them in his shoes.
What exactly are these pieces of paper hiding in your pocket? You switched them, didn't you, when we voted? Well, I can't say that I care. I managed to get through the numbered door I wanted, despite your mischief.
Then, why did you...
Oh, simple curiosity. I hope you won't think ill of me for it.
Ace smiled, gave Junpei a friendly pat on the shoulder, and then turned on his heel and left. It was a small defeat, but it was a defeat. Junpei had lost the upper hand, and he knew it. He could feel his stomach begin to tense.
Damn.
He should have kept them flat in his thing. Can we just go back? Oh, let's put this here. Looks like some sort of lock, that weird shaped indentation. Yeah, just put this in here. Nothing? I imagine the pocket watch is intended to go in there. We need to do something to watch first. Mechanical pocket watch doesn't appear to be working. 5 minutes, 39 past 10. Compass appears to be broken. The helm, steering wheel, thing won't budge. Feels like there's something in moving it in place. Huh. Full half slow, full half dead. Stop. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this so I don't have to pull it up constantly later, because the characters canonically would be able to look at this while they're doing the puzzle. Southwest, turn southwest, northwest. Oh yeah, this is the same thing. Oh. Another room. This isn't good. So many drawers, but nothing inside. Huh. I don't think there's anything. Maybe we can do something here. Some kind of display. Electronic scoreboard. Ah. Engine order telegraph. Adjust the speed. The gear shift. Doesn't connect directly to the engine. It's a transmitter. Okay. There's no handle. Huh. Human hammer. There's a joke. Compass. Rip, he's getting arrested. Wooden board with circular hole in it. Room is just like the other ones, metal plates folded over the windows. Okay, what about this? Steering wheel, let's see if we can. Whoa, it moves! Something else as well. When you move the wheel, the compass moves. Ship, it's moving. Tricked you, didn't I? They must be connected. Let's try turning it again. Okay, so I think what we should do is... south. And then... west. And then... southwest. And then... northwest. And then east. And then north. What the? The handle came off. Stooping so low, are you, Zero? It looks like a bobby club. Can we stick here? The handle fits. Nice. And then we want to do full, half, slow, full, half, dead, stop. Huh? That's weird. I thought I put in the right speed. Did I mess up? No, I don't think so. Look, something's happened on the back wall of the wheelhouse. Something on the wall that looks like an arrival board. Names of ports across the world that's showing us the ship's route. Departing XX carrier, XX flight, XX at XX o'clock. Like that. Does look like those are the names. Looks like it only has the time on it though. The time on the last line. 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. Can we move this to make it go here? Perhaps, yeah. Excuse me, Junpei. What the hell are you doing? Just trust me. It should be fine now. You move the hands. 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. Nice. And then put the pocket watch in there, and nice, it opened. Unlock the door, get out of this room. Let's go then. Go to the chart room. Huh. I guess I probably should have. I might have needed to.
Oh, it's far too narrow to be called one.
They found themselves in a small space outside the wheelhouse. Oh. I think I need to go back to this. And then we need to go back through this. I think I need to come back in here and investigate some more. instead of progressing through there. Will it let me replay these? Okay. Grab this. Then this. Then this. Then this. And then this. Okay, cool. Now, let's just bail. Junpei, are you trying to open that door? Forget it, it's pointless. I tried it earlier, it won't open. Anything else we can look at? It's a light. Shouldn't feel like talking. Her mom must be somewhere else. A chair, she looks kind of out of it. She's thinking about Snake. Wooden box, maybe a case for letters. Nothing else. Okay, I guess not. Well then.
Oh, a hallway.
It's far too narrow to be called one.
They found themselves in a small space outside of the wheelhouse. On their left was a wooden door.
This seems to be the only route.
Yeah, let's go.
Junpei pushed it open and stepped into the room beyond.
Wow.
It was full of all manner of turn-of-the-century electronic equipment.
Well, these machines are weird. I've never seen any of them before. Huh? Wait, this one is...
One smaller machine had a metal bar that ended in a circular handle. Ace seemed to recognize it.
Ah, yes. A telegraph key. These were used to transmit Morse code a long time ago.
He turned and slowly took in the room.
This must be the communication office.
Across the room from the door they'd entered through was another door.
And that door?
A metal plaque was nailed to it. It read,
Captain's quarters. Huh.
That's what it says.
Then, do you think...
Ace swallowed. Junpei could feel his hands begin to sweat. Only Clover seemed unaffected.
Well, we won't know if we don't open it.
She walked up to the door and put her hand on the knob. It opened easily without so much as a pause, and without so much as a pause, she walked in. Junpei and Ace followed. The first thing they saw was a man on the floor covered in blood. Junpei felt his body seize up. His mouth went dry and he felt very, very cold. The blood in his veins slowed to a crawl and his heart tightened like a fist.
Not again.
That was the third time he'd seen the horror of death laid out before him. He didn't think it was something he could stand to see much more of. Still, he had begun to accept that whatever it was that he had saw, whatever happened to him, was beyond his control, and whatever force controlled him was driven by a determination that he could not hope to match.
Damn.
A sense of helplessness, of desperation washed over him. It left behind a feeling of utter emptiness that wormed its way through his body like acid.
No, wait. We didn't check his pulse yet. Maybe he's still alive.
Fueled by that spark of hope, Junpei ran to the man's body, and his heart fell. When he touched his hand to his neck,
no pulse.
His pupils had dilated and he wasn't breathing.
Well, he's dead. Damn. If only we knew how it happened.
Junpei lifted the man's already stiff body. There's a deep red wound on his chest.
These wounds. I wonder what killed him.
Junpei did not have to wonder long.
It must have been this.
For lying next to the corpse was an axe. The entire blade of it was drenched in bright red blood. From the shape of the man's wound, there could be no doubt that it had been made by the axe. Junpei looked at the body again. A lake of blood stretched out around it. He was wearing the clothes of a ship's captain, although they were stained with blood.
His clothes? A captain? Does that mean this guy was Zero?
On his left hand was a bracelet. The number on the bracelet was 0.
Bracelet 0.
It was only then that Junpei noticed the stench of blood that filled the room. He couldn't help but laugh. There was nothing else for him to say. It was too simple, too obvious, too straightforward. If there hadn't been a dead man on the floor, Junpei might have thought it was a joke.
Junpei.
It may be wise to find a way out of here first.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, well hopefully we can still talk to Clover. What's this? Camcorder. Pointed at the door, the power's on. Why would someone want to videotape a door? Control panel for an electronic lock. Needs a number and a hole in the bottom and a key. Okay. Bloody chair? Blood on the chair. Do you think it was the dead guys? Probably. Music box. One of those old music boxes. How about we wind it up? Why does it sound like that? Is it broken? The pins on the cylinder are shaped all weird. I don't think those are the pins. It looks like someone put something else on top of it. I think we're gonna have to take it apart to figure out what's going on. Okay. A lamp. It doesn't turn on. Don't think there's anything special about it. A small table. Okay. Check the bed next. A bed. There's nothing in it. Bed, nothing suspicious here. Okay. Look like batteries. There's a cable running from them to the monitor. A chair. Drawer. What's the deal with this? Some kind of code? 4 rows of numbers and letters. They all start with a 0 and then with A, F, N, or V. Maybe this has something to do with number bases. New material has been added to the file screen. What about these? Drawer. Nothing inside. A bunch of weird buttons. They probably switch what you see on the screens. You know how to work this thing? Why don't we just press one of these, like this one? Well, I guess it does change the... What the hell is this? There's nothing on the monitor, just static. The door and the screen are behind us, you're right. So whatever the camera sees is sent to the screen in real time. I wonder if that means something, you know? Huh. Junpei snorted with grim humor for the second time since he'd come into the room. The 4 screens along the bottom had a single letter each, spelling out
Z-E-R-O, huh? It's like he's making fun of us. What do you think?
He turned to Clover, who was standing next to him. Clover nodded.
Nothing.
It seemed that she cared about little. Of course, Junpei could hardly blame her. Given the strain she was surely under, Junpei was somewhat surprised she had responded at all. Still, he had to ask. He gestured toward the corpse.
What about him? Do you think that's really Zero?
Clover shook her head, weakly.
There's no way that's him. Didn't I tell you already? Zero is one of us.
Yeah, right. Well, even if he wasn't one of us, there's no way that man could be Zero.
Huh?
Don't you get it? The letters that spell zero on the TV screen, the captain's clothes he's got on, and of course, the bracelet with a zero on it. It's too obvious. Look, this is zero right here. This dead body is zero. Isn't that kind of fishy?
You're right. Only an idiot wouldn't see through something like that.
No, that's not the point. So I'm not trying to make fun of them for thinking a trick like this would work. I'm sure they didn't think it would work, which makes me wonder.
Makes you wonder what? Why did they do it?
I think this is a challenge. A challenge from the person who's really behind all of this. He's making fun of us. Don't you get it? If whoever killed this guy really wanted us to think this corpse was zero, they'd never have put a bracelet on him. Walking around with a zero bracelet would be like hanging a sign around your neck that said, "I did it!" Anyone with a brain would be able to see that this guy is supposed to look like everything zero is supposed to be. Just like we did. The killer must have known we wouldn't think he was zero and put the bracelet on him anyway. Do you know why?
Why?
Like I said, he's mocking us. Too bad, suckers, this isn't zero. Where's the real me then? See if you can catch me. It's the same bad joke a lot of criminals like to play. They'll just sit back and watch people run in circles.
That's really twisted. But it almost seems kind of childish.
Yeah, you're right. It's really childish. It's like it's just a game to whoever this person is. That's what seems funny to me.
Junpei bent down next to the corpse.
Alright, let's get back to the point. Who killed this man?
I don't know.
And what's this guy's deal? Who is he?
How would I know that? If I knew anything, I would have told you.
You have no idea who he is.
Why would I?
Junpei sat back on his haunches and thought.
We should check and see if he's got anything on him that might tell us who he is. Give me a hand here, Clover.
Huh?
We gotta flip him over. How else are we gonna search his pockets?
Clover didn't move.
Okay, fine. Guess I'll do it.
Junpei had no choice but to move the body on his own.
Here we go.
He grabbed hold of an area not completely covered in blood and shoved. It took a moment, but eventually Junpei felt the man's bulk begin to shift. But just as it did, something fell from the man's left wrist.
Hey, it's the
bracelet with the zero on the face.
Lastly, let's discuss 1, 2, more hotly, which is 0.
I can't believe they've never talked about this. This is one of the first things I noticed. I can't believe they never talked about this until now.
Mephistopheles.
Oh, girl. This man, he's dead, isn't he?
Huh?
No, it's just, I guess I didn't really think about it until right now. If his bracelet's off, that means he's dead.
Well, it's pretty obvious that he's dead. You don't really need to look at his bracelet to figure out that he's dead.
Yeah. I guess you're right. It is pretty obvious. Well, he looks a lot better than the other bodies we've seen, though. You know? I mean, if there wasn't all this blood, he'd almost look like he was still alive. I mean, I know it's kind of a messed up thing to say, but he kinda has it better, you know? Dying from a bomb going off inside of you, I mean, that's just... Some of Snake's bones went right through his skin. I think the explosion must have thrown him against a wall or something. There was a broken bone just sticking out of his left arm. And,
Suddenly, Junpei realized what he was saying. How could he have been so cruel? He clapped his hands over his mouth. But it was already too late. He turned to look at Clover. She was glaring at him furiously.
What did you just say?
Her words sounded cold. He knew an apology could hardly atone for what he'd done, but he tried anyway.
Oh man, I am so sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I really don't know what I was thinking. I mean...
No, that's not what I'm talking about. What did you say about his arm?
Arm?
Yes, his left arm. You said it, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I did, but I mean, didn't you see it too?
Of course not. I could barely look at him. There's no way I was gonna see the details.
Clover took a quick, deep breath.
Are you sure it was his left arm?
Junpei thought back.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
And he had a broken bone, right?
What the hell are you getting at here?
Just shut up and answer me!
She shoved her face closer to his. She could see the fire in her eyes. Junpei winced and swallowed.
Yeah, he did. It was pretty bad, too. The bone was sticking out of the arm.
No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Clover's expression changed.
Clover? What's wrong? Look, I'm sorry if I said anything.
Suddenly, she was crying. Junpei wasn't sure what to do.
Thank you.
It was close to the last thing he had expected to hear.
Huh? What are you...
Junpei had no idea what had just happened. He didn't think he'd done anything worthy of thanks, and he couldn't understand why she would have chosen that moment to begin crying. So he simply stood there, confused.
Thank you so much, Junpei.
She thanked him again, and then something even stranger happened. Clover threw herself into Junpei's surprised arms.
Hey, what's going on with you?
I'm sorry, it's just... I'm so happy!
Why?
The body in the shower room, it isn't his! It isn't my brother!
Huh?
It's not Snake!
Why on earth would you think that?
Because his left arm is...
She stopped herself.
I'm sorry. I really shouldn't be talking about this.
Junpei decided it would be prudent not to press her for any more information. If she did not wish to tell him, she certainly had a reason for doing so. Perhaps more importantly, however, if Clover was so certain, then she was likely right. That meant that the body in the shower room wasn't Snake. Aha! It wasn't much, but that knowledge lifted some of the weight from Junpei's heart.
But... he's still alive. I'm so happy.
It doesn't explain who it is, though, or why he had Snake's clothes. Tears shone in her eyes. Those tears melted Junpei's heart. As she cried, she had pushed herself up against his chest like a child. Junpei put his arms around her and held her tight.
I'm so glad.
Huh?
Junpei, you were right.
Huh?
No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck.
I think we're on track. I think we fixed it. Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out.
That's...
Aha. It was a laminated bookmark with a 4-leaf clover.
I only made it here because you gave me this. I was suspicious of everybody, and I was angry and miserable. But because I had this 4-leaf clover, because of what you said to me,
Yeah.
Junpei hadn't thought his words would have had such an effect on her. Her words were starting to make him feel a little awkward.
Thank you so much, Junpei.
She looked up at him. He scratched his nose and pretended to notice something interesting somewhere else in the room.
Oh, if you really want to thank somebody, you should be thanking Santa.
Santa? Why?
Well, he was the one who gave me that thing. And the words for each leaf, I got that from him too.
Oh.
Then suddenly, Clover broke away from Junpei.
Huh?
He looked confused. He hadn't thought she'd react that poorly. Clover began to pace across the room. Six steps to the left, 6 steps to the right, another 6 to the left, and then she stopped.
Did Santa really tell you those things?
Her eyes were serious, but not angry.
Yeah, he did. Did I, say something wrong?
Oh no, not at all. In fact, this could be really good news, I think.
You think?
Santa knew about the words and the clover. The only people who should know about that are the other subjects.
Subjects?
The other people who were in the experiment 9 years ago, with my brother and me. But he's blind, and I was part of the Nevada test group. So neither of us would be able to recognize the faces of the people who were on this boat.
Whoa. Okay, time out.
Nevada? Like Eternites? Junpei held up his hands. Is that it? Wait, so Seven was here 9 years ago. She was here 9 years ago. Snake was here 9 years ago. They're saying Santa was here 9 years ago. That's 4 of the 5 of them. That's a lot. He took a deep breath and let it out.
Let's just calm down for a second, okay? Start from the top. Don't start with the end and then jump to the middle. You gotta start with 1 and then move to 2 and 3 and 4 and so on. If you don't tell me stuff in the right order, I'm never gonna be able to figure it out.
Okay.
Clover nodded.
All right, let's start with this experiment. What happened on this boat 9 years ago?
Do you know about morphogenetic fields?
Morphogenetic fields?
He did, and the realization sent chills down Junpei's spine.
All right, how about this? Theory of the telepathic mechanism.
I think Lotus mentioned something like that.
Junpei recounted what Lotus had told him earlier. Clover nodded.
Telepathy, huh? Well, that's not really it, but I suppose it's similar.
So they were testing telepathy on this ship?
Yeah, I guess so.
So, what exactly did they have you guys do?
The same thing that we're doing now. Exactly the same thing.
What?
The nonary game. 9 people were put on this boat, and 9 others were put in the building in Nevada, and the game started.
Junpei grabbed the sides of his head.
Look, I'm sorry, but I don't get it. What do the nonary game and some telepathy experiment have to do with each other? Am I missing something here?
Clover bit her lip. She blinked back sudden tears. What had happened to her in Nevada?
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. You know how sometimes when you're up against a really tough problem, and then the answer just kind of pops in your head? That's an epiphany. And what you learn from the epiphany can be transmitted with telepathy. When you add danger to that equation, then it gets easier to transmit that information over telepathy.
So you're saying the nonary game was supposed to introduce that element of danger?
Yeah, but it couldn't be just any old danger. It had to be life and death. And someone did actually die. A girl.
Huh.
Junpei felt the sudden grip of despair on his heart. Something deep and distant and powerful squeezed, and for a moment he felt very empty, very, very empty and alone.
She was on the boat with my brother. I was in Nevada. I never met her, but I did hear her name. Her name was...
The sound of the door opening was like a gunshot. Junpei spun around.
Oh, my apologies. I seem to have disturbed you.
Ace.
You two must have strong stomachs. I can't imagine how you could stay in this room for so long.
Ace glanced down at the floor. At the corpse covered in blood.
At any rate, Junpei, would you be so kind as to come and help me with something? I'm having a little trouble and I could really use your assistance. Come on. It'll only take a moment.
With that, he turned and walked back toward the communications office. Clover waited until he was out of sight, then spoke in a small, quiet voice.
I don't want Ace to hear us. We can talk about this later.
Huh? Hey, wait!
Clover ignored him. From outside, Junpei could hear Ace calling.
Junpei? What are you doing in there? Hurry up!
Grumbling to himself, Junpei stomped off toward the communications office. What are you doing? Search the whole wheelhouse. There's no reason to go back. Check both rooms. What, can I just go back? Oh, I totally can. Okay, let's see this. Switches. Nothing. Okay. E. Okay. Well, I think we do gotta go in there. Small screwdrivers. Screwdrivers, get rid of this. Got the cylinder, nice. And then, what's this? Ink. Let's combine, I assume, a roller, like a stamp. The ink on the cylinder. Yeah, and then we need paper. I presume. I assume that the bumps, the stuff, are like Morse code or something. Old telegraph machine, be honest, don't know how it works. Old telegraph machine, okay. Looks as though that drawer is the only thing that's locked. Don't see a keyhole though. An electronic lock, perhaps. Take a look at the left side, there's some cables. What's this? It's blank. Okay, let's use these together. Roll the cylinder across the piece of paper. Nice, yeah, that is Morse code. So that's S. Well, actually, I don't know how it's broken up, actually. Early telecommunications device. Experimented with earlier, but it's broken. Pair of headphones. Look, a hook. That wasn't a joke. I know, man. Clock. The hands aren't moving. A little surprised that the time is wrong then, I suppose. Nothing on the back. Okay. Hey Ace, look, there's a big ass rat trap over here. It's a telegraph key. Okay. Look, it's a model of a steam train. How on earth did you arrive at that conclusion? Hey Ace, look, it's a monkey with glasses. Telegraph key. There's no cheese on it, unfortunately. Do we get anything cool in the files?
C.
No. Base 10. Morse code, something will happen, I hope. Let's give it a shot. Okay, I do want to see what this is. If this means anything. Dot, dash, right? Dash, dash, dot. Dash, dot. 35 equals Z is what it says. The last one, and yes. Excellent work, Junpei. Good job. You seem to have figured it out. You even locked the drawer. Inside, a red file lay in the drawer. Junpei reached down and picked it up.
Looks like there's something on the cover. ALLICE. All ice. Alice. Does this mean...
Junpei couldn't hold back. He had to know what was in the file. Each page was covered with strange characters. They looked like tiny drawings of birds, snakes, insects, horned animals, wings, and even kneeling humans. There were many pages in the file, and each was full of these strange symbols.
What the hell is this?
He didn't realize he'd spoken out loud until Ace looked over at him.
They are hieroglyphs, a form of writing used in ancient Egypt.
Ancient Egypt?
That's right.
Can you read them?
Of course. I can't. What would make you think I could?
What the hell?
Junpei flipped through a few more pages. It wasn't just 1 or 2 pages that were covered in the strange symbols. Every single page was covered in them.
Whoa, the whole thing's like that.
Trying to read them was pointless. Junpei wasn't going to waste any more time with them. He made to close the file, and something fell out.
Huh? What's this?
He bent down and picked it up.
Oh, a key card.
There was a symbol on it that reminded Junpei of the symbols for the Saturn and Mercury keycards. This one, however, had a dot in the center of the male symbol.
Uranus. That's the Uranus symbol.
Junpei looked over to see Ace examining the card. In addition to the Uranus symbol, there were 3 words engraved on the card as well.
Something's written on the bottom. Bottom deck library. This must be the key to the library, then.
So it would seem.
Bottom deck library. Oh.
Junpei remembered something he'd heard from Seven when they'd been in the chemical closet.
Seven said something like,
Alice sleeps in a...
Could beneath the navel... Then, could Alice be in a room somewhere beyond the library?
What's wrong? Something on your mind?
Junpei blinked. Only then did he notice Ace looking at him, curiosity and concern written across his face in equal parts.
Yeah. I just remembered something.
Is that so? What about?
Well, don't laugh, okay?
There was no reason for Junpei to hide his thoughts. He began to explain his theory to Ace. Then he stopped. It wouldn't make any sense if Ace didn't know who Alice was supposed to be. So he told Ace everything June had told him.
The Egyptian priestess and Ice 9. Interesting.
You just lost your dog. Did your dog die?
And
I just lost my dog. And my brother taught me how to chase the bag. Get right in the field, I had to make a...
The woman who wouldn't melt, they called her All Ice, which eventually turned into Alice. And she was purchased by an English millionaire who called himself Lord Gordain. According to Seven, this ship...
Okay, we all know this.
And you think that he hid her in a small room, beyond the library on the bottom deck?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is just a theory.
Excuse me. Ace stared off into the distance, his hand slowly and absent-mindedly stroking his beard. After a few moments, his hand stopped. He slowly turned to look at Junpei, his brows drew together.
Junpei, have you ever heard of the term CAS?
CAS?
It stands for Cells
Gordain
Alive
Reyes,
System.
yeah.
It is an advanced technology for freezing and preserving organic matter. Put simply, it is a technique that allows one to freeze things without the formation of ice crystals. Normally, if you freeze something fresh, water within its cells expands as it crystallizes, damaging the cell membrane. CAS, however, works differently. The object to be frozen is supercooled using magnetic fields, and then frozen instantly and uniformly, giving ice crystals no time to form. It was originally developed for the preservation of food, as an alternative to the normal freezing process. Now, however, there are rumors that it can be used for other things.
What do you mean, other things?
Well, there are obvious medical uses, but perhaps also space travel.
Space travel? Are you serious?
Surely you've heard of suspended animation. Cryogenic freezing? It's a fairly common idea in science fiction books and films. People are sometimes frozen for especially lengthy journeys through space.
That was when Junpei understood what Ace was suggesting.
Whoa, wait a minute there.
Ace looked at him and raised an eyebrow.
Are you saying that Alice was frozen using that CAS thing?
Well, I'm sure the possibility is quite low, but it is a possibility. If this special ice you call Ice 9 does indeed exist, and CAS were used to freeze her into that sort of ice instantaneously.
You think she could be alive?
Well, I can't say for sure, of course. I'm only talking about possibilities. The melting point for Ice 9 is 96 degrees, right? If she were put somewhere where she could reach that temperature...
That's nuts. Are you really saying she could have defrosted and started walking about?
You're quite right. It does sound unbelievable. But if she had, then we would have an explanation for the man we found dead on the floor.
You mean the guy dressed like a captain?
Yes. He was dead when we found him. Clearly, he was murdered. But if he was murdered, then by whom? It couldn't have been one of us. That would be impossible. In order to enter the captain's quarters, one must first open door 1. That door that requires the Earth key prevented us from accessing door 1. Who was it that opened that door?
Santa and Lotus.
Right. Clearly, the two of them could not have opened door 1, or any other door for that matter. Who else then could have done so?
Junpei thought for a second.
Nobody.
After Santa and Lotus used the Earth key, they turned back and met up with me and June.
Then we returned to the large hospital room and found Ace, Seven, and Clover. While we'd gone into the shower room, Ace, Seven, and Clover had stayed behind. But it's impossible for those three to open door 1. But what about when June and I took the elevator to door 2? No, still won't work. We were only gone 5 minutes. No human being could have run to the captain's quarters, killed that guy in there, and run back that fast.
It would be impossible for any of us to be the murderer. That being the case, who could have killed him? Wouldn't it make sense if his killer was someone who had been in the ship for some time? A person like that would know the ship well. They would know the locations of all the hidden passages and secret doors. The numbered door would mean nothing to someone like that. It would be a simple thing for them to enter the captain's quarters.
Then you're saying the killer was Alice?
It was Junpei's turn to raise an eyebrow. Ace drew his thumb across his lips thoughtfully.
Well, this is all only one possible theory.
All ice. Alice, is she really somewhere on the ship?
Junpei had only one clue. The keycard in his hand.
Maybe this card will give me access to the Forest of Knowledge. And the big mystery. What could be there beyond the Forest of Knowledge? Anyway, whatever. It's gonna have to wait. I can't do anything right now. I'll come back to this later.
He gripped the keycard tighter and shoved it deep into his pocket. New material. Whoa. A unique key. Interesting. Kinda looks like a safety blade. Maybe... back through here? Key I got earlier. Okay. Junpei, look, there's a minus sign on the screen. There's 8 of them. Probably needs to have 8 digits. Think you can figure it out? Oh, base 10. I think I can. And then ABC, A, B, C, D, E. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. A, B, C, D, E. A, B, C, D, E. 10. 10. A, B, C, D, E. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, okay, and then R. Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. 8 from 25 through 17, so 27. C, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O. 15, 25. I'm just gonna do like the conversion to make sure I'm doing it right. Base 10 converter to base 8. Or was it from Hexa? Whatever. So or would wait, hold on. Let me just. I know what the password is. I know like how to get it. I just gotta figure out the math for it. It's the it's this. Yeah, so it'd be it's hexadecimal to base 10, I guess. So it would be E be 14 and then R oh no, does that not work? Huh. Thought for sure that would be it, because we know Z is 35. Maybe it's just 10 added to whatever number it is, but we already did that. Z is the 25th. We have Z is 35. Because that's what the Morse code is. E was 14. And then R, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O. It's not it? And E, the other 3 zeros, only need 1 monitor. Maybe there's a reason. Yeah, Z-E-R-O. Maybe it's a non sequitur. Maybe they just want maybe they just want 25 for A B C D E B C E F G H I J K L M N O 20 P Q R 2320. That's not what they want either. Of numbers and letters. Did we find? I'm trying to think. Is she talking about this? $14 is E, yeah. One, two, three. TUV. One. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. 27, 24, 27, 24, and 14. Okay. Guess we can try that.
I'm hungry.
It's not it either? I feel like I understand what it is, but not the specific. Okay, so 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 27, 26, 24, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, UV, W, X, Y, Z, 34? Maybe I have to move everything up by 1. Maybe it starts at 0. So in that case it'd be 35, 15, 25, 28. No? Junpei, number of bases and stuff? What would be hexadecimal 8? What about B, 11, and C, 12? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I feel like I'm getting it, but it's just not going. Am I doing something wrong? Let's see. Let's see if I can do the reverse. Let's see if I can figure out, like, if I can just do it in reverse. Base 10 to hexadecimal. Decimal to hex. So, if I want 14, that turns into E. Okay. What about text? So what about R? Hexadecimal. 16 symbols. Decimal. Okay. Or, oh, wait, hold on. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, wait, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R. That's not it either? Base 36, what would base 36 in A be in base 10? 10, B, C, Z, or E, or R? I still don't... Okay, well let's try this then. I guess I'll put that in. Base 36 to base 10. So, if I had Z, it'd be 35, yeah. If I had E, it'd be 14, yeah. R would be 27, and O would be 24. I could have sworn I've done that, though, is the thing. I could have sworn I'd already done that, but okay. Good job, Junpei. Yeah, I mean, I knew what it was. I must have gotten the 24 and the 27 switched around at one point, but I was sure I'd done that before. Oh, actually, you know what I think it was? I guess it was starting the counting. I think I did 28 because I was counting 18. I don't know. Anyway. checking something. They stepped out of the captain's quarter and into another hallway. The hallway stretched. I was just looking. I don't know. I couldn't really find anything about the captain's quarters. I guess I must have just miscounted at some point and then moved on from it, but the hallway stretched out in front of Junpei for a bit before turning left like a great backward L. I'm going to try and count. I'm going to recount though just now. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R. A 9, so 10. I didn't think I ever would have. Wait, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R. That gives me even less. That only gives me 22. Okay, I don't know. Because at first I counted 23, I guess. And then I counted 22. So I guess I'll write this out. I'm going to type this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Okay, so if I go through this, to get to E, we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, let me do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. I must have miscounted then. The hallway stretched out in front of Junpei for a bit before turning left like a great backward L.
All right, let's go.
Junpei rounded the corner and took off down the straightaway. He ran, and ran, and ran, and at the end of the hallway was a door.
That's the next door.
He made straight for it.
Wait, a piece of paper.
He was nearly halfway to it when he noticed a piece of paper in the middle of the floor. Junpei skidded to a halt.
This is...
He dropped down to his hands and knees and quickly tore the paper off the floor.
Map of the ship's interior for ADEC.
What's wrong?
Ace, slightly slower by virtue of his advanced age, had finally caught up to Junpei.
I found a map for this floor.
He showed Ace what he had snatched from the wall. He looked at it long enough to determine what it was and nodded.
I see.
With that, he began running again, past Junpei.
Well, that was anticlimactic. I should keep this, though.
Where's Clover? Junpei shoved the map into his pocket and got up to follow Ace, but something stopped him.
Hey, where's Clover?
He turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen.
Damn it, what the hell is she up to?
Junpei muttered angrily under his breath and took off back the way he'd come. As he stomped around the corner, he saw her. She was standing in front of the door to the captain's quarters, her hand on the doorknob.
Clover!
Huh?
As Junpei watched, she closed it gently and quietly.
What the hell are you doing?
Nothing.
What do you mean, nothing?
Clover had unconsciously put her hands over the pockets of her jacket, as if trying to hide something.
What the hell is that?
What?
You've got something in your pocket. What is it?
The riddle that will let Gollum let them go.
Oh, this? This is
Just say they're pads. Easy out.
a note.
Oh.
A note?
Yeah, I found it in the pocket of the guy with the captain's clothes. It said something about the darkness of the sinister hand or something.
What the hell? Let me see it.
No, not right.
But Junpei wasn't going to get to see it. From the other end of the hall, he heard Ace's voice.
Hey, Junpei, Clover! What are you two doing? Hurry up!
He's getting mad.
Clover shrugged.
I'll show it to you later, all right? Come on, we gotta hurry.
Before Junpei could protest, she was gone. Around the corner and off down the long stem of the L. Oh, a note. A note. Junpei was curious, but there was something else that bothered him.
From the look of that pocket, it doesn't particularly look like just a note. Jeez, what are you thinking? For crying out loud.
It's gotta be the bracelet, right? She's gotta have taken the 0, right? Junpei did his best to convince himself that it would make sense later and ran off after Clover. Does that help them in any way? Does that help her in any way? A 4. A 4 plus a 0 is a 4. I guess it... Oh, actually. Wait, hold on. Oh, actually, we know Snake's alive, so it doesn't matter, because... Yeah, now that we know Snake's alive, it doesn't really matter what happens, because... That's 9, and then... Oh, that's 4. Oh, wait, wait. Wait, what broke? Something broke. What broke? And didn't we figured out something sussy, didn't we? Oh no, this. Yeah. So having the 0 doesn't mean anything, because now that we know that Snake is alive, we can do Akane, actually, it's basically just 4 combinations of 9. We can do Akane, Santa, Clover, and Junpei will give us 9, because it's 9 plus 9. And then, Ace, Snake, Lotus, and 7 will give us 9 as well, because it's 9 plus 9. Junpei pushed through the door and found himself in a large room with a large set of stairs.
Big stairs. Huh. So this is where it ends up. Just like it says on the map.
It was just what he'd expected to see after reading the map. His I see after reading the map himself meant that Ace had probably realized the same thing.
Ace, did he head down?
He put his hand down on the handrail and leaned over to look down.
Oh, there he is.
Look, the 4 others are there too.
They probably should have blocked that door. Kept it
Really?
open. Not just Ace. Santa, June, 7, and Lotus as well.
Let's join them.
Junpei and Clover glanced over at each other and hurried down the stairs. They reached B-Deck at the same time.
Jumpy! Clover!
June's face was excited. That's her excited face. Something had happened. That much Junpei could tell by simply looking at her.
What's up?
Given their situation, he was not inclined to be excited about sudden developments. June, however, couldn't contain herself.
We found it!
Found what?
We found it!
What did you find?
The last door! We found door 9!
Oh wait, actually, is there a way to get out without... Even if we can't find Snake right away, is there a way to get out? No, because that's 6 people. Wait, hold on. No, yeah, we for whatever reason we need Snake to get everybody out, and then if we have Snake, it doesn't matter because we don't even need the 0. Yeah. The advantage to having the 0 would be letting like them out, and then only having these ones left. Oh no, it would work. Wait, hold on. Wait, no. They could get out. Lotus and Ace could get out with the 0. The problem would be the remainder. One person wouldn't be able to get out.
Welcome, Donjuk.
How goes the escaping? Hello, Dawn. It goes pretty well. We're at a split here. We actually almost escaped here, but then everybody got murdered, and then Akane died, and then Junpei got stabbed in the back, and he fell into a pool of water and drowned. So, we've now gone into a different route. We did not see the dead body, but we did go with Akane through door number 4, and she spouted off about curses and the morphogenetic field and all this other stuff while we were in a bedroom, and then talked about how she vaguely alluded to how she wasn't ready to sleep in bed with Junpei, and Junpei was like, I don't get what you're talking about, and she was like, okay, Junpei, I see. He said something about like, oh, this bed's a double, and there was only one bed, and it was a double, and he was like, Akane, you should probably lie down because you know you had that fever. You know, I don't know, like you should lay down until you're feeling better. And she's like, I don't know if I'm ready for that just yet. And he was like, what? And she's like, what? And then later on, we were going down an elevator to a potentially flooded part of the ship, and she was like, Junpei was gonna barge in there, and she's like, wait, Junpei. And we had the typical oblivious male pro tag. And then we had another part, actually. It'd be funnier if I save here and then just go back to the flowchart. About where was it? Was it here? No. Okay, I had no idea where it was. Actually, I think it was around here, actually. Yeah, it would have been around here. I'll just show you because it's funnier. This is gonna be like the 4th time we've replayed this section, but it's a lot funnier if you just hear them. Like, rather than me try to explain what happened, it's a lot funnier if you just see it happen. Now we just have to wait awkwardly.
Great. It looks like it's working now.
All right. Oh,
Well, we may as well.
it opened. Look, Jumpy.
June's voice was excited, but Junpei could hear a tinge of anxiety. I made that mistake last time too.
Hungry.
It opened. Let's get going.
He grinned at June and stepped towards the open door. As he was about to set foot in it, he felt a hand on his arm.
Wait.
Why did she call him Jumpy? Oh, so, it comes down to way at the beginning they ran into each other. Akane and Junpei are childhood friends, and when they first saw each other, Akane, called him Jumpy when they were talking to the rest of the characters, because those were like their pet names for each other when they were in elementary school. She calls him Jumpy, he calls her Connie. And then somebody said Jumpy, and she was like, "Oh, well, his name's Junpei. We used to go to school together." And then they all decided to come up with code names. And Junpei was about to come up with his code name, and then Lettuce was like, "Nah, you don't need a code name. We already know your name." And he was like, "Oh man." And then Akane was like, "No, I guess I'll tell you all my name too." And Junpei's like, "Nah, no, that's okay. We'll call you June because you're number 6." But he low-key got roasted. He would like Ace was like, "Okay, I'm gonna be Ace because my bracelet's number 1." And then Snake was like, "I'm gonna be Snake because my bracelet's number 2. Like Snake Eyes. Also, I'm blind. Ha ha ha. Isn't that funny?" And then Santa was like, "I'm gonna be Santa because I'm number 3. You know, like San." And then Clover was like, "I'm gonna be Clover because I'm number 4, like the 4-leaf clover." And then Junpei was like, "Great, so I'm number 5, so I'm gonna be." And Lettuce was like, "Nah, you don't need one. We already know your name." He's like, "Aww." All the cool names. Yeah. June, Akane is June because she's number 6. 7 is 7 because he's number 7. And Lotus is Lotus because she's number 8.
What?
I'm not really, I just, oh gosh.
Junpei was at something of a loss. What could she possibly be so frightened of? June was probably afraid of being locked up alone with a boy. After a little thought, Junpei decided that she had to be nervous about being locked up in such a small space alone with a boy.
Well, we will be all alone in here.
In a way, it was kind of cute. Very demure, you could say, he thought. Still, even though it wasn't exactly roomy in the elevator, they weren't going to be pressed up against one another. The way he said that. At least they didn't have to be. Still, it was making her nervous. Not demure, not mindful, not cutesy. Still, it was making her nervous. Junpei couldn't help but think how innocent she was.
Jumpy?
Huh? Oh, nothing. It's not important. Come on, let's go.
Again, he stepped toward the elevator. And again, he felt himself restrained.
I said wait a minute.
Why?
Aren't you afraid, Jumpy?
Afraid of what?
Well, I've never... You know.
It's your first time?
She'd never been in an elevator with a man alone before? Even so, she still seemed awfully alarmed.
I might... get wet.
What?
It's just as funny the first time.
Down there. I'd get soaking wet.
This is still as funny as it was earlier.
Well, I mean, of course you would. That's the way it works. I mean, I've never heard of anyone getting soaking wet somewhere else.
That's true. You don't mind?
Mind what?
Getting wet.
Well, I don't know. I think I'd probably, like it.
Gosh, Jumpy, you're so brave.
Really? I mean, I kind of think any guy would do the same thing, you know? What happens, happens, right? I mean, if you get the chance, you've just got to go for it. That's what a man is supposed to do, I guess.
You're so cool, Jumpy. I really admire you.
That doesn't really seem like the sort of thing you ought to admire someone for.
I'm really scared.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, you've never done it before.
Yes. So, I don't think
Your
I'll
secondhand
be able to last
embarrassment.
very
Oh,
long.
I can just imagine
then
these
it'll
two in the booth together.
Over.
Over?
Yes. I'll go to heaven.
Heaven?
It feels kind of like you're
I'm
floating
hungry.
in space, and your mind gets all fuzzy, like when you pass out.
Make it stop.
At least that's what I've heard from people who have experienced it.
Yes, I've heard that too.
Wait, it gets better though. It gets better.
Although I don't think the same thing happens to guys.
What?
Huh?
No,
But it would happen to men too, wouldn't it? It would happen to anyone.
it gets better. It gets better.
Once it gets into your body, the same thing happens to everyone.
Well, I mean, usually it doesn't go inside the man? I mean, generally.
No, this is what it is, Junpei. Akane's gonna peg you.
Yes, it does.
See?
Well, eventually it will. It's not like you really have a choice. Your body will force you to swallow some of it. Eventually.
What are you trying to do to me?
Nothing. I'm not going to do anything to you. I'm just saying that that's what happens. It's a psychological reaction to what you're experiencing.
Oh, is that so?
Then it's only natural? Is that what's natural for living beings? Perhaps he'd been mistaken all these years. Had he misunderstood life so gravely? The thought terrified him. June seemed to be entirely oblivious to Junpei's mounting confusion and terror.
I know most men probably have larger lungs, but even then, I don't think you could hold your breath for 20 or even 10 minutes. Eventually, you'd have to breathe, and then the water would get into your lungs. Once that happens, your body won't be able to get oxygen anymore.
And it's not even.
And you'll start to feel that floaty feeling as you pass out. Huh.
Oh.
Hmm?
Finally, Junpei understood. He understood what June was trying to say and why she was so scared.
Yeah, you're right. You wouldn't last very long.
He laughs like my brother. Oh no.
See?
She was afraid that the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen elevators on the A or B decks near the central staircase. All of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks.
Come to think of it, the lower floor, D deck, is completely underwater. An elevator heading to a submerged floor. That is pretty scary.
Yeah, you're right, Junpei. That is pretty scary. The elevator button only going down has to be intentional. You'll see yourself out. Wait, hold on.
We found it!
Found what?
We found it!
What did you find?
The
Pennywise.
last door! We found door 9!
What?
Come on! Just follow us! We'll explain on the way!
Okay.
Seven turned and jogged off down the stairs.
Well, if that's the case...
Wait for me.
We should get going as well.
The rest followed.
Jumpy! We finally made it!
The relief and excitement in her voice echoed what each one of them felt.
Yeah, it's finally time.
Junpei wasn't quite ready to believe they'd really done it, at least not just yet. Still, if everyone had said that that was door 9, then it probably was.
We've reached the end.
He'd feel his heart racing. Doki doki. A mixture of anticipation and fear ran through his veins, and he could feel his legs shaking. He was doing his best to maintain a sense of healthy skepticism, but he couldn't deny that the prospect of an escape was an exciting one.
Something's bothering me. Only 3 to 5 people can go through the numbered door. 7 of us are on our way to door 9. That means that, best case scenario, there'll be 2 of us who have to stay behind.
And it'll be the 2 of you.
2 people.
Romantic, wouldn't it be?
Is there a way?
Junpei looked over at the clock.
4:30. We've only got 90 minutes left. I've got no time to wonder about it now.
Hey, Junpei! June! What the hell are you two doing? Hurry it up!
Santa's voice jolted Junpei out of his reverie.
Let's go, Jumpy!
June took off down the stairs, jogging as quickly as she could.
Yeah.
Junpei followed. As a group, they piled onto the elevator and rode impatiently down to E deck. It looked familiar. There was a metal grate between the 2 elevators. Seven grabbed hold of it and began to talk.
I know I told you I'd explain it earlier, but honestly, there ain't much to explain. After we split off from you guys, the four of us got into the elevator on the left, and that took us to the other side of the grate. After that, we headed down another hallway. It took us toward the bow and eventually to the number 6 that you two found earlier. We opened it and kept going. There was another locked door behind it, like usual, but this time we had to complete 2 different areas before we could unlock it. Once we were through that door, there was another hallway that went the other direction, toward the stern.
So, on your way, you found the elevator.
That's right.
So, in other words, you kinda did a lap, huh? You came from that side to this side.
Yeah.
With that settled, Junpei looked around.
So, where's the number 9 door?
Over here. Follow me.
Seven began walking down the hallway that led toward the stern. Junpei and the others broke into a jog to keep up with them.
By the way,
They'd been walking for a while, June in silent step with Junpei, when she spoke.
you know, it's because of Santa that we're all here right now.
Huh?
That all 7 of us are going to door 9.
What?
You don't get it? Santa, 7, and Lotus. What's their digital route?
9. Wow.
It's 9.
That's right. They could have just left me behind and kept going if they'd wanted to.
But they didn't.
Yes, because Santa wouldn't let them. He said we can't leave June and the others behind. That's why we went looking for you guys.
And then you got on the elevator and went back to the central staircase.
That's right.
Well, I wouldn't have called that one. That Santa would be the one to stick up for you. I mean...
Junpei felt his eyebrows knit as he considered that.
Oh, don't get me wrong.
Perhaps June had sensed Junpei's concern.
I don't mean that 7 and Lotus said they wanted to leave me behind. We were just talking about it, and Santa objected to it first.
Is that so?
Junpei was about to respond when... 7 suddenly stopped.
We're here.
In front of them stood a door.
So, is this...
Yeah.
Junpei couldn't see 7's face, but he could see him nod.
There's no other place for us to go.
Nope. Just look around. There's a big old iron wall at the end of the hallway. The other hallways on the left and right are blocked by metal grates.
I see.
It looked as though 7 was right. The door in front of them was their only choice.
All right, let's get moving.
He pulled open the door and walked in. Junpei took a deep breath and followed. Oh, this place looks weird. It appeared they'd been telling the truth.
No way.
The first thing Junpei saw as he entered the room was the number. 9. Like all the others, it was a rough thing made of red paint. The door it decorated sat on the back wall of a rectangular room. Junpei ran up to it.
The 9 door.
It was a large double door with powerful styling. Something about it was almost majestic, and it made the red paint look especially garish.
We're finally here.
Junpei grabbed the handle and shook. It didn't budge, but then, he hadn't really expected it to. The red was bolted onto the wall next to the door. Its display read vacant.
No doubt about it. This is door 9. Oh, finally! This is the last!
Junpei felt a flood of emotion wash over him. He felt a chill down his back, and his chest tightened even as his blood began to boil. There was a moment of complete silence.
Junpei, look behind you.
He turned around.
Behind? What?
Junpei could scarcely believe what he saw.
Why? A door and a 9. There's another one. Hey, what the hell? What the hell is going on here?
His words came slowly, and his brain struggled to understand what he'd seen. On shaky legs, he made his way to the second 9. It was a small door set parallel to the door they'd come through, but in the other corner of the room. 9. There was no mistaking the number, and if any more proof is needed, a red was bolted to the wall near the door.
There's a red there too. That means... And of course it won't open.
He grabbed the handle and shook the door, not because he expected it to open, but because he had to make sure it was real.
Why? Why the hell are there two doors?
It was Ace who spoke first.
Do you think perhaps one is the right door and the other is the wrong one?
Lotus was skeptical.
I don't know about that. It seems unlikely.
What makes you say so?
Well, think about all the rooms we've been through so far. They're full of puzzles, but there are always hints about how to solve
Nice
them.
to meet you.
I'll see you.
Im
What?
Sophistopheles.
Oh, thanks, Pando.
I'm pretty sure there aren't any rooms where we just had to go with our best guess and leave it to instinct to solve the puzzle. Do you really think that at the very end of the game, Zero's going to suddenly throw in something that depends entirely on luck?
Then you're saying there's some sort of hint in this room.
Or they're both real. If everybody could get out, and you... Well, I guess they never said. I guess you could go through a door more than once.
No, I don't think there's a hint anywhere in here. I searched it very well when I was in here before. I didn't find anything that might have been a hint, though.
Well then, that means...
Yeah, both of these are the right door.
Okay. I'm just gonna say, I had a thought earlier, but I didn't say anything. I'm gonna say that it's probably nothing. Ace's eyes always looked really weird to me. Oh, Discord keeps opening up. I don't know why. Ace's eyes...
If you think about it.
Always looked really weird to me. But then I noticed that Santa's eyes are the same way. So I don't think it... I think it's just the fact that these are like really old sprites. Because this is just... For the most part, it's just a port. Like visually, it's just a port from like a DS game from like 2008 or something. So I think it's just because these are really old sprites.
Zero never actually said there was only one door with a 9 on it.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Junpei began to mutter to
So
himself.
if there are two number 9 doors, if we split it up right,
That's not gonna work.
Yeah, we need Snake. Junpei blinked and looked at Clover. She held out her hand.
You've got a notebook and a pen, right? Can I borrow them?
yeah, here.
Slightly confused, he pulled them out. I think we determined that Akane is the only one that can't escape, right? Isn't that what we determined? Or was it somebody else? Didn't we determine early on that it wasn't going to be possible for her? Oh no, it's gonna be a lot of people. Because we can do this. Oh no, I guess it's 7 that can't escape. Right? This is one combination. This would be another combination. Oh no, it's a lot of people that can't escape. It's 3 people. Yeah, no. It's been broken up now that I think it's 3 people that can't escape. Even though they said 2. I don't think it's possible for them to get any more. The only way they could... Wait, hold on. They did this. Yeah, 3 people have to leave. There are gonna be 3 people left over, unless Clover took the Zero bracelet, in which case 7 would be the only one who couldn't escape, because we don't know where Snake is.
Look at this.
Clover opened the notebook to a blank page and set it down on the desk. Everyone else gathered around her and watched as she wrote down a series of numbers.
You get it? The numbers on the top are all the combinations with digital roots of 9. The numbers on the bottom are the people who don't fit. There's only 8 possibilities if we split up into 2 groups of 3 or 4 people. So...
If 3 people go through the door, then 4 are left behind. If 4 go through, then 3 are left behind, right?
yeah.
Clover nodded, almost as if she were pleased with herself for solving a difficult math problem.
No way.
We need snakes too. The room went very quiet. Silence lay across everyone like a thick, heavy blanket. No one spoke. Their faces were blank.
Come to think of it,
Desperate for something else to look at, Junpei turned his eyes to the room around him.
what is this room?
The walls were covered with candles. The wavering flame made the shadows of Junpei and his companions look as though they were dancing. 2 rows of wooden pews filled most of the room.
It looks like it's set up for some kind of ceremony. But what kind?
Between them was a strip of rich red carpet. The carpet ran straight through the room, ending at the door that pointed to the stem of the boat. Or stern of the boat. At the other end of the carpet...
Is that an altar?
It was a recessed space set into the wall between the 2 other doors. Sitting on a raised section of the altar was a coffin. A coffin? There's only 9 benches. Another 9.
No, it couldn't possibly be.
But if it wasn't, then whose body occupied it? That was as far as Junpei wanted to pursue that line of thought. The mummy. Not the mummy. He decided not to think about the coffin for the time being. At that moment, Seven spoke. There was an edge of humor to his voice, but it was forced.
Okay, I give up. I give up. I figured if we sat around here long enough, someone would volunteer. But I guess nobody's got the guts to do it.
What are you talking about?
Junpei didn't understand, and he wasn't the only one.
What? You guys didn't figure it out yet? Fine, let me enlighten you. Clover was mostly right with her little explanation earlier, but she missed something. She wasn't really wrong, she just... screw it! Let me just write it out.
Seven snatched up the notebook and began to write in it. Everyone else clustered around him, desperate for a look.
If you're trying to leave with a group of 3 and a group of 4 and get everybody out, Clover's right. But there's another way. Only one combination, though. If you split us up into groups of 3, 3, and 1, you can make this combination.
Wait, this means...
Don't get me wrong here. I'm not trying to copy Ace or anything like that. Even if he hadn't been the hero back in the big hospital room, I'd still be saying the same thing.
The same thing? Are you saying?
Yeah, I am. I'll stay behind.
Protect and serve. He is a cop after all.
Why are you acting so heroic all of a sudden? Are you some kind of idiot?
Lotus was the first to speak. That in itself was a little strange. She'd reacted much differently when Ace had volunteered.
No, I am completely against this. I'll be goddamned if I'm gonna have to owe you for getting out of here.
The rest of them began to speak all at once.
I'm against it too. I didn't want to leave Ace behind, and I don't want to leave you either.
I don't like that idea. There's gotta be other options.
I disagree as well. I can't say I care much for you being the hero.
Finally, they quieted down. Junpei looked at Seven.
Well, there you go, Seven. Proposal denied. Clover's right. There's gotta be a better way than this.
Seven made some noise that was somewhere between a derisive snort and a cough.
Doesn't make any sense.
He was doing his best to pretend they were making a foolish decision, but Junpei could see the twinkle of water at the corner of Seven's eyes. That was when Santa spoke.
Whoa, hold on a minute. I haven't said anything yet.
Until then, Junpei hadn't realized that Santa had stayed quiet for the whole discussion of Seven's fate. Something in his voice made Junpei uncomfortable.
Are you... agreeing? You want to leave him here?
Santa shook his head.
Nah, I'm against it. I don't want to leave Seven here alone.
Then I don't see how it matters.
I said alone.
Huh?
I said I don't want to leave Seven alone.
There was a dull shine in Santa's eyes. They were cold and hard. I know I already know what's about to happen. I can already tell what's about to happen. Man's gonna run over to the red. He's gonna register his number, and then it's gonna set off this arms race of who can get there first for the combination. It's gonna be the exact same thing that we did in the alternate timeline on the 3 door. They were cold and hard. Junpei felt himself shiver.
What the hell are you...
What? You don't get it? I can't leave just one person. I need 2 more. 3 people, including 7. I'll be leaving behind 3 people. That's my proposal. No, those are my orders.
What do you mean, orders? What the hell makes you think you can order us around? Who the hell's gonna listen to you?
You all will. In 3 seconds, you won't have a choice.
What?
3, 2, 1.
Santa was so fast, Junpei could barely see him. When he moved, it was almost like watching a dance, his feet moving like lightning. He spawned and... Oh. Who does this dude think he is? This is who he thinks he is. Mans thinks he kind of looks like Kat. Yeah, the girl in what was it called? Gravity Fall. He had June.
See? I told you.
He's the man with the golden gun. It's a Bond film. His lips curled into a cruel, mocking smile. They're 9. So the only combination are Ace and Lotus, or Clover and Junpei.
Huh? What?
A shudder traveled the length of Junpei's spine. His chest froze and he could feel his breath go stale in his lungs. Nothing made sense. Junpei felt as though his head were about to explode. Santa's sudden change in attitude, saying that he needed 2 more, the gun in his right hand, a revolver. Santa grabbed June from behind and pressed what Junpei's shaken brain identified as a revolver roughly against her temple.
Why? What the hell is that?
Where on earth had Santa possibly found a gun? Junpei's question roared in his mind, but his mouth refused to ask them. Where was he? Where's Santa? They went down here. Maybe he found it. Oh, they did mention that they went to the 6th store. It might have been in the 6th store. Because we haven't seen that yet. 7 spoke, almost as though he had sensed Junpei's confusion.
The gun's from the other room.
Oh, I see.
What room?
One of the rooms behind door 6. I should have known he was gonna do this. I should have taken the gun.
Well, it's too late now, fat ass.
Damn it!
A mixture of fury and frustration twisted 7's face, and he glared at Santa. Santa, for his part, didn't so much as flinch. The corner of his lip twitched into a slightly wider smile. Then the smile faded, and he began to move. He walked backward, dragging June with him. Before long, his back was resting against the door. On the wall next to him was the red. He put his hand on the scanner, quickly, and then forced June to do the same.
Now, time for you to start following my orders.
So I assume he's gonna take Ace and Lotus?
Ace, Lotus.
Yep, that's what I thought.
Congratulations. I've chosen
I figured
you to
that
come
was gonna
with
happen.
me. Put your hands in the red.
3 plus 6 plus 1 plus 8. 18. That's what Santa had meant when he said he needed 2 more.
Hey, you deaf? I gave you an order.
Santa's eyes narrowed to slits. He glared at Ace and Lotus. They stayed, frozen, like deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming car.
Right. Fine. I didn't want to waste any bullets, but you guys just don't get it.
No sooner were the words out of Santa's mouth than his hand twitched, and the gun roared. A section of the floor exploded, scattering wooden splinters across the floor. A thin plume of smoke snaked out from the hole in the floor. There could be no doubt that the gun was real, and worked.
He really shot it? But why? Santa, why are you...
Clover's voice spoke of betrayal and disbelief.
Santa, I thought you were one of us. I thought we were friends.
What?
You knew about the leaf words and the 4-leaf clover.
Santa's cheek twitched, almost imperceptibly.
What the hell is that shit? I've got no idea.
You're lying!
Shut up! Just shut up! You stupid bitch! You want me to put a bullet in your fucking head?
Flecks of spit flew from Santa's mouth, his face twisted with rage. Clover recoiled, her eyes wide. When she spoke, her voice was very small.
Santa.
He snorted, then shook his head vigorously and turned to face Ace and Lotus.
Alright, assholes. What are you still standing there for? Get over here and scan those bracelets. I don't have all day. Oh, what's the matter? Your hearing's starting to go? Going senile, maybe?
Ace and Lotus still didn't move. It almost seemed as if they couldn't move. June's face was pale behind Santa's arm. Her eyes were wild and her chest heaved with every quick breath, like an animal cornered by a predator. Junpei's mind worked furiously. What were they going to do? Then he realized something. There was nothing they needed to do. There was nothing to debate.
That's it.
June's safety was the first priority. That much was obvious. Doing as Santa had commanded meant that she would be safe from at least 2 threats. She wouldn't be shot, and she'd leave the ship alive, along with Santa, Ace, and Lotus. There's only one thing for Junpei to do.
It's the only way.
He turned to face Ace and he turned to Ace and Lotus.
Please, go.
Huh?
No way.
Jumpy, what are you saying? If you stay here, you're going to be stuck, Jumpy. And so will Clover and Seven.
I know, but you don't need to worry about us. We'll figure something out. Right, Seven?
Right. You just leave it to us. It's gonna piss me off to do what Santa says, but...
Don't worry about me either. There's still something I have to take care of.
No, no! You can't! Ace, Lotus, don't come over!
Clover and Junpei have some insider info. We know something that nobody else knows currently.
Don't worry about me, please!
June was almost crying. Junpei walked around behind Ace and Lotus. He gently placed a hand on each of their shoulders and pushed them toward the door. They almost stumbled, then righted themselves and took another step, and another. They turned around and Junpei nodded.
Go.
Oh, all right.
Fine.
Ace and Lotus turned around again and walked slowly toward the door where Santa was waiting for them. After what seemed like an eternity, they stopped in front of the door marked 9. Santa smiled.
Alright, now let's get those hands on the scanner panel. What's the holdup? What? You think I'm fucking around here? I don't give a shit about this girl. Red doesn't need a person, you know? All I need is the bracelet. You get it? Good. Now put your fucking hands on the scanner.
Ooh, I wonder if that's confirmation that they don't actually have to be alive to activate the panels. Because if that's true, that opens up a whole new set of possibilities about what could have happened earlier and what could be done in the future.
I'm not gonna say it again.
They don't need the... That could be... Because, hear me out. If what he's saying is true and you don't actually need a person alive to activate the Reds and the Deads, we could still... Junpei and Clover could still definitely get out if she took the 0 from the captain, or if they backtracked to go get the bracelet from the 9th man. He shoved the revolver against June's head and she winced.
Fine.
Ace sighed, defeated, and placed his hand on the scanner panel. Lotus went next. Lotus glared at Santa and slammed her hand onto the scanner panel. The fourth asterisk blinked on.
Good job. Now, Lotus, pull that lever. As soon as the door opens, you get your ass in there. Try anything stupid, and you know what happens, right?
Damn it.
Junpei could almost hear Lotus's teeth grind. The door slid open. Door number 9 opened at last. It opened with a low, powerful rumble, a drum roll to welcome the chosen few.
Good. Go.
Lotus and Ace walked to the door, their eyes furious but defeated. Santa waited until they were all the way inside, then hauled himself and June across the threshold as well.
Later.
After exactly 9 seconds, the door swung shut. The gust of air it created caused the candles on the altar to flicker and die. The room fell silent. Junpei, Clover, and Seven had been left behind. Clover looked down at her hand and traced with her finger the faint blue veins that crisscrossed them. Seven shoved his arms into the front of his overalls and scratched his stomach. No one spoke. Silence made the air feel thick and oppressive. Desperate for something, anything to occupy his mind, Junpei walked to the larger of the two 9 doors. He stood in front of it and looked at the red. It read engaged. He moved to the smaller door. The red read vacant. The digital root of the remaining people was 7. 5 plus 4 plus 7 was 16. 1 plus 6 is 7. There's no possible way for them to open the door with a 9 on it. Junpei touched the surface of the door.
June.
He thought about June, about Akane Kurashiki. Was she safe? That was all that mattered to him. If she was alive, if she had escaped this horrible boat. That was what Junpei prayed for. 7 came up next to him. He pulled off his hat, scratched his head, and sighed.
So, what do you want to do, Junpei?
What do you mean, what do I want to do? What can we do?
7 opened his mouth to respond when a noise echoed through the room. Someone was pounding on something vigorously. It wasn't mechanical. It was certainly human. Junpei and 7 looked at one another.
What the hell is that?
Shh, quiet!
Clover motioned to 7 to be quiet. She put one finger to her lips and closed her eyes in concentration. The 3 of them listened, trying to determine where the sound was coming from.
Where is it coming from? Could it be?
Hey, I think it's coming from this coffin.
You're right.
Let's open it.
But how?
What are those muscles for? For show?
You're telling me to force it open?
Just shut up and try!
Junpei and 7 grabbed hold of the coffin. They tried to get a good grip with what little purchase they could find, and pulled with all their strength.
Damn it!
It won't even budge.
There was some sort of keypad attached to the coffin. Its purpose would not have been difficult to determine. Their eyes were almost immediately drawn to it.
Not another one?
Yeah, looks like it.
Do you think we have to put in the right password or it won't open?
I think so.
The noise wasn't stopping. In fact, it was getting louder.
Whoever or whatever's inside this thing wants out, and now.
I know that. But how?
Without a passcode, I don't think there's much we can do.
They couldn't even tell how many numbers the passcode needed to be.
Isn't there a hint somewhere?
Well, let's look for one.
Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be anything near the coffin. Clover ran to examine the pews, and 7 investigated the desk, but they turned up nothing.
There's nothing here.
Not making this easy, are they?
The sound still wouldn't stop. It wasn't a noise that belonged in that room.
What's the passcode? What am I supposed to do? How can we figure it out? I need something.
You don't like that? You don't like the tunk 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 tunk. You don't like the really aggressive tunk 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 tunk. No? And the music that is playing as they're looking around, and the entire time they just hear tunk 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 tunk. That's not calming to you? Unfortunately. Oh, what? I did not see what that said. Would you like to save the info you obtained during this playthrough? Yes. I'm going to save over this one. Okay. So, we have something unlocked. But we have... still quite a bit. There's something here that we need. We need to get a code somehow. And... it looks... we went through the one door. Oops. Oh, this is gonna bring me back to the very beginning of the game. Oops. Oh, these are just replaying things. What? I didn't even know what that means. I guess this one. Yeah, I guess we'll just go to the flowchart.
How is everyone?
Can I skip this, please? I think this is a holdover from the original version of the game on 3DS. I think this is a holdover from that, where there was no flowchart, and so every time you got an ending, you had to start the game over from the very beginning every single time. The Steam version added in the flowchart. So I think that the whole, like, having, like, every time we save it says prologue and having to start back from the beginning every time, I think that's a consequence of the game really not being that different, aside from this specific feature of being able to go anywhere in it. But, like, it still brings you back to the start every time. So we still haven't gone through the, I believe, the 8 door here. I honestly don't know if it's going to be significantly different since it goes back here, but we're going to do it anyway. And then we can go through a couple different doors here, maybe. And then we can choose which door we want to go down to. I think, even though, and I think this is kind of a spoiler, like having the flowchart, I feel like it's kind of a spoiler. Even though I know this is going to go back to Submarine, I think what we'll do next is we'll start here, go down this door, whichever this door was, I think it's 8. And then we'll go down whatever door this was to go back over to this ending for Submarine. And then that shouldn't take too long. When we get to this escape room, I'll just back out. And then, or just speed through everything. Because I don't know if completing it again will be important for creating new save data. And then we'll just go through this middle line, unless we can do something over here that, like, choose something different. I don't know what this is, though, outside the room. I don't know if we can actually do anything different here. Because this is... there was no escape room after this, so I think we have to go down this route. So I think what we'll do is we'll go through... oh, I guess the 7 door? No, this was the 3 door. This is probably the 8 door. I think this was the 7 door. We'll go through whatever door we didn't go through here. And then I'll try to see if we can get back over here to the submarine ending. And then we'll restart and go this way. But that won't be until... at the very earliest... oh, I'm so happy. I can... the one time I've been happy I can tab out of the game and have it mute itself. At the very earliest, it'll be this Saturday. But potentially it could be as far as sometime next week. Probably next Tuesday. So it could be as soon as 2 days from now. It could also be next Tuesday. But thank you all for... I don't know where my camera is. Thank you all... I'm just looking at OBS. Thank you all for stopping on by and joining me as we... 1, get stabbed in the back and tossed into a water pit after everyone was brutally murdered. And then 2, Santa apparently is evil and also has a gun, and also there's something going dunk 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 inside the coffin. So that's cool, I guess. Yeah. There is this actually, the Steam version does come with the second game bundled, Virtue's Last Reward. I've heard that people like Virtue's Last Reward more than 999. And I've heard that the last game, which is a separate game that you had to buy, Zero Time Dilemma, is not very good. So, yeah. Anyway, I will see you all tomorrow for Minecraft. I think I've mapped out in my mind everything I need to do for the library, so hopefully that will be finished. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you all then. Goodbye. Also, Akane and, like, Junpei, low-key, great characters. Low-key, like, amazing characters. Great characters. They're so great. They're so good. Because, I don't know. Junpei is such like a Junpei, and Akane is just weird. She's wacky. She's quirky. Yeah, that's what's great about it. Akane's quirky and Junpei's Junpei, so... Also, I love the entire time, they've been, like, the entire time the narration, they've been hard, like, yeah, no, we definitely don't like each other at all, definitely not. The entire time, Akane is always like, no, definitely not, and the entire time, Junpei, like, his internal monologue is always talking about, like, oh, yeah, like, yeah, when we were kids, I liked her, like, when we were little, but, like, that was a long time ago, so, she's, I like her as a friend, you know, maybe when we were little, I liked her. But then, like, low-key, everyone knows that's a lie. Submarine ending. She's bleeding on the floor, and he's like, no, Akane. And she, like, talks about how she's always loved him and everything like that, and how some of her best memories when she was younger were all of the different places around town and everything, and, like, during the summer, all the places they'd run around and go see and, like, do stuff in. And how she'd always wanted to visit more new places with him. And he's like, no, we can still do that. You're gonna be okay.
C.
Wow. Thanks for that, Pando. I'm having, like, a touching moment recounting their, like, Romeo and Juliet-esque tragic love story, and you're saying... Rude. Anyway, bye.